and rolled his eyes. She grabbed his forearm. "I should have been there. I should have come with you, not stayed here hiding with the cars." "No, you shouldn't have," he insisted. "You're not ready yet. Now don't try to rush it. You'll do more damage than good. Take your time. It'll come. All the same—" "Sally," Sean interrupted her, "I want you, Maggie and Stan to spin his bedsit. If you find anything interesting, get hold of forensics and keep me informed. Dave, you and Paolo get this idiot back to Peckham and book him into custody. I'll interview him later." Sally and Donnelly nodded their understanding. "I'd like to come with you," Anna said, appearing at his shoulder, "to help you to prepare and do the interview." "Out of the question," he replied. "Go with Sally and search the bedsit if you want to be involved. Look through his things and see what you can learn." "But the letter from the Assistant Commissioner clearly states—" Sean held his hand up to stop her. "I don't have time to discuss this with the committee," he snapped. "We can talk about it later." He turned his back on her and walked to his car. She took a step after him, but Sally caught her arm and gently pulled her back, shaking her head. "Let it go," she said softly. "Now is not the time to fight this battle." "Is he always this rude?" "Only if he likes you," Sally told her. Deborah Thompson's eyes opened slowly before surrendering to the fog of chloroform and flickering shut, then bursting wide open again as her brain deciphered the hazy images that had been sent, recognizing danger and the need to fire the body alert. Her head and torso jerked in all directions, desperately trying to make sense of the near darkness that surrounded her, her eyes growing increasingly accustomed to the gloom. She felt the mattress beneath her and the duvet on top of her rubbing against her bare skin. She slid a hand tentatively under the duvet and confirmed her worst fears, that her clothes had been taken. Choking back tears of panic, she squinted into the darkness and cocked her head to one side, listening for a sound, any sound. A shuffling noise somewhere in the room made her freeze. She tried to focus on the source of the sound, but something was obscuring her view. Slowly and carefully, she stretched out a hand, gently waving it from side to side, as if the thing she searched for was more ethereal than solid, its distance away impossible to judge in the poor light. Finally, her fingers felt the unmistakable cold of metal. Her fingers coiled around thin steel as her face came closer to investigate. Hundreds of small squares spreading left and right, leading to more walls of squares, and above her the same terrible pattern. The fingers of her other hand grabbed at the wire and gripped it hard as she realized what the squares were, that she was locked in a cage. Suddenly, she found it difficult to breathe, the enforced confinement inducing claustrophobia for the first time in her life. She began to shake the walls of her prison, praying the structure would collapse and free her, but all she did was prove to herself the solidity of her surrounds and the futility of attempting escape. She released the wire and retreated to the corner of the cage, pulling the duvet over her nakedness, giving into tears of despair, until a voice turned her to stone. "Don't be frightened," it said. "You're not alone." It was the voice of a woman, quiet and gentle, unthreatening. "My name's Louise. What's yours?" She couldn't answer, her fear now mixed with shock and bewilderment. "It's okay," the voice explained. "He can't hear us. Or at least I don't think he can. What's your name?" "Deborah. My name's Deborah. Why are we here? Who is he?" Her breaths were coming fast and sharp as she tried to control her anxiety. "I don't know," Louise confessed, "but he's dangerous. I think he may have—" "May have what?" "Nothing. It doesn't matter. The important thing is that our only hope of getting out of here is by working together." "How?" Deborah asked, barely able to comprehend the conversation she was having with a stranger she couldn't even see properly. Two women locked in animal cages planning their salvation. "At first he'll treat you well." "You call this well?" she snapped. Louise understood her anger and ignored her reaction. "He'll let you out to use the toilet and wash. After a few days, he'll even give you clean clothes. Listen, when he comes down here, I think he leaves the door to wherever we are open. It leads outside. I'm sure it does. I've seen the sunlight and smelled the fresh air. When he gets you out of your cage—" "This isn't my cage," she snapped again. "This is his cage. I'm locked in his cage." "I'm sorry. You're right. When he lets you out of his cage, that's when you have to do it." "Do what?" He's not very big or strong. He'll give you a tray with food on. Use that tray to attack him, and then get the key to my cage from his tracksuit trouser pocket and let me out. Together we can overpower him and lock him in his own damn cage and escape. Call the police and lead them straight to the bastard." Deborah shook her head involuntarily. "You're mad. It'll never work, and then it'll be worse for me." She squinted as the other woman began to come into focus, her similarity to herself painfully obvious, as was the fact she wore only her underwear and had no mattress or covers. She looked like she had dark patches on her face. "Listen to me," Louise urged her. "I'm sorry, but you need to know. There was another before me. Her name was Karen Green. By the time he brought me here, she already looked like I do now. I sat in this cage and I watched him beat her and rape her, and not just once. Then the night before he brought you, he took her away. She never came back. Oh my God, no. I read something about her in the papers. They found her in the woods. She'd been strangled. He killed her. I've got to get out of here. I've got to get out of here now." "You can't," Louise insisted, her voice raised above Deborah's increasing panic. "Not yet. We have to work together." No, I'll do what he wants. I'll make him think I like him," she argued. "And he'll let me out of here, and then when I see a chance, I'll get away from him. He's already killed somebody. If I attack him, he'll kill me too." "Look at me," Louise insisted. "I've tried all that. Please, believe me, I've tried. But it makes no difference. I am what you will become. Nothing you can do can change that." "No," Deborah refused to accept it. "There must be a better way." "There isn't," Louise answered. "And unless you believe me, unless you do what I tell you, we're both going to die. He'll kill us both." Shortly after 11 p.m, Sean and Sally prepared to begin the interview of Jason Lawler. Sean had wanted a woman present to try and make Lawler as uncomfortable as possible, so that he could read the signs he would be unwittingly sending. Guilt, remorse, excitement, ambivalence, innocence? Sally's heart had dropped when he'd asked her, but she'd managed not to show it. Sean pressed the red button on the twin cassette machine that would record the interview. A loud, shrill buzzing sound filled the room for about 5 seconds, followed by silence. Sean cleared his throat and took a breath before he began. "I am Detective Inspector Sean Corrigan, and the other officer present is—" Sally introduced herself. "Detective Sergeant Sally Jones. We are interviewing—" "Could you state your name for the tape, please?" Lawler spoke without looking at the recording machine, a sign he was a veteran of tape police interviews. "Jason Lawler," he answered, sounding bored already. "Jason," Sean continued, "I must remind you that you are still under caution and don't have to say anything unless you wish to do so. But if you fail to mention something that you later rely on in court, an inference can be drawn from that. Do you understand?" Lawler shrugged his shoulders. "You need to tell me if you understand." "Yeah, I understand. Okay." "You also have the right to free and independent legal advice. You have the right to consult with a solicitor before, during, or after this interview, and this can be done in person or over the telephone. Do you understand?" "Yes." "So far you haven't asked to speak with a solicitor, and you haven't consulted with one, and there are none present in the interview. Are you sure you want to continue without one present?" "I don't need a solicitor. I ain't done nothing." "Well, if you change your mind, just let me know, and I'll stop the interview and arrange it, okay?" "Whatever." "Fine. The date is Friday the 7th of April, and the time is 11:05 p.m. I am now starting the interview. Jason, do you know why you're here?" "Yeah, because you ain't got a clue who killed that woman, so you thought you'd stitch me up for it." Sean looked down at the table and then straight into Lawler's eyes. "You're here because I believe you abducted Karen Green on the morning of Thursday the 30th of March and then killed her 1 week later. I also believe you've abducted Louise Russell and that you're holding her against her will." "No, you don't." "It's late and I'm tired," Sean told him. "I'm not here to play games, so why don't you just answer my questions, okay? You know I got nothing to do with this." Sean let the oppressive silence hang for a while, guessing it would intimidate Lawler. "You're a registered sex offender, aren't you, Jason?" "What of it? I done my time. I paid my debt to society." A sly smile spread across his lips. "But you haven't been signing on, have you? You've missed your last 2 appointments. So send me back to prison, then. There's nothing for me outside anyway. You think anyone's going to give me a job or rent me a decent place to live? Course they're fucking not. I'm better off inside. Don't worry about that. You're going back inside, but right now, I need to know where you were the Thursday before last. 8 days ago? I can't remember 8 days ago. I was probably pissed somewhere. OK. Try 1 day ago. Last night, when Karen Green was taken into 3 Halfpenny Wood and killed, strangled to death. Where were you then? I was pissed, in some pub in Sydenham. Is that going to be your answer to everything, that you were pissed and can't remember? Probably. Sean leaned back in his chair, studying Lawler, looking for a way in. The 2 women who have been taken looked the same. White, late 20s, slim, short brown hair, attractive. He saw a flicker of interest when he said attractive. They could have been sisters, twins even. Why is it important that they look the same? Why is that important to you? To me? Lawler snapped. No, not to me. I told you, this ain't got nothing to do with me. The woman we found, Karen Green, she'd been raped and sodomized. There was a significant amount of semen in her. Whoever raped her didn't use a condom. If you got his spunk, then check it for DNA and you'll know it's not me. That takes time. I haven't got time. You need to answer my questions now. I am answering your questions, but I don't know nothing. Your last rape conviction, I looked it up. You didn't use a condom. So? That's pretty unusual for a rapist. He emphasised rapist. Maybe. And you used artifice to get into the house. You tricked her, told her you were there to read her meter. We checked our records, Jason. You're the only one in this area with form for using artifice. So somebody's copying me. Maybe I told someone how well it worked. No need to break in. No need to drag them into a car. I must have an admirer. No use of a condom. Previous for using artifice to gain entry. Previous for rape. Can't account for your movements when either woman was taken or for when Karen Green's body was dumped. Failed to attend your registered sex offenders' appointments. Things don't look good for you, Jason. Do the fucking DNA tests, Lawler almost shouted. Why are you pissing around with these stupid questions? It weren't me. We will, Jason. Don't worry. We'll do the tests and then you'll be dead in the water and all your lies will be shown to be exactly that. What are you talking about? The crime you were convicted for, not using a condom, was a pretty stupid mistake, don't you think? Leaving us your DNA. It wasn't a mistake. It was something I had to do. What do you mean, had to do? You're a man. You know what I mean. No, I don't. Then what about you? He asked Sally, who looked shocked at being suddenly involved in the interview, as if she'd been awoken from her daydreaming. Sean intervened. You should stick to answering questions, he told Lawler, and let me ask them. So I'll ask you again. Why was it something you had to do? I needed to feel myself inside them. I needed to, release myself inside of them. I needed to feel myself come inside of them. It's like it makes it last for days, you understand? If I use a Durex, then I take myself with me when it's over. But if I come inside them, then I can smell them on me for days. I can think about my cum being still inside them days after, and that helps me control my needs. Sally felt as if she was going to be sick. She couldn't bring herself to look into his face, her eyes wandering around the room, but never resting on Lawler. And how does that make you feel? Sean asked. It makes me feel good. It makes me feel really good. Sean could see Lawler was reliving past experiences, his lips full and flushed red with blood, his eyes wide as if he was watching himself committing his own crimes with unbridled pleasure. Just good? Sean wanted to pull him out of his trance, to keep him talking. No. Powerful. In control. It's like a drug from heaven. Once you've had a taste, there's no going back, no stopping. When you're inside them, you're accepted. You understand? You're wanted, you're alive, and you're loved, but... His excitement seemed to fade as fast as it had grown. But, Sean encouraged, but when it's over, you feel ashamed and embarrassed. You just want to tell them you're sorry and run away, to get as far away as you can. And the fear is crushing, you know? It makes you feel weak, which is why the urges come back, which is why you know you're going to do it again. To not feel ashamed anymore, to feel accepted and loved, even if it is only for a few minutes. Is that why you've changed the way you operate? Is that why you keep them for days, so you can feel accepted for longer, loved for longer? I've told you, I've got nothing to do with this. I would never kidnap anyone. That takes planning. I never mean to do what I do. I just see someone and the needs come back. I can't help myself. I follow them home, and if they're alone, I try to trick my way inside, and then I do bad things. But I didn't take these women. I have never taken any women. I never would. Why? Sally asked. I like doing it to them in their houses. Somehow Sally managed to keep looking him in the eyes, despite her disgust. Sean studied the man in front of him, a scared, opportunistic offender triggered by his surroundings, incapable of planning and forethought, the complete opposite of the man who killed Karen Green and the man who would undoubtedly kill Louise Russell unless he could find him and stop him. After a few seconds of silence, Sean spoke. I've no more. Sally? She shook her head to clear her thoughts. No questions. Is there anything you'd like to say, Jason, or to have me clarify for you? No. Just make sure you get me back to Belmarsh in time for dinner tomorrow, will you? It's cod and chips on Saturdays. I don't want to miss that. Don't worry, said Sean. You'll be back in time for your fish and chips. This interview is concluded. He pressed the off button to stop the recording and leaned across the interview table, putting his face close to Lawler's. And I hope you fucking choke on them. He stomped out of the interview room, closely followed by Sally. The on-duty custody sergeant calling after them. What do you want me to do with your prisoner? Put him back in his cell for the night. He'll be recalled to prison in the morning. Once they were out of the busy custody area and in a quiet corridor, Sally grabbed his arm and stopped him walking away. He spun to face her, knowing he was about to be cross-examined himself. You knew he didn't do it all along. As soon as Zukov told you about him, you knew he wasn't our man. I had some doubts. No, you didn't. You knew it wasn't him. He looked a decent suspect. We had to at least arrest and interview him. Why? Sally persisted. When you knew it wasn't him. We've just wasted an entire evening chasing after the wrong man, and all the time you knew it. Sean pulled away from her as gently as he could and started walking. Jesus, Sally, leave it alone, will you? I'm trying to understand what's going on. He was an arrest, wasn't he? That's what the top brass want to see. That we're making arrests, progressing the investigation, that people are helping us with our inquiries. Not if we're arresting the wrong people. Oh, give me a break, Sally. They don't care what's going on as long as they got something to tell the media, as long as they got something to build a load of bullshit around. So, Lawler wasn't our man. Who cares? He served a purpose. By arresting him, we've brought ourselves 24 hours of not being interfered with, maybe more. Sally struggled to keep pace with him as they strode along the corridor. Again she took hold of his arm to stop him, spinning him around and fixing eye contact. No, that's not it, she insisted. There's more to it. He said nothing as she searched in his eyes for answers. He gave you something, didn't he? Something you were missing, something you needed, something you couldn't find in yourself. I don't know what you're talking about. He tried to walk away, but Sally kept a firm grip on his arm. You're trying to think like him, aren't you? You're trying to think like the man we're after. You've been doing it since you agreed to take the missing persons case. But I still don't understand why you would want to go after someone like Lawler. Because I thought he could fill in the gaps, all right? He finally confessed, knowing Sally wouldn't give in. I have to be able to think like him if we're going to find him quickly. I know so much about him already, but there were too many gaps. I needed to know why he's really doing this. Love, hate, anger, power, acceptance. Lawler helped fill in some of those gaps. Sally found herself nodding, both glad and afraid to be right. Are you sure it's a good idea to start thinking like he does? To have the likes of Lawler going around inside your head? I don't have a choice. If Louise Russell is to have any chance, then I don't have a choice. Anyway, he tried to reassure her, I'll be fine. I guess that depends on what's going on in your head already, doesn't it? Sean sighed, almost relieved to have someone to confide in, to share the burden of his innermost thoughts and fears. I'm just trying to think like him, not become him. I'll be fine, don't worry. They started walking again. I hope you know what you're doing, Governor. Yeah, well, me too. And Lawler, did you get what you want from him? More or less. Which was? His motivation. And now you know? Not exactly, but I'm closer. I won't know exactly until all the pieces fall into place. That moment when everything suddenly makes sense. But Lawler helped for sure. I know that their actions are largely underpinned by the same need to feel powerful, but at the same time to be accepted and loved. Lawler achieved that by raping women in their own homes. Women he'd stumbled across and made an instant decision to attack. Our man wants the same, but his primary way of getting what he wants is by keeping the women. The question is, why does he do that? Why does he have to keep them? To make the experience last longer? Sally guessed. That's what I thought at first. Made good sense, but now I'm not so sure. I don't think he wants to make it last as long as he can. I think he wants to make it last a very specific period of time. A week? Give or take 12 hours, yes. Why? Acceptance and love. I don't understand. I think, and I'm only guessing, but I think he's reliving a relationship he had with someone. A relationship that might have lasted as little as a week or so, but one in which he was happy, accepted and loved. The two women he's taken look the same, remember? An ex-girlfriend? Sean shrugged his shoulders. That would be my guess. Now all I have to work out is how to use it to help me find the son of a bitch before it's too late. They'd almost reached the main office entrance. Do me a favour, Sally. Keep this between the two of us, okay? Sure, if that's what you want. It is, he told her, and walked into the still busy main office. Through the perspex windows of his own office he could see Anna waiting for him. How did the interview go? Said Donnelly. Did he cough for it? No, Sean answered dismissively. It's not him. We need to think again. What's she still doing here? He jutted his chin towards his office. Donnelly shrugged his shoulders. Said she wanted to wait for you. Great. Sean headed for his door, entering without speaking. How did the interview go? She asked. Sean exhaled as he sat heavily in his chair. It's not him, if that's what you mean. But you knew that already, didn't you? Bloody hell, not you as well. It was clear from his previous crimes it wasn't him. Look, wait a minute. You need to slow down a little. He could easily have been our man. His previous crimes had enough similarities to make him a viable suspect. Don't try and be too clever. That's a sure way of fucking things up. Anyway, are you planning on wasting the whole weekend here? I wanted to hear about the interview. And now you have. I'd like to listen to it in full, if that's okay with you. Why, given that Lawler's not our man? For research purposes. He's still a serial sex offender, even if he didn't commit these particular crimes. I'd like to listen to what he had to say. How'd you know he said anything? Let's just say I have faith in your powers of persuasion. Suddenly he was suspicious of her. Why had she been attached to the investigation? Was her brief to help him, or to study him? Whatever her motive, he was beginning to admire her persistence. Clearly she wasn't going to be shaken loose easily. Sure, he said, and tossed her a working copy of the taped interview from his desktop. That's the only copy I have, so don't lose it. I'll need it for the unused material schedule. Thank you. Don't mention it. He got up and put on his raincoat. I'm done. I'm going to go home and remind myself what my wife looks like. I recommend you do the same. Back here tomorrow, 6 a.m., if you can stomach it. I'll be here, she assured him. Yes, he answered. I had a feeling you would be. Thomas Keller sat alone at his kitchen table, scooping baked beans straight from the saucepan he'd heated them in, swallowing without chewing or tasting, eating to remove the distraction of hunger, not for pleasure, his mind needing to concentrate elsewhere, the cellar and the woman it held. He looked up at the clock hanging from the wall. It was almost midnight, too late to pay her a visit. That would be rude, not the right thing to do. Better to let her sleep and then see her in the morning, once she'd had time to rest and realise this was all for her own good. He smiled happily when his eyes alighted on the freshly washed women's garments drying on the clothes horse in the corner of the room, just as they had done a few days before after he'd taken them from Karen Green. They were the only clothes he'd washed for weeks. He could hardly wait to see the joy in her face when he gave her the clothes that would by then be freshly pressed and ironed. He grabbed the saucepan from the table and tossed it into the already full sink, the sound of china breaking not registering in his thoughts as he took the last clean fork from his shambolic cutlery drawer and negotiated his way through the house to the back door. Picking up an economy-sized tin of cheap cat food, he slowly and quietly opened the door and stepped into the cold night, searching the trees and hedges that surrounded the back of the single-story house for the bright eyes that shone in the dark, waiting for him. He tapped the fork on the side of the tin, the sound penetrating deep into the woodland. He made a psst, psst sound as he dug out the solidifying food and slopped it into chipped, dirty bowls that littered the area at the back of the house. It wasn't long before he heard the faint rustling sounds in the hedges and saw the occasional blink of mirrored eyes as the stray cats examined him from a safe distance, sniffing the air scented with an easy meal. "Come on," he encouraged them softly. "Psst, psst, psst, come on, come and get supper, supper, psst, psst, psst." But they kept their distance, circling him in the darkness, calling to each other, unwilling to show themselves to him, sensing something in him they feared. He grew impatient, waiting for them to approach. "Don't you want this food? Not good enough for you? Ungrateful demons is what you are. Fine, have it your way." He threw the tin into the bushes, the noise of scattering paws and catcalls echoing off the walls as he went from bowl to bowl, kicking them in all directions, the feeling of rejection crashing over him like a foaming tidal wave. As he stormed back inside, slamming the door, the feeling stirred memories of the last time he had seen the mother who abandoned him almost 8 years ago, just before he turned 20. Emily Keller had made contact with him through the internet, telling him she was proud that he was now a man and that he'd got himself a job with the post office. She told him how sorry she was that she'd abandoned him and betrayed him, but she had been so young. She had changed since then. Could they meet and start again? He'd agreed to meet her in a cafe in Forest Hill. On the morning he'd arranged to see her, he'd been glad to wake with a developing cold, his throat sore and the mucus building in his nasal passages. He remembered showering and dressing, taking his time to make himself look as presentable as he could, combing his hair and dressing in his best clothes, his one and only suit that he'd last worn 3 years earlier for his interview with the post office. He walked along the busy morning streets, oblivious to the people he passed, ignoring their looks of surprise as he occasionally bumped shoulders, until he reached the cafe they'd arranged to meet in, the type that has photographs of the food on the glossy but sticky menus. He recognized her from the pictures she'd attached to her emails. Still relatively young, in her mid-30s, slim with long dark hair that framed her pretty face. She sat at a window table, nervously toying with a steaming cup of tea, looking up as he entered, recognition sparking in her eyes, despite not having seen him since he was 4 years old, when she handed him over to social services for voluntary adoption, before sinking into a life of drugs and petty crime, although she'd promised him those days were long gone. He hadn't sent her a picture of himself, but clearly she knew the young man who had just walked into the cafe was her abandoned son. A smile spread across her lips, and her eyes sparkled with happiness as she rose from the table and smoothed her clothes, wanting to look her best, wanting to make a good impression. He walked towards her without smiling, drawing the mucus down from his nasal cavity and into the back of his throat before contracting the muscles in his neck to push the green ball of secretion into his mouth, rolling it around and tasting the years of bitterness it represented, all the painful memories she'd caused and all the hate he felt for her. When he was close enough to kiss her, he filled his lungs as full as he could and spat the phlegm directly into her face, her smile replaced with a look of shock and repulsion. He turned and walked out of the cafe without saying a word. As the door closed behind him, he could hear her screams of revulsion and rejection. He never saw or spoke to her again. 8. Saturday morning, 4:30 a.m., and the iPhone's alarm chirped quietly on the bedside cabinet, barely enough noise to wake any living creature, but it was sufficient to stir Sean from his shallow sleep, his constantly whirring mind never allowing real rest to come. He grabbed the phone on the second chirp and turned it off, quickly, checking to make sure it hadn't woken Kate. The initial shock of awakening soon gave way to a feeling of dreadful tiredness that threatened to drag him down into unconsciousness. He'd been here 100 times before, and would probably be here 100 more times before he could ever dream of returning to anything like normal sleep patterns. He knew he had to move now or risk falling into the sort of sleep he wished he'd managed during the night, pulling the warm duvet from his body, exposing its near nakedness to the cold air of the room. He sat on the edge of his bed, rubbing the back of his neck, the muscles in his torso flexing and twitching to life, the lines of his conditioned body as prominent as those of any middleweight boxer. Once his mind had caught up with where he was and why he was awake so early, he stood unsteadily and headed for the bathroom, flipping up the toilet seat and waiting to urinate. But it took a long time to come and only lasted a few seconds, warning him of his own dehydration and reminding him of the shortness of his sleep. He decided against flushing and risking waking Kate or the girls and headed for the shower, setting the temperature at lukewarm and stepping in straight away, the cold water bringing him back to life. He washed and dressed quickly and went downstairs feeling passably human. He was aware that the feeling would only last a few hours, and then the rest of the day would be a struggle to hold mind and body together, and he'd have to push through the pain barrier more than once. As he sat in the quiet kitchen, sipping black coffee and pushing a barely touched slice of toast around the plate, he sensed Kate's presence approaching long before he heard or saw her. A few seconds later, she drifted into the room wrapped in his old dressing gown and sat down opposite him, her swollen eyes and puffy cheeks hiding her natural attractiveness. Sean smiled in spite of his tiredness and slid his coffee across the table. She lifted it and took a mouthful, murmured, "Thanks." "My pleasure," he said. "What you doing up so early?" "Seeing you." "I'm flattered." "You should be. How's the case going?" "It's not," he answered, prompting her to look up from the coffee that used to be his, recognizing the traces of stress in his voice. "Oh," she said. "How come?" "I don't know. I can't seem to get inside this one's head. Doesn't sound like a good place to be anyway. Yeah, well, it's the best place to be if I'm going to find him quickly." They were quiet for a while. Then Kate spoke again. "You look really tired." "I am really tired." Determined to hide the fear and anxiety she felt every time he walked out the front door, she kept her tone neutral as she asked, "Will you catch him soon?" "I'll have him within a week." "You must be confident." "I'm close," he confided. "I just need to figure out his motivation. I mean, his primary motivation. I'm nearly there. But the answer keeps slipping out of reach. It'll all come together soon, though, and I'll find him." "What part of his motivation don't you understand?" "Why he keeps them." He ran a hand through his hair. "I have theories and ideas, but I don't know for sure, and I can't afford to guess. If you push me, I'd say he keeps them to remind himself of an old girlfriend, probably one he had a serious relationship with. That's the best I've got so far, but it doesn't feel completely right, and I don't know why." "Because it's not right," she said matter-of-factly. "Well, why's that?" "Women keep things to remind them of what they once had or what they once were. Photographs, old dresses, their kids' old clothes, their husbands' old dressing gowns." She tugged the gown she was wearing for extra emphasis. "Men don't. Men collect things to remind them of what they want but can't have. Models of aeroplanes, badges of old sports cars, pictures of page 3 girls," she added with a grin. But Sean wasn't smiling any more. He knew he'd been handed an important piece of the jigsaw. Now, all he needed was to find out where it fitted. Sean closed his eyes, his head slumping backwards. "Jesus Christ, of course, of course!" "You okay?" Kate asked. "You're right," she told her. "You're right. He's trying to create something he never had but always wanted. Maybe even believed he had but didn't. I have to go." He grabbed his coat, its pockets already loaded with the things he'd need for the day, and headed for the front door. "I'll call you later," he promised. "No, you won't," she whispered when he was gone, a familiar fluttering feeling returning to her chest. "You never do." Donnelly arrived in the office shortly after 5:30 a.m. It was deserted except for the regular cleaner, who dragged a noisy hoover around behind him, emptying wastepaper bins into his white bin liner as and when he found them. Donnelly gave him a nod and a smile, hiding his frustration at not being totally alone. He sat at his desk and pretended to be reading while he waited for the cleaner to reach the far end of the office and disappear through the swing doors. "And I thought I had a shit job," he muttered to himself as he pushed his weight off the worn-out wooden chair, its green cloth torn and frayed, what little padding it ever had long since flattened. Furtively he wandered around the office, examining each and every desk, flicking through his colleagues' in and out trays, reading any memos left on desks, and flicking through diaries that hadn't been locked away, not moving from a desktop until he was happy he knew what the detective was up to, how much work they had on, whether they'd been keeping up with their actions and CPS memos, and, most importantly of all, whether they were holding anything back from him, business or personal. As far as he was concerned, this was his murder investigation team every bit as much as it was Sean's, and it was his absolute duty to keep abreast of everything that was happening within its borders. Any detective sergeant worth his salt would do the same. Eventually, he came to Sally's desk. It at least appeared neat and organised, but he was well aware she'd been far from herself since the incident with Sebastian Gibran, and, as her only fellow DS on the team, it was his responsibility to make sure she was coping. All it needed was one person to make a serious mistake, and the whole investigation could go down the pan. He thumbed through her diary first, the standard 4x3-inch black Metropolitan Police Friendly Society diary everyone seemed to receive each year. What he saw was page after page of emptiness. No notes, no meetings, no appointments, nothing. Technology had moved on, but detectives were creatures of habit and had been using these little diaries to scribble notes in for decades. They were still faster and easier to use than any mobile phone or tablet, so an empty diary suggested troubled waters. Her in and out trays were the same, just a few old memos and CPS requests that appeared to have been largely ignored. Nothing current or apparently important. Clearly Sean had been keeping her away from too much work or responsibility, trying to protect her, buy her some time to fully recover. He was disappointed that she hadn't felt able to confide in him, but shrugged it off, promising himself that he'd keep an even closer eye on her in future, for her sake and everybody else's. Making sure her diary was back exactly where she'd left it, he headed for Sean's open door. Donnelly slipped into Sean's office and began to search through the piles of paper that were beginning to form on his two desks, but they contained little of interest and told him nothing he didn't already know. Sean was too long in the tooth to leave anything sensitive or interesting on public view. He pulled at Sean's top drawer, one of the three hiding under his desk, the same wooden set that everyone in the office would have, but it was locked, as he'd expected. He tried the others and found them locked too. "No problem," he announced to the empty room, and pulled a set of keys from his trouser pocket, fanning them out in his hand until he located the master key that fitted each and every wooden drawer under each and every desk in the Met. Whistling to himself, he jiggled the long, thin piece of metal into the small slot of the top drawer. After a few seconds, he was able to rotate the key through 180 degrees, signifying the drawer was open. There would be no need to check the other drawers. He already knew they contained little more than stationery and reference books. He slid the top drawer open and was relieved to see his prize waiting for him. Sean's leather-bound journal, the type of thing you buy someone for Christmas when you can't think of anything else. But Sean had put his to good use, and Donnelly knew it. "And what secrets will you reveal today, my old friend?" he asked the book in his hands as he placed it on the desk and began to flick through the pages, skipping past things he'd already read, until he found scribbles and text he didn't recognize. "Well, hello, and what do we have here?" It was as if he was partially entering Sean's mind, a conduit straight to his secret theories and innermost thoughts about this and other investigations. A baffling array of circled names, others crossed out, words of varying sizes, written in different styles, as if a dozen people had contributed to the journal. Strong, emotive words scrawled in different coloured pens. Love, anger, hate, jealousy, greed, possession, passion, fear, some circled and joined together with lines that snaked across the pages. "You're either a madman or a genius," Donnelly spoke to the absent Sean while turning the pages, finding the names of the victims, Louise Russell and Karen Green, one dead, one still missing. Green's name circled in a mixture of blue and red ink, Russell's circled in blue only. A myriad of words and colours, names and places squeezed themselves into every millimetre of the pages, almost completely indecipherable. Short questions covered other pages. Why 6, 7 days? Why keep them? Why rape? Why violence? Why victs look same? Why same houses? Why kills? Why dump bodies naked? Why no remorse or compassion? Why woods? Why wooded car parks? Comfortable in woods? Lives in woods? Staying in comfort zone? Failed relationship? Covets them, loves them, motivation, motivation, motivation. Jesus, he said to himself, flicking through pages and pages of the rambling notes of an obsessed man on the edge. It crossed his mind Sean might be laying the groundwork for manufacturing early retirement on the grounds of a stress-related illness. But he knew the man better than that, and he'd seen his manic scribbles in the past, usually just before he led the team to the man they were after. But they'd never been this frantic, this desperate. A noise coming from the corridor on the other side of the double-swing doors startled him. Hurriedly, he replaced the journal in the drawer and slid it silently shut, turning the master key and locking it, then ghosting from the room back into the main office. He managed to be a few steps clear as the double doors swung open and Anna walked in looking unreasonably fresh and alert, considering she would have had no more than 3 or 4 hours' sleep. He welcomed her with a broad smile, his moustache bending up at the ends. "Good morning. Nice to have another early bird on the team." "I've always liked this time of day," she said. "It's quiet and peaceful, gives me the time and space I need to think." "And I thought it was because you were trying to impress me." "Maybe I am," she answered with a falsely suggestive smile. "Or maybe it's someone else you're trying to impress, someone a little higher in rank." She didn't answer. "So," he continued, "you're a what? A criminal psychiatrist?" "I certainly hope not," she answered, "and I'm sure you'd arrest me if I was." You know what I mean." "No, I'm a psychiatrist and a criminologist, specializing in offender profiling. The FBI have been doing it for years, but it's relatively new to the police here. They've been somewhat resistant to the idea." "Aye, that sounds like us," Donnelly teased her. "So, away you go then. Impress me. Tell me all about the man we're looking for." "It's too soon to be accurate. I need more information, more time to study the case and previous case histories before I'd be willing to commit to a profile." "Oh, come on," Donnelly encouraged. "It'll be between the two of us. Nothing official." "Okay," she agreed with a sigh. "Based on what we know so far, I believe he's white, probably small or slight. That's based on the fact he uses drugs to subdue his victims, which suggests he's not physically confident. He has a troubled past and was almost certainly abused or abandoned as a child, possibly both. I understand he appears to have no previous convictions, but I'm convinced he would have committed residential burglaries and other serious sexual assaults. Perhaps he's just never been caught." "It's possible," Donnelly partially agreed. "This type of offender usually takes trophies from victims, but I believe that in this case the women themselves are his trophies, albeit perishable ones he tires of and then disposes of with no regrets, pity, or remorse. By then they are just objects to him. I imagine him to be a bit of a social misfit who lives alone. I can't see him forming any lasting relationships or tolerating an invasion into his private life, and his lack of confidence means he'll very much stay in his comfort zone, which in turn means he's almost certainly local. He knows these areas well. He sees them every day. They are his world, and he's not going to start operating outside of that world. The fact the victims look very similar is interesting. I think they remind him of somebody he has a genuine hatred for. Possibly his mother. Possibly because she failed to stop whatever abuse was happening to him. Maybe it was his father who abused him, or the mother's boyfriend." "Why doesn't he project his hatred directly to the abuser? Why the mother?" Donnelly asked. "Transferred hatred or blame is not uncommon. He probably loved his mother, but had no relationship outside of the abuse with his abuser. To him, hating the person who actually abused him would be as pointless as you or I hating the wasp that stung us. There's no emotional attachment there. Love and hate are dangerously close to each other. There is, of course, a sexual element to his attacks, that I believe he displays all the common traits of those who commit such acts, inasmuch as it makes him feel powerful and in control, something he rarely is in the real world. His normal everyday life is a bit of a struggle for him, not one of life's winners, you might say." Donnelly mimed applause. "Very impressive. It's amazing what you can learn from books these days." "Actually, most of my observations are based on my own clinical studies of serious offenders, interviews with sexual predators and murderers. Some sane, some not. Funnily enough, I've had a bit of experience of that myself. Their conversation was interrupted by Sean clattering through the double doors, a look of surprise and disappointment that he wasn't the first to arrive etched on his face. "You two are early? Trying to impress someone?" Donnelly and Anna almost laughed. The doors clattered again, kicked open by Sally, her hands full of bags and a tray of coffee in polystyrene cups. She dropped her bags on the floor and slid the tray onto the desk closest to their gathering. "I didn't know who would be here yet, so I bought a few," she said, slumping into a chair. "Nice one, Sally," Donnelly said. "Thank you," Anna added. "You look a little rough around the edges there, Sally," Donnelly told her. "Thanks. I love you too. I was just saying. We're all going to look a lot worse by the time this is over, so put your collective vanities to one side if you can." Sean rescued Sally. He helped himself to a coffee off the tray, unconcerned whether it was black, white, sweetened or otherwise, and took a swig. "OK. While everybody's here who matters, we might as well catch up on where we are." "That'd be nice," Donnelly chipped in. "The way I see it, we have 2, maybe 3 days before Louise Russell will be killed." The coldness of the fact made even Sean uncomfortable with what he was saying. "And when she dies, I think it will only be a matter of days before he takes another." "A replacement?" Anna asked. "I think so. We already know he's kept 2 hostages at the same time. It seems to be part of his modus operandi. It's reasonable to suppose he will want to again." "That would make some sort of sense," agreed Anna. "Now hold on a minute," Sally interrupted. "If he replaces the one he kills, then why hasn't he taken someone to replace Karen Green? She was killed almost 36 hours ago now." "He might have," Sean confessed. "All surrounding stations have been asked to report any missing persons of similar descriptions straight to us. If he's already taken someone and they get reported missing, we'll soon know about it." "And if no one reports them missing?" Donnelly asked. "We wait for a body," Sean answered, more cold truths. "In the meantime, we're drawing on all the resources that can be spared. Featherstone's arranged for extra detectives to be assigned door-to-door inquiries over an expanded area, and Uniform are carrying out roadblocks close to both abduction locations and the body drop site, checking for suspects and witnesses. We've even got India 99 up and about, looking for whatever it is helicopters look for. Plus, there are uniform patrols, both foot and vehicles, searching for the sort of locations our man could be keeping the victims at. Old small holdings, abandoned factories, and particularly anything underground. Coal bunkers, cellars, bomb shelters, anywhere remote or concealed, but within a few miles of the crime scenes. Our boy doesn't travel far." "You think he keeps them underground?" Anna asked, causing all eyes to fall on Sean. "Yes. Dr. Canning discovered what appears to be coal dust under the victim's finger and toenails." "Oh, how I would like a few minutes alone with this bastard," muttered Donnelly. "Save the tough talk for when we found him," said Sean. "Everybody happy?" "Yeah, sure," Sally answered tiredly. "Sounds like a plan," Donnelly acknowledged. Anna said nothing. "One more thing," Sean continued hesitantly, afraid of too many awkward questions about how he came by the information, remembering his ruthless breaking down of Douglas Levy. "I think he's disguising himself as a postie. That's how he gets the doors open." "I've not seen anything to suggest that," Sally argued. "A new witness," said Sean. "He mentioned something that suggested it." "What?" Sally persisted. "It's a long and very uninteresting story. Just take my word for it. He's pretending to be a postman, but let's keep that between us for the time being. I don't want to risk a detail like that leaking to the press. And let's not forget, we still have the forensics from 5 different crime scenes to chase, and then we have to cross-reference DNA and fingerprints from all the scenes to be sure that this is indeed the same man at each." "It's the same man," Anna said a little too loudly. "Of course it is," Sean said impatiently, "but courts are a real pain in the arse about something called evidence. Theories are fine in the classroom, but not out here." Donnelly and Sally looked away, leaving Anna to her own private humiliation. Sean continued, "While we're all here, I might as well say it. This investigation is turning into a monster. We've got the world and his wife out there looking for Louise Russell, but it won't feel like it to us. We'll be the ones stuck here till all hours, fighting through piles of reports, making phone calls, chasing up forensics, pestering potential witnesses, reading fucking useless intelligence reports, and trying to fend off every unsolved murder in the last decade the powers that be try to dump on us. But be mindful, and make sure everybody on the team is mindful, that this investigation will be under the national microscope, which means everybody needs to be on their best. Please. No smoking at the crime scenes, no laughing and joking when the cameras are around, and be damn careful what you say when you're talking on your mobiles. If we can eavesdrop on phone conversations, you can be sure the media can. If a conversation you had with the lab turns up in your favourite Sunday red top, you'll know where it's come from. Everybody understand? His audience of 3 nodded and grunted their understanding. Good. He was about to head off for his office when Sally stopped him. What's this one about? Why is he doing it? It's about acceptance, he answered without hesitation. About finally having what he always wanted, but until now could never have. It's about love. Loving them and being loved by them. Love? Donnelly interrupted loudly and abruptly. This doesn't look like love to me. Taking her out to the middle of some godforsaken wood in the middle of the night and squeezing the life out of her, then leaving the poor wee cow's body lying naked for a fucking dog to find. Which bit of that sounds like love to you? I didn't say he was rational, Sean explained. His perception of love and what it means is completely different from yours, but it's still ultimately about love. It's the one thing he covers more than anything else, and it's the one thing he's never had. Are we supposed to feel sorry for him? Sneered Donnelly. He's just another sick pervert who needs to be locked up with the general prison population for a few nights before they stick him in segregation. The other prisoners will soon make sure he gets justice. Not sorry for what he is, Sean answered, but maybe we should consider what may have happened to him to make him what he is now. How do we know anything happened to him? Donnelly persisted. Perhaps he just enjoys it. This one's no Sebastian Gibran, Sean spilled out, immediately glancing apologetically at Sally. He's a product of circumstances, not nature. Aye, maybe. But all this love nonsense, I don't believe it, and neither does she, said Donnelly, indicating Anna. Really? Sean said. Care to enlighten me? Anna cleared her throat. At this time, it would be correct to say that I don't see any particular signs of love from offender to victims. I see transferred expressions of revenge and the need to be powerful, hence the acts of sexual aggression and abuse, but no signs of empathy or affection. What about the moisturising cream and traces of perfume on the body? They were too fresh to have been applied before she was taken, Sean argued. We don't know that they weren't the victim's own cosmetics, Donnelly reminded him. Even if they were the victim's own, he still gave them to her or allowed her to have them. At the very least, that shows a degree of empathy, Sean explained. I don't think they are the victim's own cosmetics, Anna said. I believe they'll turn out to be the brands used by whoever it is he has this hatred for. Like his mother, Donnelly suggested. Possibly his mother, Anna agreed. You're wrong, Sean snapped at them. Strands of what you're saying are probably true, but you don't understand him. You don't understand what motivates him, why he has to do what he does. A tense atmosphere hung in the room until Sally broke the silence. So what's our next move? Chase forensics and the door-to-door and wait for the tidal wave of information that's about to come our way, said Sean. Speaking of which, I'll be in my office if anyone needs me. He regathered his coat and headed for his small partitioned room. Donnelly shook his head before burying it in a pile of information reports. I can't stand drinking from these things, Sally told Anna, looking accusingly at her polystyrene cup. Come on, let's sneak off to the canteen and I'll treat you to a decent cup. Anna shrugged her shoulders. Why not? They made sure they were well clear of the inquiry office before speaking again, talking as they walked. So, Sally asked, what do you make of Sean then? Intense, isn't he? I was thinking more along the lines of arrogant and rude, Anna replied. He doesn't do it on purpose, Sally assured her. He can't help himself, not when he's absorbed in an investigation. They walked in silence for a while as they passed a steady flow of uniform officers heading away from the canteen. He doesn't approach investigations in a way I've ever seen before. He doesn't rely totally on the tangible evidence laid on a plate for him. He's more instinctive, intuitive. They entered the already busy canteen and found a couple of seats at the end of a long table, where Anna sat alone, feeling self-conscious until Sally returned from the counter with 2 porcelain mugs of coffee. Where were we? You were telling me about Sean. Oh, yeah, Sally remembered. D.I. Corrigan. Do you like working with him? Anna asked. Like isn't necessarily the right word. It's more a case of being interesting, I suppose. Because of his intuitions. He can think like them, you know, Sally blurted out. Not just how and when and where, but really think like them, in every detail. He seems to be able to understand why they do whatever it is they're doing. It can be a little unnerving at times, but he's able to control it, to turn it off and on. Where is he when he turns on this intuition? Can he be anywhere, or does he do it more often in certain places? I think he can do it anywhere, but mainly at the crime scenes. He seems to get a lot of information from scenes that nobody else notices. Like I said, details. Does he talk to himself when he's examining a scene? Well, that I haven't seen, but if you're there with him, he'll tell you what he's seeing or feeling, like a kind of commentary. Feeling? What he believes the killer was feeling. That's interesting. Is that what all the questions are about? You find him interesting? I suppose so. Interesting or attractive? Interesting from a clinical perspective. Anyway, I'm married, and so is he. Married, not dead, Sally teased. And he is a good-looking man. Fit, too, keeps himself in good shape. Don't tell me you haven't noticed, because I won't believe you. He's not my type. I don't do men who have mood swings. Oh, I know what you mean, Sally agreed. Although there was a time when I had a bit of a crush on him, I have to admit, I found his intensity very attractive. Anna wasn't interested in the subject. Has he had a traumatic experience recently, perhaps a serious injury while on duty or something in his private life? Sally's smile fell away fast. No, she said, not as far as I know. I'm surprised. If it's injuries and post-traumatic stress you're looking for, then I'm your girl. Excuse me, said Anna, her face changing as the meaning sank in. Oh, I'm sorry, of course. I heard about what happened to you. It must have been terrible. She didn't tell Sally about her role in assessing Sebastian Gibran, knowing it would destroy any trust there was between them. How are you coping? I'm pretty much healed. Still get a little short of breath now and then, but I'll get there. That's not what I meant. I know it isn't, said Sally, lowering her voice and looking around to ensure she wasn't being watched or overheard. Have you had any counselling? No. Why not? Because I'm a cop. We don't do counselling. It's a sign of not coping, and not coping's a sign you're not up to the job, and that means failure. We don't do failure. Most of the people I work with are men, and the women I work with have been working with them so long they think like men. I guess I did a bit too, until, well, you know. Nobody would judge you if you wanted help. They wouldn't understand. If I was a man, I'd probably think my scars were cool, showing them off at every chance I got, on the beach, in the pool. You know how stupid men can be. They wouldn't need help. They'd be the talk of the office, a proper hero, and they'd love it. It's not like that for a woman. These scars make me ugly. They mark me as a victim. You're neither ugly nor a victim. Yes, I am, Sally answered coldly. I'm both. Anna studied her for a while before trying to reach her. You really need to speak to someone, Sally, and I would like to be that someone. Just take it slowly, move at your own speed. I'm a good listener. I'll think about it, said Sally, standing up to leave. I need to get back to the office. She gathered her belongings from the table and headed for the door. Anna stared into her drink as if she might see answers swirling in the cup. It appeared she now had 2 new cases instead of 1. Alone in his office, Sean was oblivious to the noisy mixture of banter and business beyond his door as the rest of the team arrived for work. Already his eyes were red and tired from staring at the computer screen, reading through every crime report of stalking complaints recorded on the crime reporting input system over the last 2 years. He didn't look up as Donnelly entered with a stack of information reports, peering over his shoulder at the monitor. "Chris reports?" he inquired, "hoping to find something?" "What?" said Sean, drifting out of his trance. Donnelly indicated the screen. "I was wondering what you were looking for." "Just an idea," he answered, "a possible angle. Care to share?" If I'm right about him using the victims as substitutes for something he wants but can't have, then the thing he wants has to be a woman. Naturally. And if she's that important to him, he must have watched her, maybe even tried to approach her, made a bit of a pest of himself. You mean stalked her? It's a possibility, a good possibility. And maybe she became aware of it, got sick of him and reported it. How far are you going back? A couple of years. If I use roughly the same description as our victims, I shouldn't hit too many. I can't use an exact description in case she's changed her appearance at some point. Young, attractive women who've been stalked? Donnelly raised an eyebrow. You're going to be a busy man. Still, I reckon it's worth trying. Say you're right, Donnelly continued, about him wanting these women as replacements for someone else, for someone he wants but can't have, Sean finished for him. Aye, that. What I don't get is why he doesn't just take the one he wants, do to her what he's done to the others. Sean looked confused. It seemed incomprehensible to him that Donnelly didn't understand. Because she's his god, he said, as if stating the obvious. You don't kill your gods. Aye. Unconvinced, Donnelly nevertheless pretended it made sense to him. I'd best let you get on with it, then. Sean didn't reply, his mind already elsewhere as he watched Donnelly leave. His fingers hovered above the keypad for a few seconds while he cleared his thoughts. When he was ready, he began to type the information for the search criteria into the machine. He pressed the key marked search, leaned back in his chair, and waited. A tangible sense of excitement crawling up his spine, spreading through his stomach and chest, making his heart skip along like a flat stone skimmed over a still pond. After a few seconds, the screen changed, the number in the top right-hand corner telling him during the last 3 years there had been over 250 reported cases of harassment, more commonly referred to as stalking, involving women of the description he'd entered. He felt the excitement rush from his torso, leaving the emptiness of disappointment. Too many, he said to himself, knowing it could take him days to read all the reports properly and make phone calls to victims, witnesses, investigating officers. Days he didn't have. He needed to narrow the search fields, but the fear of missing the one vital report momentarily paralyzed him. His own reflection in the computer screen melting away and then reforming as that of Karen Green, her eyes open and staring, contrasting with the pale skin of her dead face. Her image fading and being reborn on the screen as Louise Russell, her eyes pleading with him to find her. As her image solidified, he could see it was already too late, her skin turning pale, dark, wet strands of hair sticking to her skin as brown leaves gently blew across her face. Their eyes, he said to himself as the image of Louise Russell sank into the blackness of the screen and disappeared. You both have green eyes. He wouldn't change that, not the eyes. He added the eye colour to the descriptive search page and ran the inquiry again, the excitement mounting within him. Eyes nervously fixed in the top right-hand corner, he waited until the screen blinked once, indicating that the search had been completed. The number of hits had been reduced to 43. It was still more than he'd bargained for, but manageable. He brought up the first crime report and began to read. Thomas Keller stood at the top of the flight of stairs that led down into the darkness of the cellar. Barely able to control his excitement, he paused in the open doorway, listening for signs of danger, watching for a threatening shadow moving across the floor that could mean one of them was out of their cage and waiting for him. They were both strong, athletic young women. If they caught him by surprise, they could do him serious harm, and he knew it. He feared it. Satisfied all was well, he began his descent, carefully balancing the food and drink on its tray, clean pressed clothes draped over his free forearm. As he stepped into the room, he only had eyes for the cage that held Deborah Thompson. A happy smile spread across his lips as he peered through the gloom at the shaking figure cowering under the filthy duvet he'd left for her. But he didn't see her terror. He saw Sam, safe now, safe in his care. Sliding the tray onto the table behind the screen that he used to hang her new clothes over, he greeted her. "Good morning. Do you mind if I put the light on?" She didn't answer. "Good," he continued. "I can't really see what I'm doing without it." He reached out and pulled the cord, flooding the cellar with weak yellow light. Then he walked slowly towards Deborah, his hand held out in front of him, palm up to convince her he was no threat, and crouched next to her cage, still smiling as she pushed herself into the furthest corner, the duvet pulled up to her chin, her eyes wide open with incomprehension, like a deer just before the car that's going to kill it hits. "Did you have a good sleep?" he asked. "I hope the chloroform didn't make you feel too sick. I'm sorry I had to use it, but it was the only way to get you safely and quickly out of there. I know you'll forgive me, in time." He rubbed his hands together nervously. "Anyway, you'll probably want to clean yourself up and maybe try to eat something. You'll feel better if you can manage it, okay? Let's have you out of there, then." He spoke as if they were on an awkward first date, but his words made her recoil, her feet desperately trying to push her further away, the wire of her prison imprinting a pattern of squares in her back. "Ah, it's okay, it's okay," he tried to soothe her. "You won't have to stay in here too long, I promise. It's only to keep you safe until you're stronger, until you understand. We have to be careful because they'll be looking for you, trying to take you back, make you believe you're someone you're not. In time, you'll understand what I've done for you. For us." Deborah's throat fluttered and pulsed as she repeatedly tried to swallow non-existent saliva, fear and nausea straining every muscle taut to the point where it felt as if they would snap. Shock drawing the blood away from her non-vital organs, redirecting it to her brain in an effort to keep her conscious, turning her lips almost white and her skin grey. Oblivious to her terror, he unlocked the cage door, swinging it open carefully so as not to alarm her. His face reddened slightly with excitement and anticipation, his lips swelling plump and purple as his eyes moved over the shape under the duvet, the familiar tightness returning to his groin as he remembered her shape and warmth, the soft skin of the woman under the bedding. Without thinking, he found himself moving into the cage, his eyes growing larger and larger as the tightening in his trousers grew more and more uncomfortable, suddenly snapping out of his trance as instinct kicked in, warning him he was being reckless, putting himself in danger. He checked his hands and realized he was unarmed. In a panic, he stumbled backwards out of the cage, tugging at the stun gun that was tangled in the pocket of his tracksuit, ripping the material as he finally pulled it free, panting and smiling with relief, looking back into the cage, seeing the recognition of what he was holding in her eyes. The feeling in his groin had faded away, and again he felt in control of the woman and himself. He looked down at the stun gun and back to her. "Don't be afraid of this," he said. "It's not to hurt you, it's to keep you safe." "I don't want you to keep me safe. I want you to let me go." He hadn't been expecting her to speak, and her words momentarily shocked him into silence, the smile still fixed on his face like a painted doll's. "You shouldn't say things like that, Sam. I'm here to look after you." "I don't need anyone to look after me," she answered, the aggression and bitterness in her voice obvious. "All I need is for you to let me out of here and stop calling me Sam. My name is Deborah Thompson." "No," he insisted, trying to restrain his anger. "That's what they want you to believe. But it's all lies. Your name is Sam. Don't you remember? It's me, Tommy. I told you I'd come back for you, so that we could be together like we're supposed to be." "I don't know you," she yelled, tears of anger and fear bursting through her frustration. "My name is Deborah Thompson, and I want to go home." "Shut up!" Face twisted in rage, he advanced towards her, holding the stun gun in front of him. "Shut the fuck up! That's just their lies. You have to clean yourself of their lies, and then you'll remember." Louise Russell watched from her cage, eyes darting between the two unevenly matched combatants, praying that Deborah would do as she had asked, knowing that his anger would be redirected at her, the way it had been when Karen Green was occupying the other cage. She remembered unwittingly playing a dangerous game with Karen's safety, and now Deborah was doing the same thing, pushing him ever closer to venting his anger on Louise. She prayed for Deborah to stop, her eyes never leaving him while her heart punched against her ribs, the sound echoing deafeningly loud in her head. "Please stop, please be quiet," she silently pleaded with Deborah, unaware that she was mouthing the words as she said them over and over again, waiting for Deborah to respond to his accusations. After a few seconds, she realized Deborah had fallen silent, the relief causing her body to slump as she drew in a long, staggered breath. She listened to the silence, her eyes once again darting between the two of them, as something like calm spread through the cellar. Finally, he spoke. "I'm sorry," he told Deborah. I forgot. You've been through a lot. You must be tired. He walked to the screen, his eyes never leaving her, and picked up the tray in his free hand, taking it back to the cage and sliding it in through the open door. Then, returning to the screen and, as carefully as he could, pulling her clothes from the metal frame, carrying them back across the room and placing them on the floor just inside the entrance to her wire prison, before closing and locking the door. It's probably better if you cleaned up a bit later, but you can wear the clothes. They're yours, after all. Your real clothes, not the ones they made you wear. He searched her face for some sign of approval, but she merely stared back at him with unblinking bright green eyes. I'll leave you to get some rest. He hesitated at the entrance to her cage, expecting her to thank him or tell him she looked forward to seeing him again, but to his disappointment she said nothing. Okay, well, he said to cover his embarrassment, I'll see you later. Turning the main light off, he scampered up the stairs, slamming and locking the door behind him. Neither woman said anything. They waited, listening to the quiet sounds of the cellar, praying he wouldn't return. Louise knew his habits well by now. If he didn't come back immediately, he would be gone for hours. When she felt it was safe, she exhaled a long, slow breath, stale air she'd been holding in her lungs for what seemed like hours, finally escaping. Deborah, you need to listen to me. He's a fucking lunatic, Deborah whispered. Yes, he is, Louise agreed. He's a lunatic who's going to kill us both if we don't help each other escape. You said all this already. You want me to attack him when he lets me out of this fucking cage and grab his key and let you out? Overpower him together, right? Yes, it's our only chance. You have to believe me. It won't work, and then it will be worse for me. Louise fell silent, thinking of a way to cut through Deborah's self-preservation instincts. I was you, she said. Just a day or so ago, I was you. He gave me a mattress and a duvet. He let me clean myself and gave me food and drink. He gave me those clothes, Deborah, those same clothes he's given you. He made me wear them. Deborah looked at the clothes on the floor of her cage. These? She asked. Yes. Deborah picked up the pile of laundered items and threw them against the wire, kicking them away with her feet. I won't be a part of this sick fucker's fantasy, she said loudly, unconcerned who heard her, her South London accent as thick as her anger. No, Louise tried to calm her. No, don't do that. We need the clothes. You have to wear them. No fucking way. We have to play along with him, making think everything is exactly how he wants it to be. That's the only way he'll relax, so we can catch him by surprise. You mean long enough for me to catch him by surprise and risk my neck? We have no choice. Yes, we do, said Deborah, and looked away, signifying an end to the discussion. There was another silence, then Louise spoke again. Soon he's going to start coming down here, Deborah. He's going to start coming down here, and he'll come into my cage, and he'll beat me and rape me. And you're going to have to watch. You're going to have to listen to me scream while he holds me down, and soon after that, he'll come and take me away. And you'll have to listen to me beg him not to take me, beg him not to kill me. And when I don't come back, you'll know what's happened. Then soon, after I disappear, he'll come down here, and he'll come to you. Stop it! Deborah pleaded. I don't want to. He'll come to you. And he'll take those clothes off you, and he'll take your duvet and your mattress. And then, when he brings another woman down here and puts her in this cage, you will become me, Deborah. You will become me. Louise could hear sobbing coming from the other cage. Knowing that the next words had to come from Deborah, she waited. All right, Deborah finally said. What do we do? Louise felt a flutter of nervous excitement for the first time since he'd taken her. The chance to regain control of her own destiny, suddenly thrilling, giving her hope that she would escape the darkness and find her way back to the light that was home and her husband and their plans for an unremarkable, happy life with each other and the children they were yet to have. Next time he comes, he'll let you out to have a wash. You'll need to wear the clothes, or he could get angry and not allow you out. He'll bring you a tray of food and drink that he'll leave behind the screen. After you've washed, he'll tell you to carry the tray yourself, and that's when you have to do it. Do what? Deborah asked. Throw whatever's on the tray in his face, in his eyes. Then, as many times as you can, as hard as you can, hit him with the tray. Scratch his eyes. If he has the stun gun, grab it and use it on him. While he's disorientated, get the key. He always seems to keep it in his trouser pocket. The left one, I think. If he starts to fight back before you have the key, kick and punch him. Keep kicking him, keep punching. You can do this. I know you can. I went to school in New Cross, said Deborah. I know how to kick and punch, believe me. Good, said Louise. Once you've got the key, slide it along the floor towards my cage and I'll let myself out. I can get my hand through the wire and reach the lock. I've already tried it. Once I'm out, I'll join you and we'll kick the bastard till he's almost dead. Agreed? Agreed. Then we drag him into one of these stinking cages and lock him in. As easy as that, Deborah mocked. No, Louise answered. But if I'm going to die, if I'm ever going to see my husband again, when the truth of what's happened here comes out, I want him to know that I tried. I fought back. I wasn't meekly slaughtered like some farmyard animal. I want him to be proud of me. I want him to know. Okay, Deborah agreed. So once we got him locked in a cage, then what? We leave him, said Louise. We leave him there, forever. Let the bastard starve to death. But the police? What about the police? We tell them nothing about this place. We tell them he kept us in a dark place somewhere we didn't know. Then he blindfolded us and drove us back to our homes and let us go. We can't help them find him. We don't know anything about him. And all the while he's down here, rotting in his cellar, screaming for help that never comes. I'm not sure, said Deborah. We should tell the police. So he can be locked up in some cushy prison for a few years and then they let him go. No, he deserves more than that. Then we'd be murderers. No, we're not going to kill him. We're just not going to keep him alive. It won't work. Someone will miss him, his work, his family. They'll find him before he dies, and no one will know what he's done. He'll be free. He knows where I live. He'll come after me, and you too. Louise thought for a while, refusing to abandon her revenge. No, you're right. We can't leave it to chance. What do you mean? When he took your clothes, soon after I could smell fire. Huh? I think he burned your clothes somewhere close by. So? So he must have petrol or something. Neither woman spoke for a while, each alone in their own thoughts of fire and screaming, the smell of burning flesh and acrid smoke swirling around in their dark dreaming. I can't do that, Deborah shuddered. You won't have to, said Louise. I'll do it. I want to do it. I want to hear him scream. I'll make sure the fire's burning well, and then I'll close the door. If the fire doesn't kill him, the smoke will. And when they find him? We tell the police he said he was going to kill himself. When he let us go, he told us he was going to punish himself, take his own life. That's why he was locked in a cage, to punish himself. He was looking for redemption. They won't believe it. He's a rapist and a murderer. Do you think they'll give a damn what happened, what really happened? I don't know. They won't, and we'll never have to think about him again. Never have to worry about him waiting for us every time we step outside. We won't wake up every night thinking about him, seeing his face every time we close our eyes. We'll be able to move on, live our lives the way we wanted to before this fucking bastard decided it was up to him how we lived and how and when we died. There'll be so many questions, though, Deborah argued. Maybe we should just tell the police. No! Louise barked at her. I won't be a victim. I've been stuck down here for God knows how many days, and I've had plenty of time to think, and I know one thing. I won't be a victim. I won't have people feeling sorry for me, patronising me, always checking on me, asking me if I'm all right. Cops and journalists hanging around my home, having to stand up in court and tell the whole world what happened, while he sits smugly in the dock reliving his sick fantasies through my testimony. And what if he gets off? What do we do then? No, I can't let that happen. I'd rather watch him burn. I want to see him burn. Silence hung in the room. Louise's fingers curled around the wire of the cage, her head cocked to one side as she listened for Deborah's answer. Okay, I'll do it. I'll try. It'll be like fighting my brothers when we're growing up. But I won't help you burn him. If things work, if somehow they work, I'll help you get him into the cage. I'll even help you lock him in. But I can't help you start the fire. I can't do that. You don't have to, Louise assured her. And once we're out of here, we go our separate ways. We never see each other again. and we never speak about what happened. We stick to the story and never change it. No matter what anyone says or tells us they know, we stick to the story. He killed himself, just like he told us he was going to. Agreed?" "Agreed," said Louise, releasing her grip on the wire of her cage and sitting on the stone floor. After a while she began to laugh quietly to herself, the alien noise disrupting the bleak atmosphere of the cellar, disturbing Deborah, making her feel uneasy and suspicious. "You all right?" she asked. "Yes." Louise struggled to suppress the laughter. "I'm sorry. I was just thinking. I've just had the most important conversation of my life with a total stranger in a lightless cellar sitting in a bloody locked cage. It seemed so ridiculous, it made me laugh." A new sense of fear gripped Deborah, not the rush of terror and panic that he brought with him every time he pulled open the metal door, but a trickle of anxiety and concern that the only other person in the world who could help her was slowly sinking into a form of temporary insanity that would render her useless to both of them. "Are you sure you're okay, Louise?" She waited longer than she'd hoped for an answer. "I'm not mad, if that's what you mean." "Of course you're not. It's just, well, you've been down here for days. You've been through so much. The things that bastard did to the other—" "Karen. Her name was Karen. Sorry. The things he did to Karen. The things you saw him do. It must have been difficult to keep it all together. I don't think I could have." "If it doesn't work out," Louise told her coldly, "you'll find out. But now you need to put the clothes on, or you'll know something's wrong." Deborah didn't answer, but she leaned forward and tentatively took hold of the pile of clothes he'd stripped from Louise, the very act of touching them making her feel complicit in his abuse of her fellow captive. She pulled them towards her, and slowly, reluctantly, she began to dress. 9. Sean's universe was a room inhabited only by himself, an outdated computer system, and 43 crime reports of people who rightly or wrongly believed they'd been stalked. At that moment nothing else existed. No family, no friends, no past, no future, just the reports and him. Most he'd been able to dispel quickly enough. Ex-husbands, ex-boyfriends intent on giving their old partners as hard a time as possible. Many had form for other types of petty crime and were not what he was looking for, not the one he was waiting for, not the one he expected to jump from the screen and solve the puzzle for him in one moment of perfect realization. Others, but only a few, had drawn him in further, made his heart skip a beat and his eyes narrow. Men who had started with flattery, then flowers, moving quickly to overfamiliar love letters, too many unannounced visits to the women's homes and places of work, devoted affection turning to vile threats and desperate pleas for love and acceptance once the inevitable rejection of their advances occurred. The majority of these had been easily scared off by a visit from the police, although a handful had gone on to stalk new victims who looked nothing like Karen Green or Louise Russell. Sean read through the last of the reports, but soon realized it was petering out to nothing, just like all the others. The man he was looking for wasn't here. "Fuck it," he muttered under his breath. He was sure Karen Green's killer would have pursued the woman he was now trying to replace with substitutes. But the reports said otherwise. He stared at the screen, waiting for answers and ideas, considering the possibility that the killer might have recently moved to South London from further afield. But he doubted it. He was sure the killer was local, staying in his comfort zone. So what was he missing? "Christ," he muttered, rubbing his hair in frustration, tapping his knuckles on the desk, feeling as if he already knew the answer, that it was inside him somewhere, but he just couldn't dig it out. He slumped in his chair and spread his arms, talking to himself, theorizing where he might be going wrong. Maybe she never reported it. Maybe she didn't even know he existed, that he was watching her, always thinking about her. The ringing of his phone slowly pulled him back into the wider world. He wearily picked up the receiver. "D.I. Corrigan?" "Hi, I'm Rebecca Owen, calling from the lab." "Go on." "You submitted samples of moisturizer and perfume, some from a house and some from a murder victim's body." "I'm listening." "The samples from the body swabs don't match any of the cosmetic items taken from the house. They're not the same." So Karen Green wasn't the woman he sought replacements for. She was herself a replacement. "Do you know what the samples from the body are?" Sean asked. Yes, they're significantly more exotic and expensive than anything submitted from the house, although still not unique or handcrafted, so you won't be able to narrow them down to a single retail source. I understand, but can you tell me the brands? Of course. The moisturizer is Elemis Body Cream, and the perfume is Black Orchid by Tom Ford. How long have these products been available? The cream's been around for a good few years, but the perfume's only been on the market for a couple. Sean looked back at his computer. The last of the Stalker reports still flickered on the screen. His search had gone back 3 years, yet the perfume only 2, so his timelines were right. You sure the perfume's only been out for 2 years? He asked. Certain, came the reply. We'll dispatch the report to you straight away. He hung up, his mind already analysing the information from the lab, the names of the cosmetics etching themselves into his consciousness. He eased his eyes closed, allowing the images of the hooded man without a face to form behind the lids, going to the woman he'd taken, gently spraying the expensive perfume into the air close to her neck, the microscopic droplets drifting until they came to rest on the soft, taut skin of her throat. He saw the faceless man unscrewing the lid from the jar of the Elemis body cream, thin fingers carefully scooping the moisturizer from within, spreading it over warm olive skin, gently at first, then more firmly as the cream soaked in, his fingers and thumbs forming dimples and valleys as his hands moved across her body. Sean felt an awakening in his own sexuality and tried to remember the last time he'd made love to his wife, but couldn't. His eyes opened as he chastised himself for allowing a physical want to break his concentration. Once the sexual desires had faded away, he closed his eyes again and waited for the scene to return. He didn't have to wait long. The woman with short brown hair lying on her back, submitting to his touch as he massaged the Elemis into her body. His eyes snapped open as he spoke to himself. No, that's wrong. He steadied his breathing and readied himself to try again, his eyes slowly closing, the image of the faceless man returning, but now not touching the woman, not using his own hands to apply the cream or holding the bottle of perfume close enough to spray her himself. This time, he left the cosmetics for them to apply it to themselves. Yes, he said to himself, that's what you did. A knock at his open door made him jump. Not disturbing anything, am I? Anna asked. Yes, but that's never bothered anyone round here. Do you want me to leave? Only if you want to. She took it as an invitation and stepped into his office, taking a seat. Working on anything specific? Just trying to get inside this one's head. Yes, I've been told that's what you do. Oh, someone been speaking out of school? She moved the conversation on without answering. Is that how you're able to catch them, by thinking like them? He shrugged, suspicious. I suppose so. I don't really know. How do you do it? How do you project your imagination so you see what they see? Who says I do? No one, she lied. It's something I've noticed from my own observations. Oh, you're not going to start telling me I'm psychic, are you, because I can work a few things out other people can't? No, she laughed. I've seen a lot of weird things and interviewed a lot of interesting people with unusual gifts, but I've never come across anything that could be described as psychic, or even anything to support the possibility of it. I have, however, come across people with abilities similar to yours, able to turn their imagination into a tool they can control, almost as if they can just press a play button in their minds and see a scene exactly as it happened, despite not having witnessed it themselves. You often find it in talented filmmakers or writers. Well, let me tell you something, Anna. A lot of shit's been said about my imagination, and most of it's wrong. Who else has been asking about your imagination? He ignored her question, but wouldn't forget she'd asked it. Why are you really here? He demanded. To help. And what is it you think you can help me with? Well, what is it you're working on at this moment? He looked her up and down, uncertain whether he should let her into his world. But the opportunity to show her he was right and she was wrong was powerfully seductive. Okay, I've just heard back from the lab. The cosmetics found on Karen Green's body don't match any of the cosmetics we took from her house. Meaning he's using them to make her more like the person he wants her to be, she preempted him. Yes, that part's straightforward enough. The point is, he didn't apply the cosmetics to her body himself, although he would desperately have wanted to. So the question is, why? Why deny himself that moment, a pleasure like that? It was her turn to shrug her shoulders. Because he's afraid of them, Sean continued. To put the cream and perfume on them himself, he'd have to get close to them. He'd have to expose himself to possible danger, be close enough to have his eyes scratched out, to get a kick in the bollocks, even if they were tied up. Remember, he uses chloroform to dominate them. He's not confident in his physical ability. But in that case, why doesn't he use chloroform? Put them under and take his time, massaging the cream into their skin, watching the perfume make their skin shine. Why didn't he just use the chloroform again? Anna shook her head. You're talking as if all this is fact, but it's conjecture. For all you know, maybe he did use chloroform, or maybe they were bound. At this stage, no, he snapped. You're missing the point. The question is, why didn't he just use chloroform? Why is it so important for you to understand his reason for not doing something? Because I need to understand him, everything about him. What he does isn't enough. I need to know why. Okay, then why didn't he use the chloroform? Sean pressed his knuckles into his temples and pressed until he could almost feel bone grinding against bone. I don't know, he said, pressing harder and harder, the same question banging in his mind over and over again, making him forget he was not alone. Then suddenly, the answer jumped into his head, an answer so simple he couldn't believe he'd almost missed it. He couldn't use the chloroform because that would ruin everything. If he'd used it, he wouldn't have been able to smell the cream, the perfume. The chloroform would have overpowered all other scents, and he couldn't bear that. It's not enough for them to look like her. They have to smell like her, taste like her. My God, it must have been heaven for him, watching her spreading the cream across her skin, the scent of her mixing with the perfume. And all the time he's standing there, watching her, smelling her. The smile suddenly fell from his lips. But how does he do that, if he's afraid to be too close to them unless they're drugged? Anna watched him without speaking, not wanting to break the spell he was under, analysing him as he worked, unwilling and unable to enter the world he'd retreated to. She resisted the temptation to make notes of what she saw, instead trying to memorize everything he did. How did he watch them? He had to watch them. How did he get close enough to smell the sweet perfume? He stared into space, temporarily bewildered by his own question. He can't keep them locked in a cellar, because when he's in there with them, he'd be at risk. Our guy needs to stay in control, which means he must have them in chains or tied up. But then, how would they apply the cream to themselves? When he first takes them, he adores them, he worships them. He wouldn't want them in chains or bondage, so how does he manage them? How does he get close enough to have their scent make him feel alive, properly alive, wanted and accepted? He felt like slapping his own face, as if the pain would draw the answer. Does the cellar have a window so he can safely watch them through it? In the door, maybe? No, that wouldn't be enough for him, because he's more than just visually driven. Looking's not going to do it for him. He needs it all. Smell, touch. Does he speak to them as well? Of course he does. But how does he do all these things and stay safe? He put his hands together, the fingers touching his lips as if he was praying. So he needs a barrier between them and him, but it can't be solid, can't be something that isolates them from him. So if it's not a damn window or a wall, then it has to be... His hands slowly fell from his mouth as he remembered the case of an estate agent from Birmingham, abducted and held captive inside a wooden cage inside a garage. A prison within a prison. A cage. He keeps them in a cage, the cruel son of a bitch. A cage inside a cellar or bunker somewhere. Any time he wants to feel alive, he can just walk into that room and stroll around their cage in complete safety, watching them, inhaling their scent and dreaming about the day he'll be with them. But when his illusions fall apart, he needs to punish them, to force himself on them. He has to go into the cage. He can't use the chloroform, not straight away, because he'd have to get too close. So what does he do? He thought back to the post-mortem, trying to recall the marks he'd seen on Karen Green's sad, broken body, the multitude of superficial injuries, too many bruises to count. And then there were those strange little circular bruises, each with what looked like a burn mark at the centre. He chewed his bottom lip while Anna looked on, fascinated, aware that he had forgotten she was there and that he was now talking solely to himself, unpicking lock after lock, each answer leading to another question, his combination of logic and imagination leading him through the maze. Sean's middle finger rhythmically tapped on the desk, subconsciously keeping pace with his own heartbeat, waiting for the answer. He used something to suppress them, something that meant he could keep his distance and still control them, something that left those marks. His finger continued to tap away on the desk, every implement of wounding, death and torture he'd ever seen moving through his mind on an imaginary conveyor belt. I need to know what made those marks. Anna broke his trance. What marks? Sean turned to her, looking at her as if he was seeing a figure from a dream, something he didn't believe was really there at all. He snatched the phone off his desk before she could say anything else and called Dr. Canning's office number. He got the answer machine. Doctor, it's Sean Corrigan. The circular bruises left on Karen Green's body. I need to know what caused them sooner rather than later. Run the tests as a matter of priority and keep me posted. He hung up without further explanation, ideas rushing at him now he'd opened Pandora's box. Whatever he's using in the cage, we know how he took them from their houses. They opened the door because they saw a postman. But as soon as they opened the door, he hit them with his stun gun and paralysed them. Then he took his time preparing them. That's when he used the chloroform, when they were beginning to recover. He used it to put them under so they couldn't fight, because he's not strong enough to carry or drag them into the boot of their own car. He's weak, and he's a coward, and I'm going to fucking find you. The phone ringing broke through his swelling rage. He grabbed it, hoping it would be Canning. Mr. Corrigan, it's Sergeant Broddis. I'm listening. The unidentified prints found at the greenhouse and the Russell house definitely came from the same man. Given that they were both recovered from the inside door handles, we can assume they belong to the killer. They also match the prints we took from both victims' cars. I took them to fingerprints myself and supervised the search. I'm afraid I can confirm they don't match any on file. Your killer has no previous convictions, not in this country anyway. I've sent a copy to Interpol, but even for a murder it's going to take days, if not weeks, before they get back to us. What about DNA? Sean asked. It'll take a few days to prepare a full profile, but if he doesn't have any previous convictions, it's still not going to help you find him. It'll convict him, as will the fingerprints, but it won't identify him. I know. Sean couldn't contain his frustration. Anything else comes up, let me know. Of course. Sean hung up, dissecting the importance of what he'd just learned, not simply dismissing the lack of previous convictions as a dead end, but cross-examining it, interrogating it for information and relevance, using it to connect him to the heart and mind of the man he hunted, thinking silently. So this one doesn't care about leaving his prints and DNA because he knows it can't help us identify him from police records, or because he just doesn't care? He must know he's leaving enough evidence to convict himself 10 times over, so why be careless? He suddenly reverted to talking quietly to himself, as if Anna wasn't there. He's working to a plan that makes his identification irrelevant. He knows that sooner or later we'll find him, but he doesn't care. He's not even comprehending being caught. He takes the women and keeps them for a week, or close to. Then he takes them from their cage to a place he knows and then kills them. He worships them at first, then he hates them. The same cycle over and over again. From love to hate, from acceptance to rejection. But he wasn't just rejected by one person. He was rejected by everyone. He hates everyone? His eyes moved from side to side as he began to realize what he was saying. These women are a snapshot of his anger and rejection, even if he doesn't know it himself. When he feels me closing in, what will he do? Walk into a high street, a shopping centre, a school? And what will he use? A knife? Homemade pipe bombs? A gun? That's why he doesn't care about leaving his prints, his DNA. Subconsciously, he's already planned for that day, haven't you? You're not going to let anyone take you alive. You're going to send yourself to hell and drag as many others with you as... A knock at his door made him spin around, angry at the interruption. If Featherstone had heard him talking to himself, he didn't show it. Morning, Sean. Anna. Boss, Sean addressed him. Alan, said Anna. Sean's eyebrows rose at the sound of Featherstone's never-used Christian name. Clearly they were more familiar than he'd realised. I'm doing another TV appeal for assistance. Do you have anything new I could use, either of you? The telly people always like to have new stuff for the paying public. Sean looked at his computer screen, his latest Chris inquiry still displayed. He considered telling Featherstone about his stalker theory, asking him to appeal to anyone who'd been harassed in the last 2 or 3 years to come forward, but some instinct and the negative results of his search told him not to. "Nothing that you'd want to put in a TV appeal," he said. "We need to focus our search efforts on decent-sized properties or isolated plots of land within a 20-mile radius of where the women were taken. It's possible he keeps them somewhere other than his home, a disused factory or an abandoned smallholding. Other than that, I don't have anything. Just do the usual. Appeal to family, friends and colleagues who may have noticed anyone behaving strangely lately, keeping odd hours, disappearing without explanation, not turning up for work. You never know your luck." "No problem," Featherstone assured him. "Actually," Sean suddenly remembered, "there is one thing." "Go on." "I'm pretty sure he dresses like a postman. That's how he gets the doors open. Maybe we could ask the public whether anyone's noticed a postman behaving strangely. Someone who's not their regular postie hanging around an area longer than usual, putting junk mail through their doors when they'd already asked the post office not to." Featherstone sucked in a long breath, shaking his head like a mechanic about to give an estimate for a car repair. "Sorry, Sean, no can do. I'd have to get prior approval from the post office before releasing that, and they'd have to get prior authority from their members' union, and it's unlikely they'll be given it. Look, it's a pain in the arse, but if we put it out there that this nutter's going around dressed like a postie, by this time tomorrow we'll probably have 6 postal workers in hospital, stabbed or kicked to shit by vigilantes or nervous husbands, not to mention the several dozen that'll be blocking up every casualty in South London, waiting to have the CS gas washed out of their eyes after paranoid women, no offence meant, Anna, have sprayed them. The postie release is a no-go." "I think it's important," Sean pushed. "It could stir something in a witness that they hadn't even considered." "Sorry, Sean, but it can't happen. Anything else? Anna?" "I'm absolutely certain he's a local man, or at least someone who knows the area well or visits it regularly. So I recommend you continue with the roadblocks and door-to-door inquiries. Also, I agree with D.I. Corrigan that he needs somewhere relatively secluded to keep them. So concentrate your searches around farms, wasteland, derelict buildings, anywhere he could conceal the women, particularly anything underground." "Round here or central London, that wouldn't take long," Featherstone replied. "But once you start getting into Bromley and the Kent borders, near where the women were taken from, there's bloody thousands of places he could keep them. They don't call it the sticks for nothing." "Publicise what you're doing," Anna continued. "It may panic him into moving the victim, increasing the chances you'll make a mistake or that someone will see them and call the police." "If you reckon it's worth trying," Featherstone agreed before turning to Sean. "What about this suspect I hear you arrested? Judging by the fact you haven't mentioned it to me, I take it you don't think he's our man." "No," Sean answered quickly. "He's nothing to do with this. We won't be looking at him any further." "Shame," Featherstone said. "Well, must get on. The telly people want to film me standing outside Scotland Yard, next to that bloody rotating sign. Call me if anything new comes up." And then he was gone, leaving them sitting in an uncomfortable silence until Anna spoke. "You didn't tell him that you never considered Lawler responsible." "How do you know I didn't?" "I've watched your work, Sean. If I could tell he wasn't our guy, then so could you. The question is, why did you go after him knowing that?" "Because he filled some gaps," Sean confessed. "Allowed me to see some things I was struggling to understand." "To understand or—" "To feel." "What did he help you feel?" "Things that were already in me, but buried too deep to use." "And he unburied those feelings?" "No," Sean answered. "He just helped me bring them to the surface. Gave me the taste for what he feels when he's doing what he does." "What does he feel? What do you feel?" "Right now, I feel hungry." He glanced at his watch. "Grab your coat and I'll take you for brunch. There's a half-decent cafe not too far away. We'll walk there. The air will do us both good. Just promise me one thing." "Of course." "Don't try and analyse me," he warned her. "If I want your help, I'll ask for it. Understood?" "Sorry. Occupational hazard." "Fair enough. Now, let's go get something to eat." The silence in the kitchen was becoming oppressive, allowing his mind too much room to wander to old, bitter memories of his childhood. The faces of people he hated, past and present, refusing to let him be at peace, even for a second. He hurriedly searched through the shambolic kitchen drawer that held, amongst other things, the CD of a rock band with his favourite song on it. He remembered the first time he'd heard it, years before, and how the lyrics seemed like they must have been written for him, giving him hope that somebody understood him, understood what he would eventually do. But unlike the words of the song, the hope faded and died. Fumbling the disc from its scratched and cracked cover, he loaded it into the portable CD player he'd bought himself as a Christmas present, back in the days when he was still trying to cling on to the belief he could one day live as others did. Selecting the track he needed to hear, Thomas Keller sat back and waited for the music to carry him away, the vocals kicking in soon after the intro, his eyes closing as the beautiful images raced through his mind, a feeling of indestructible power tightening his every muscle while his heart pumped to the beat of the song. The singer telling the tale of a boy despised by his mother and rejected by his father, ignored and ridiculed by other children at school and detested by the teachers, just as he had been. He began to lose himself in the song, seeing himself walking through his old school, cutting down all who had humiliated him, reaping the sweetest and cruelest revenge as the dead mounted at his feet. He smiled gently as he mouthed along to the words of the song, until a sudden noise from outside startled him from his dreaming. A car's wheels moving across the rough gravel towards his house. He searched for the off switch to stop the music, accidentally hitting the volume control in his panic, his favourite song betraying his presence to anyone close enough to hear. He covered his ears with his hands in a childlike attempt to pretend it wasn't happening, before yanking the plug from the socket. The silence that followed felt more deafening than the music had been. He listened, senses alert, like a trapped rabbit listening to the fox scratching around the entrance to its burrow. At first sure he'd been mistaken. But, as the ringing and buzzing cleared from his ears, the sound of the approaching car returned, prompting him to cross the kitchen and carefully peek through the curtainless windows, just able to make out the markings on the police car through the grease and dirt on the glass. "Fuck!" he shouted, immediately clamping his own treacherous mouth shut with his hand, the fear in his belly making his eyes fill with water. "This can't be happening," he told himself. "It's too soon. Not yet. I'm not ready." He crawled across the floor of his kitchen like a lizard, reaching into the cupboard for the sawn-off double-barreled shotgun, snapping it open at the breech, breathing deeply with relief when he saw it was already loaded with 12-gauge rounds. If there were two of them in the car, he could kill them both before they even opened their lying pig mouths. He walked in a crouch back across the kitchen, rising to glance at the police car that pulled to a halt some 20 feet from his front door. The two uniformed figures stepping simultaneously from the vehicle and beginning to search the area with their eyes without moving from the car. "Fuck!" he swore again as he ducked away from the window, whispering to himself repeatedly. "What do I do? What do I do? What do they know? Maybe they don't know anything. Oh, fuck, fuck, fuck!" He exhaled and tried to steady himself, calm down enough to be able to think. After a few seconds, he crept to his front door and propped the shotgun up against the inside wall, within reaching distance of the entrance. He took a breath and opened the door, the two police officers immediately turning towards him, apparently unconcerned. "Can I help you?" Keller managed to ask without stuttering or blurting. The officers looked at each other before answering, the taller, slimmer one speaking first. Nothing to worry about," he said. "We're just checking on some reports that a prowler was seen around here earlier this morning. Have you noticed anything yourself, sir?" "No," Keller answered a little too quickly and surely, while trying to work out if the policeman was lying. He thought he was, but couldn't be sure, not sure enough to reach for the shotgun only inches away. "You haven't seen or heard anything?" "Not around here, no." "Is this your place?" the shorter, more heavily muscled one asked. "Yes." "Does anyone else live here?" "No, I live alone." He watched the taller one surveying the grounds, noting the outbuildings and debris, nodding to himself as he did so, while the heavier one began to approach him, panic rising in his stomach with every step the policeman took. Keller stepped from his house and walked towards him. "You've got a lot of land here," the heavier one remarked. "Must have cost a fair bit, eh?" "Not really. It was land the council repossessed. Nobody else seemed to want it. I got it quite cheaply." "You should sell it to a developer, make a fortune." "Maybe." Keller answered awkwardly, unused to small talk. "Do you mind if I take your name, sir?" "Why do you want to know my name?" "Just so we can have a record that we've spoken to you about the Prowler." Keller's eyes darted around, spooked by the thought of giving his name to the police. Suspicious they knew more than they were telling him, trying to convince himself that, if that was the case, they would have sent a small army, not 2 uniformed policemen. My name is Thomas Keller." "Do you have any ID?" the heavier one asked. "ID? Why do you need that? I'm not the Prowler. This is my land." "Of course you're not," the policeman agreed. "It's routine when we're doing an inquiry like this to ask for ID from anyone we've spoken to. It's just procedure, nothing to worry about." "OK," Keller told him. "Wait there." He turned and walked back into the house, his hand momentarily resting on the stock of the shotgun. The desire to lift it, walk out into the courtyard and blow their heads off was almost overpowering. But he managed to pull his hand away and step further inside the kitchen, where he began to rifle through another cluttered drawer until he found his driving license. He moved quickly, desperate to stop the police getting too close to the house or wandering off, sticking their noses into places he couldn't let them see. As he stepped outside, fear squeezed the air from his chest when he realized the taller one was no longer standing by the car. His head twisted in all directions as he searched for the missing policeman, finally seeing him casually wandering towards the abandoned battery chicken shed, peering inside, then ducking out, moving deeper into the courtyard and its derelict buildings. Keller glanced over his shoulder at the cottage entrance. The shotgun was close, but too far away to grab and point in a single motion. Besides, the policemen were now too far apart. By the time he'd shot one, the other would have escaped into the surrounding woods to radio for help. Then it would be over for him. Even if he managed to chase the cop down and shoot him like a dog, the world would know. "Are you looking for something?" he called to the policeman in the courtyard. "The Prowler, remember? You don't mind if I have a look around, do you? There's lots of places a man could hide out here." "No," Keller managed to lie. "Look all you want. Can I get you a drink?" he asked, trying to imagine what would be a normal thing to say. "I could make some tea if you like." We're fine, thanks," the heavier one dismissed him. "Do you have any underground buildings on the land, sir? Any bomb shelters or coal cellars?" Keller swallowed hard before lying. No, I don't." "Probably best," the heavier uniform replied. "Those old shelters can be dangerous, especially for kids." "I suppose so," Keller managed to answer, forcing himself to step away from the door of his cottage and walk to the cop asking the questions, handing him his driving license. "Will this do?" The policeman studied it for a few seconds, then handed it back. "That's fine, sir." They stood next to each other, silently watching the taller policeman as he crossed the courtyard, heading for the shed-like construction that concealed the staircase leading to the cellar. In his anxiety and terror, Keller had a moment of clarity, a vision of exactly what he would do if the tall one reached the padlocked door, if he asked for the key to the lock. He would tell him the key was inside and that he'd fetch it. Once in the cottage, he would retrieve the shotgun and slowly walk back into the courtyard. He'd kill the heavier one, but he'd let the other one go. Let him tell the world what he'd found. It wouldn't matter anymore. He'd do what he had to do to the women in the cellar, and then he'd go on to take care of the other business he needed to attend to. The taller one was only feet away from the cellar door now, and the calmness of resignation swept over Keller, making him feel more at peace in that moment than he'd felt in years, maybe in his entire life. Suddenly, a disembodied voice cut through the silence and shattered his tranquility and certainty. "All unit response, please. Police officer requires urgent assistance in Keston High Street. Repeat, urgent assistance, Keston High Street." Their radios sounded in stereo. The distance the policemen stood apart producing a slight echo effect. They looked at each other, the heavier one nodding to his colleague to confirm he understood their telepathic message. He pressed the transmit switch on his radio and spoke. "Kilo 22, we'll take that. We're only a couple of minutes away." "Thank you, Kilo 22. We'll show you running." The taller one was already moving quickly back to the car as the heavier one began to climb into the passenger seat. "Looks like we're on our way," he said, "but thanks for your help. Remember, if you see anything suspicious, let us know." "I will," Keller lied, his heart almost exploding inside his chest as he waited for them to leave. The thrill of seeing them drive away instantly replaced by utter terror and rage at the thought they might know who he really was, that they might just be playing games with him. He ran inside and grabbed the shotgun without breaking stride, pacing across the kitchen to the main cupboard, filling his pockets with as many cartridges as he could find before storming from the house and heading towards the cellar and the woman who'd somehow managed to betray him to the police. His plans for what he must do running through his darkening mind as he walked. He saw himself raising the shotgun, aiming it at the treacherous bitch's face, his fingers smoothly pulling the trigger, the bitch's brains and pieces of skull exploding from the back of her head. Then would come the hard part, the thing he had to do more than wanted to. But he wouldn't leave Sam for them to take again, to fill with their poisonous lies. He would get close enough to shoot her through the chest, leaving her face untouched. He prayed she wouldn't move as he pulled the trigger, unable to stand the thought of her screaming, wounded and in agony. Better for her if she doesn't move, if she understands why he has to do it for her. Then he would get in his car and drive to work, where he would hunt down his tormentors one by one, dragging them from their hiding places and blowing them all to hell. But he'd have to keep moving, stay ahead of the police, make sure he still had enough time to reach his old school, and then the children's home before paying his mother a final visit, at the place where he'd discovered she'd worked, saving the last cartridge for her, shooting her through her hateful face. And then all he'd have to do is to sit down and wait for the police with guns to arrive, wait for them to call to him, demand he throw the gun out and walk towards them with his arms raised. But he wouldn't do that. He'd walk out with his shotgun pointed straight at them, and then it would be over, and everybody would know his name. As he neared the cellar, his pace began to slow, and with it his mind and the dark thoughts of revenge against those who'd wronged him. The idea of having to kill Sam, just as they were growing closer to the time when they would be together, when she would love him and accept him, was unbearable. Maybe he was being too hasty, assuming they knew much more than they did. He stopped and stood in the middle of the courtyard, listening for unfamiliar sounds, his body turning through 360 degrees as he searched the surrounding trees and scrubland for signs of the police closing in on him. He could see nothing, hear nothing. He exhaled, expelling stale air and the anger that had almost driven him too far, and headed back to his house, calm and in control, assuring himself he wouldn't be panicked into attacking before he was ready. It was fate that the police had left without finding the cellar, a clear sign that things would happen as he'd seen they would, as he planned they would. He, and only he, would decide when everything would end. As the patrol car bumped along the drive, P.C. Ingram glanced in the wing mirror at Thomas Keller returning to his derelict property. "I can't believe anyone could actually live in a dump like that," he said. "If it was me, I'd build a couple of houses on it and make a few quid," agreed P.C. Adams. "He was a bit jumpy, though, wasn't he?" "Maybe, but he seemed harmless enough. Didn't come charging at us with an axe in one hand and his cock in the other." No, he didn't do that," Ingram agreed. "But maybe we should have checked the other buildings?" "Well, that wasn't our brief," Adams reminded him. "They just want us to find possible locations this woman could be at and pass the information on to CID. If they want to, they can get a warrant and search it properly." "I know," said Ingram, "but I would have liked to look around all the same. We've got another dozen places to check before lunch on top of this urgent assist. You won't be so keen to go sniffing around them after we've done that lot and filled in the reports." "Maybe not. Like I said, let's CID sort it out." "I didn't realise Peckham had places like this," Anna remarked as she surveyed the tasteful cafe that sold decent coffee and reasonable food. "Probably not what you're used to, but I like it well enough." "No, I mean it. It's very nice." "Doesn't bother me what you think. It's not like I own the place." "Good to know my opinion means so much to you." "I'll be honest with you, Anna. The only opinion that really matters to me is my own." "Such as, in your opinion, the man who took these women is slowly but surely spiralling out of control?" "Something like that." "I noticed you didn't share that opinion with Superintendent Featherstone." "He wouldn't understand." "Don't you think you should have tried?" "He's a good enough cop, but he's two-dimensional. He only deals with what's in front of him. He wouldn't understand." "I can't say I understand your theory myself. I see no evidence he'll turn from microdramas and personalised victim selection and abuse to something more expressive and grandiose. Also, I don't see him as self-destructive." "He's not. Yet," said Sean. "But he's turning that way. When he feels me around the corner, he'll blow up, I promise you. I suppose we'll have to agree to disagree. All the same, I find your insights very interesting. Have you ever studied psychology?" He almost choked on a mouthful of coffee and pastry, coughing dryly for several seconds before he was able to answer. "I don't have time for other people's theories," he said. "Everything I know I've learned out here, in the real world, dealing with lunatics like Sebastian Gibran. Trust me, when you're chasing down these people, you learn fast, and you better be right or there'll be hell to pay. There's no time to sit around for weeks writing theses for other academics to argue the toss over. No offence. But if you get it wrong, who cares? I get it wrong, at best I'll end up spending the rest of my career in the back of beyond. At worst, I'm on Sky News in the evening and on trial for God knows what a few months later. Surely not. You don't believe me? Listen, it's always the police's fault. At the end of the day, no matter what, we'll get the blame. We're an easy scapegoat. Stephen Lawrence is murdered by a gang of racist thugs. It's our fault. A bunch of anarchists smash up the West End. It's our fault because we were too soft. A student gets badly injured on a protest march. It's our fault because we were too heavy-handed. The news of the world hacks into the phones of publicity-hungry celebrities who probably love the attention. Guess what? It's our fault for not investigating it sooner. We don't catch his psychopath before he kills again. It'll be my fault." He took an angry bite from his pastry, eyes fixed on Anna, as if challenging her to refute his claims. When she remained silent, he continued, "Have you any idea what it's like, working day after day with practically no sleep, forcing yourself to keep going and going, having to tell your wife and your children you won't be seeing them till God knows when? And then, when you finally get the job done and the baddies locked up nice and tight, when you finally get to go home, you turn the TV on, and what's the first thing you see? Politicians telling the world it was the police's fault, that heads will roll. They never mention the good stuff we do, the personal risks we take for the sake of total strangers, the thousands of seriously nasty bastards we take off the streets every year. Sometimes it just makes you want to chuck it all in and walk away." "I never thought about it like that," Anna confessed. "It can't be easy." No, it's not. How do you feel when you see the news coverage of murder cases? You're not trying to analyse me again, are you?" "No, just interested in a police perspective." "They make me angry," he said. "They treat it like a reality show, titillation for the masses. If they'd ever been inside a real murder scene on their own before it had been cleaned up, they wouldn't sound so excited. You can tell they never had the taste of death in their mouths. It lingers for days, no matter how many times you brush your teeth or rinse with mouthwash. But then again, how many people have? Have you?" "I want to ask you a question, Sean, and obviously you don't have to answer it if you don't want to." "I can't stop you asking it." "Did something happen to you when you were younger?" "No," he lied. "Some trauma, perhaps, a serious injury or critical situation you encountered while doing your job?" "Plenty, but no one thing." "Why?" "Sometimes you display the traits of someone suffering from a type of post-traumatic stress syndrome." "I don't think so." "It's as if your insights are driven more by memory than imagination." She was getting too close, and he didn't like it. "You want to know if I can think like the people I spend my life trying to catch? The answer is yes," he told her. "But if you want to know how I do it, then I'm sorry, the answer is I don't know. Am I comfortable with it? No. But if I can use it to save lives and lock up some very bad people, then I'll use it, no matter how uncomfortable it is." "That kind of self-sacrifice can be damaging. Who looks after you while you're looking after everybody else?" "My wife, my children, myself." "Sounds a little insular. To you, maybe. Not to me. You don't like talking about yourself, do you?" "No, I don't, so let's not. Besides, I found a way you can finally be useful to me." He didn't stop to think how that sounded. "Wow, thanks. You've spoken to D.S. Jones?" "Sally, yes." "You know what happened to her? You read the report before you interviewed Gibran?" "I did, but anything Sally may have told me would be subject to patient confidentiality. I can't discuss it with anyone." "Appreciated, but all I want to know is whether there's a serious problem there. Am I doing the right thing by letting her come to work, or should I rethink things?" "Isolation won't help her, but I can't say anything else. Understand?" Understood, loud and clear. Just don't put her in harm's way or expect too much from her. I won't, but don't underestimate her. He glanced at his watch. Listen, I appreciate the time out and the heads up about Sally, but as you know, I'm standing in the middle of a storm here, and you need to get back to work. Sorry. He stood to leave, then paused, remembering the thing that had been playing on his mind since they'd first met. I almost forgot. There's something I've been meaning to ask you. I'm intrigued. Did Sebastian Gibran ever discuss James Hellier with you? His real name was Stefan Korsakoff, but Gibran would have known him as Hellier. He did. Hellier was the one he blamed his crimes on, said he'd set him up, that he'd obviously spent years studying him so the police would think it was him and not Hellier who was the killer. Hellier seemed to be the focal point of his paranoid delusions. Clever bastard, Sean told her. He switched the truth around. It was him who was using Hellier. So the police report said. You mean what my report said? She didn't answer. He was an interesting character, James Hellier. I bet you would have liked to have had a chance to interview that one. You could have written a whole book about him. Why don't you tell me about him? I can tell you that when I first met him, I hated him. Then I was scared of him. But ultimately, he saved my life. As if realizing he had let down his guard and come close to confiding, he broke off. When he spoke again, it was in his usual clipped, business-like tone. Truth is, I don't really know how I feel about him. Time to go. He stretched out a hand to pick up the bill from its china plate, but Anna made a grab for it. I'll get this, she insisted, their fingers touching as they reached the plate at the same time, their eyes simultaneously flashing towards each other. Sean remained expressionless, despite the sudden excitement he felt stirring inside him. He pulled his hand away, taking the bill with it. My treat, he told her. As Thomas Keller descended the stone stairs, the syringe containing the alfentanil rolled from side to side on the tray. Keeping his thumb pressed on the precious transfer to prevent it from slipping away, he gave Louise Russell's cage little more than a cursory glance as he crossed the room and crouched down beside Deborah Thompson. I think it's time, Sam, he said. We've both been patient long enough. He placed the tray on the floor and picked up the transfer of the Phoenix, showing it to her, anticipation and excitement coursing through him, and pride at having rescued her from all the liars and manipulators. This is for you, he continued, rolling up his sleeve to show her his identical tattoo, shaking the paper the transfer was stuck to, ensuring she was looking at it. This isn't a permanent one, you can have that done later, but this will do for now. Once you have this, we can be together. Properly together. Her eyes moved from the ugly transfer to the syringe containing the clear liquid. Louise had told her he might use some type of anaesthetic on her. And then he'd apply the transfer to her arm. And then he'd come into her cage and he'd do things to her. Things that horrified her, just as Louise had told her he would. She looked at the amount of liquid in the syringe, her nursing experience telling her it was almost certainly not enough to fully anaesthetize her, meaning he wanted her conscious. She forced herself to speak. I need to get washed first, she said. If we're going to be together, then I want to be clean. For you. His eyes dilated fully before shrinking to black holes, his body shaking, almost unable to deal with her sudden acceptance of him. He frantically scratched at his forehead with the fingernails of his right hand, biting his bottom lip hard enough to draw a little blood that seeped into the tiny lines of thin skin. Okay, he agreed. Of course, but forgive me, I'll need to make you safe first, for your own protection, you understand. What do you mean? She asked. What are you going to do to me? I'm going to protect you, he said, a confused look on his face, as if he couldn't understand why she sounded so concerned and afraid. I would never hurt you, Sam. She accidentally looked past him towards Louise, and his head whipped around to catch what she was looking at. Louise quickly looked away, hoping he hadn't noticed the silent communication between them. What's she been saying? He asked Deborah, his lips pale, eyes burning with hatred. She's been poisoning you against me, hasn't she? Fucking with your head, filling it with her lies. No, Deborah told him. No, she hasn't said anything. I wouldn't believe her anyway. This is about us, not her. Forget her, please. I know how to punish dirty little whores like her. His words made Louise shrink into the furthest corner of her cage, her lips beginning to tremble as he moved towards her, fumbling in his tracksuit trousers for his stun gun. Forget her, Deborah called to him. It's me you want to be with, and I want to be with you. She's nothing to us. He stopped and turned back towards her, the fire of anger dampened by the expression of affection and desire. You're right, he said. She's nothing. Good, Deborah encouraged him like an obedient dog. You were going to let me out, remember, so I can wash? Yes, of course. He took the key from his pocket, moved to her cage door and began to unlock it, then stopped short, years of self-preservation kicking in, saving him. I'm sorry, I almost forgot. Before I let you out, I need you to do one thing for me. What? She asked nervously, too many horrifying images flashing through her mind to focus on one in particular. She swallowed the vomit rising in her mouth. I need you to put your hands through the hatch. Why? You have to trust me, Sam. You have to learn to trust me. He opened the hatch and waited for her to obey him. She knew she had to do it, or soon she would become Louise, and then she would become Karen Green. Nothing but a memory to those who loved her. Tears rolled from the corners of her eyes, but she managed to stifle her sobbing and hide her fear of him as she slid her hands through the hatch. She fought the desperate desire to look away, instead staring into his eyes, trying to push her mouth into a smile. He smiled back as he took a length of nylon wire from the pocket of his tracksuit top. She watched as he wound the wire around and around her wrists, tightly enough so she could feel the blood welling in her hands, but not so painful as to make her struggle and betray herself. Once the wire was wrapped around her wrist several times, he twisted the loose ends as if he was securing a freezer bag. There, he announced. Not too tight, is it? No, she forced herself to say. It's fine. Thank you. He wiped the sweat from his hands onto the back of his trousers and moved slowly to the cage door, turning the key that he'd left in the lock and swinging it open. One hand lifting the tray from the floor while the other snaked inside, offering assistance. She placed her hands on his and let him guide her from the cage, praying that Louise was watching and ready as she allowed him to lead her across the room. She followed him behind the screen to the sink, his hand uncoiling from hers, placing the tray with the syringe on the little table as he stepped back, but only a few feet, watching her, licking the drying blood from his swelling lips. She looked away from him and turned the tap on, the screeching of the old metal soon replaced by the sound of running water. I don't want to get my clothes wet, she said. He looked confused. Don't worry, just wash your face for now. But I want to be properly clean for you, she insisted, calculating how best to play him. I want to be as pure as I can for you. If you untie me, I can take these clothes off, then I can wash everywhere. He felt his testicles begin to coil and tighten. The thought of watching her willingly undress and bathe in front of him, the water running down her slim body, following her curves, made him forget his caution. He stepped forward to untie her, but as he held her wrists, he stopped, looking from Deborah to the pitiful figure crouched in the corner of the other cage, then back to Deborah. She sensed him hesitate. You can watch, she told him. You can watch me wash myself. I don't mind. No, he said, stepping back. It's not safe for you yet. Some of their poison may still be in you. Deborah knew her face betrayed her disappointment, and only hoped he'd misinterpreted it, that his sick mind actually thought she was saddened by his physical rejection. You're right, she lied. Let's be careful. She began to cup water in her bound hands, bringing it up to wash her face, trying to sense his position. Carefully, she dabbed her fingers onto the bar of soap and pretended to massage it into her face. Ow! She suddenly winced. Are you okay? He asked. Is something wrong? My eyes, she complained. I've got soap in my eyes. It really stings. I can't see. He felt anxiety begin to creep up his spine, thin strands reaching through the bone and wrapping themselves around his spinal cord, transmitting the sense of panic to every sinew in his being, freezing him where he stood. Smelling a trap, but unable to overcome his instinct to help the woman he loved. Please, she implored him. I need a towel. My eyes are really burning. Tears of frustration and sorrow blurred his vision, and he moved towards her, snatching the towel from the screen and handing it to her searching fingers, smiling as she rubbed the cloth into her eyes, the pain clearly easing. Is that better? He asked. Yeah. Thank... Deborah broke off mid-sentence, slamming her right knee into his groin. It connected with his testicles, bending him double. Memories of childhood fights with her brothers flooded back to her. Only this time, she wouldn't be pulling any punches, not when her life depended on winning. She drew her knee back again and launched it towards his face, aiming for the bridge of his nose. He saw it coming and moved just in time, but the knee still connected powerfully with the side of his face, splitting the inside of his cheek wide open and loosening several teeth. He coughed on the blood that ran down his throat and struggled to keep his bearings, feeling nails gouging and scratching at his eyes. By the time he realized the onslaught had stopped, it was too late. The searing pain in the side of his neck replaced everything else, making him moan and whimper like a wounded animal. His hand shook as it moved to the source of his agony. Deborah released the syringe, leaving it embedded in the side of his neck. She aimed for his jugular, but missed, although she still forced the liquid into his body, praying that if it was an anesthetic, it would at least slow him down, even if she hadn't pumped it straight into his bloodstream. The sight of him bloodied and wounded, pawing at the syringe that hung from his neck, was both appalling and terrifying. Her will to survive was screaming at her to run before the tide turned, before his rage made him rise again with the strength of a madman, adrenaline driving him forward through his pain. A woman's voice cried out from behind her. "Get the key, Deborah! Get the key!" Louise was clawing the wire of her cage door, trying to shake it open with what little strength she had left in her body after days without food or water. Deborah looked from the woman to the wounded beast crawling on the floor, still trying to pull the syringe from its neck. The muscles had constricted around the needle, making it difficult to budge. The smell of fresh air drifted down the stairs and into her face, fueling the urge to run. "Hit him again and get me out of here! Deborah! Deborah!" Louise screamed, sensing the other woman's intentions. "I'm sorry," Deborah mouthed at her. "I'm so sorry." And then she ran. She ran past the wretch on the floor, who made a grab for her ankle, the touch of his damp skin making her squeal more than scream. But his grip was weak, and he couldn't stop her. When she got to the stairs, she tried to climb them 3 at a time, but her bound hands threw her off balance, and she fell forward, both shins crashing into the harsh edge of a stone stair, the pain making her call out as she dragged herself back to her feet, running up the stairs again, trying to be more careful. Fear of what was behind her made her reckless and uncoordinated as she grew closer and closer to the oblong of light above, its brightness making the tears sting her eyes so painfully she had to close them. And all the while, Louise's voice screamed after her, "You fucking bitch! Don't leave me! You can't leave me here! I hope you die, you fucking bitch! I hope he fucking kills you! I hope he fucking kills you!" The staircase felt like an unconquerable mountain as she stumbled up the last few stairs, slipping again, smashing her kneecap, the pain as it fractured punching the remaining breath from her chest. Gripping the knee in both hands, she tried to squeeze the pain from it. Movement in her peripheral vision drew her eyes down into the darkness. A shape was emerging from the gloom below and beginning to climb the stairs, lolling from side to side, arms outstretched, feeling for the walls either side of the staircase as if drunk or blind, his head too heavy to lift. She didn't have the strength to scream. The only sound that escaped her mouth was an exhausted whimper as she pulled herself to her feet, the injured knee rendering one leg little more than useless as she tried to run. Deborah burst into the light, temporarily blinded by the bright sunshine, unable to see the sharp stones beneath her bare feet that cut through her thin skin. She staggered forward, her broken knee suddenly collapsing, her outstretched hands breaking the fall. As her vision returned, she searched the door for a lock, but found only a flapping latch, the padlock that locked it missing, still down there in the darkness with him, the darkness where she had abandoned Louise Russell to her fate. She slammed the door shut anyway and tried to run across the littered courtyard, unfamiliar objects making her trip and stumble. A jagged lump of concrete protruding from the ground caught the foot of her injured leg, sending a jolt of pain up through her bones and into her knee, dropping her to the floor. Barely able to see for tears, she searched the ground for a makeshift weapon or a crutch. Finding neither, she looked back to the cellar door. Despite all the pain and effort, she travelled less than 20 feet. Her scream shattered the quiet of the spring morning as the door burst open and her captor fell into the light, the syringe still obscenely protruding from his neck as he shook his head violently from side to side, trying to dispel the effects of the anaesthetic. Squinting against the effects of the alfentanil and the sunlight, Keller steadied himself, his eyes drawn by the sudden movement of Deborah scrambling to her feet. He lunged towards her, swaying from side to side as he used the oil drums to steady himself. His prey little more than a hazy figure that seemed to his confused mind to be moving in slow motion, as if they were both trapped in a nightmare where they were running through treacle or glue. But the gap between them was shrinking. Deborah's injured knee couldn't support her weight, so she hobbled, dragging it after her, on feet that were cut and bleeding from the stones and broken glass that littered the yard. Her eyes were frantically scanning the area for help, but there was no road with passing traffic, no neighbouring houses, just an ugly cottage that she instinctively knew was his home. She decided her only hope was to carry on along the uneven dirt road and hope that it would lead her away from this hell. But he was gaining on her, his unsteady footsteps louder. Still she kept moving, tears streaming from her eyes, until finally she sensed he was right behind her, fingers like tendrils reaching out to grab her. Filling her lungs, Deborah readied herself for one desperate scream. But the searing pain that ripped into the base of her spine stole the last of her resistance and sent her crashing to the stony ground, the electricity from the stun gun reverberating through every sinew of her body. Hands clutched at her clothes and pulled her over onto her back. Her unblinking eyes fixed on the face hovering above her, contorted in a grimace of agony as he tugged at the syringe, the skin of his neck stretching until at last the metal spike came free. He threw it as far as he could, the momentum of his swinging arm throwing him off balance as the L-fentanyl continued to impede his motor skills. He screamed a primeval yell into the bright, clear sky and dropped to his knees next to her, resting his head on her chest, his hand gently stroking her hair as he sobbed. You shouldn't have done that, Sam," he whispered. "You shouldn't listen to their lies. I'm the only one who really loves you. I'm the only one who really knows you. This is your home." The convulsions of the body underneath him gradually slowed, her arms and legs beginning to bend and move slightly as they came back to life, but her muscles were exhausted. She tried to push him off her, but her weak limbs made it seem more like an embrace. He lifted his head from her chest and moved towards her face. He wiped her tears and mucus away with his thumbs and began to kiss her face softly, each kiss lingering on her skin as if it would be the last kiss he ever gave, the salt of her sweat and tears making his blooded lips sting and effervesce exquisitely, a sensation he'd never experienced before, except with her, except with Sam. So long ago, he'd almost forgotten. Pushing himself away, he slipped a hand under her and draped her arm over his shoulder, hauling her to her feet, but he had to bear most of her weight along with his own, dragging her back towards the cellar, her injured leg trailing behind them as they walked like two injured soldiers, one helping the other. "Come on," he said, "before anyone sees you. Hold on to me. I won't let you go. I promise I'll never let you go." She wanted to push him away, to knock him to the floor and cave his skull in with the nearest brick or rock, but she couldn't. Her body was too weak from her injuries and the after-effects of the brutal electric shock, her adrenaline spent. As they moved closer to the cellar door, Deborah felt her numb body gradually coming back to life. Though still weak and slow to respond, her muscles were beginning to heed the commands of her mind. And while she was growing stronger, he was weakening, drained by the effort of dragging her. But if her recovery continued at its current pace, she was afraid it would be too late to save her. She could picture the cage door slamming just as she felt strong enough to overpower him. As the doorway loomed in front of them, her jaw unfroze enough for her to mumble, "No!" Her free hand stretching out, fingers grasping and holding the doorframe, jolting them both to a halt once the slack in her arm had been fully extended. "No!" she repeated, her words becoming clearer. "Not down there, please!" He pulled at her arm, but she wouldn't let go, fear lending her strength. Realizing he was running out of time and strength, but reluctant to use the stun gun on her again and leave himself with a dead weight to carry down the stairs, Keller lashed out in blind panic, sinking his teeth into the fingers that were clutching the doorframe. He bit hard and deep into her knuckles, the serrated ends of his sharp teeth gnawing at her skin and bones, the coppery taste of warm blood seeping across his tongue. The primal brutality of his actions seemed to fire life and strength into Keller. The louder she screamed, the harder he bit, his teeth struggling to find purchase on the slippery bones of her fingers, his throat pulsing as he swallowed the blood welling in his mouth. Unable to hold on any longer, Deborah released her grip on the doorframe, sending them both plunging through the doorway and down the first few stairs. Their limbs tangled together like two erotic dancers, neither making a sound, neither calling out in pain as their bodies jarred and bounced off the hard steps that battered and bruised them as they fell. When they finally came to a stop, he was lying on top of her, his face millimeters from hers, their breath mixing together to make one sickly sweet scent. For a second their eyes met, each as terrified as the other, an understanding between them that they were engaged in a fight for their lives. Her blows came in a torrent, her legs and knees trapped under his, bucking and kicking as hard as they could, her weakly clenched fists pummeling the top and sides of his head, intermittently turning into scratching talons searching for his eyes. His skin burned with the searing pain of broken jagged nails tearing at the soft flesh of his face. He squealed and screeched in pain, peering through the thin slits of his eyes, trying to catch her flailing arms by the wrists. He hadn't wanted to hurt her, not his beloved Sam, but she was clearly still full of their poison, and her attempted escape and her renewed violence towards him had all but pushed his compassion away. It retreated into the depths of his soul, replaced by the anger that had always simmered so close to the surface. His fury gave him a newfound strength, his squeals turning into a roar as he gripped the hair on top of her head and dragged her mercilessly down the stairs, backwards and head first, her backbone and ribs crunching into the edge of each step until at last the ground beneath her flattened out. Tightening his grip on her hair, he hauled her across the cellar floor, her good leg desperately trying to find purchase, to resist their progress. Her struggling jerked his shoulder, the pain increasing his anger. He pulled his foot back as far as he could without overbalancing and kicked her in the spine halfway down her back, the agony making her entire body arch. Inch by inch, he dragged her closer to the cage that she'd escaped from only minutes earlier. Words spluttered from her mouth, minute flecks of her blood and spit leaving a treasure trove of forensic evidence on his skin, clothes and hair, evidence that might one day bury her executioner, but meaningless to her now. "Please, you fucking animal, let me go, please. I won't tell anyone, please. I'll kill you. Let me go, or I'll swear I'll kill you. Let me fucking go." Breaking his own rules of self-preservation, he backed into the cage first, too tired to pull her in one fluid motion. He tried to do it bit by bit, yanking her by the hair as if he was shifting an old trunk that was too heavy for him, ignoring the sounds of her scalp beginning to tear away from her skull. As he pulled her across the threshold of the wire cell and collapsed into a sitting position, her hand suddenly flew out and gripped the sides of the cage's entrance, her eyes clenched tight shut against the agonizing pain in her scalp. "I won't go in there, I won't!" she screamed, her pitch so high her words were barely intelligible. Her knuckles turning white, she gripped the frame. "No, no!" she cried as he jerked her hair, the intense pain only strengthening her grip on the frame of the cage's door, fear of sinking into the abyss driving her determination to survive. His strength was beginning to fail when he remembered that the stun gun was still in his tracksuit pocket. Making sure that she was halfway inside the prison, he untangled his fingers from her hair and felt himself immediately being pulled towards the entrance, the woman's strength surpassing his own now, inching them both back through the cage door. His hand thrust into his pocket and quickly found the small plastic box, euphoria and panic breaking over him in equal waves. There was no need to consider his next act. He knew this was his only chance. He pulled the stun gun from his pocket and stabbed it into the side of her neck, pressing the dual control switches to fire the current into her body, forcing it against her skin far longer than he needed to subdue her, as he watched her straight, stiff body convulse and writhe. Finally, he stopped the flow of electricity and pulled the stun gun away, thrusting it back in his pocket, no time to waste, letting go of her hair and grabbing her by the clothing around her shoulders. With one last effort, he heaved her into the cage. He slumped against the wire and wiped the sweat from his brow with his shirt sleeve, smiling and quietly laughing to himself. As he studied the woman lying in front of him, the laughter turned to sobs. Blinking away heavy tears, he reached out to touch her convulsing body. Gently stroking her hair, he murmured, "Look what they made you do." Then, as the stinging pain in his face reminded him of his own injuries, "Look what they made you do to me. Trying to turn us against each other, just like they did before. Just like they'll always try to do, Sam. But I won't let them take you. I'll never let them take you." She mumbled a reply, but he couldn't understand the obscenities she tried to spit at him. "Rest," he told her. "You should rest now." He crawled from the cage and locked it behind him, pulling himself upright, heaving in lungfuls of air to feed his exhausted muscles before staggering to the stairs and beginning his ascent to the daylight, each step a mountain, until finally the cool spring air revived him sufficiently that he was able to snap the padlock into place and walk slowly, carefully across the courtyard. Submerged in a tide of sorrow and loss, he couldn't hold back the tears. When he made it to his ugly little cottage, he fell to his knees and crawled across the floor to the cabinet. He took out the shotgun and thrust the barrels between his teeth, resting his thumb across the double triggers, teeth clanking against the metal as he tried to control the terrible sound coming from deep within him. He bit down hard on the barrels and tried to force his thumb to press the triggers, but it refused to move. He screamed into the room, his words turned to an incoherent babble by the cold metal tubes obscuring the movement of his tongue, the meaning clear only inside his mind. "Please, I can't do this anymore. I want to end this," he pleaded with himself. "Just fucking do it, you fucking coward." But he couldn't. Not yet. As much as he thought he wanted to take his own life, deep inside his tortured soul he wasn't ready. He wouldn't end it until they had suffered more, until they knew he had the power to shatter their lives, to make them pay for all the years he'd had to survive alone in the jungle of children's homes and vast anonymous London state schools, preyed upon by the strong, ostracized by other children who treated him like a leper. His thumb eased off the triggers as he slowly slid the barrels from his mouth, their ends wet and shiny from his saliva and tears. He uncocked the gun's hammers with the barrels still pointing towards his face and threw it across the vinyl floor where it slid to rest under his kitchen table. He buried his face in his hands and keeled over onto his side, lying on the floor, sobbing like an infant, overwhelmed by emotions he could neither understand nor control. In the midst of this self-loathing, he drew a hand away from his face and down his shivering body, fingers working their way under his waistband and inside his underwear. His shriveled member slowly swelling as his hand gripped it and began to stroke up and down, faster and faster. Images of the women from the cages flashing in his mind, their lips, skin, breasts and pubic triangles, their scent. His snivelling turned to moans of pleasure as their images mixed with other scenes playing in his head, pictures inspired by his favourite song, the story of one boy's bloody revenge. 10. Sean sat in his office poring over information reports gathered from roadblocks, open ground searches, and every other aspect of the investigation. Anna sat to his side, having insisted on reading each piece of paper his eyes passed over, her presence tolerated only because she worked quickly and quietly, never interrupting him and thus derailing a train of thought. Instead, it was the phone ringing loudly on his desk that made him jump and scramble back to the real world. Annoyed at the disturbance, he snatched it up and barked his name into the receiver. "Sean Corrigan, what is it?" The voice on the other end didn't seem to have taken offence. "Sir, D.C. Croucher speaking. Paul Croucher from Lambeth Borough CID. The name meant nothing to Sean. "I understand you're interested in missing persons." "Only a particular type," Sean pointed out. "How does white, female, about 5'6", 27 years old, slim build, shortish brown hair, green eyes sound?" "I'm listening." "Deborah Thompson, a nurse at St George's Hospital in Tooting. Home address 6 Valley Road, Streatham. She left work sometime after 2 p.m. yesterday, hasn't been seen since. She failed to turn up for an evening out with friends. And this morning she failed to turn up for breakfast with her new boyfriend. He's the one who reported her missing after he got no reply on her home and mobile numbers. No answer at her home address either, and her car's gone. He called around her friends and found out she'd stood them up too, which is when he came down to the Nick and reported it. Interested? Do you have a photograph of her? We do. Can you email it to me? No problem. Stay on the line while you do it, said Sean. I need to see her face before I make a decision. But the sick, tightening feeling in his stomach already told him his worst fears had been realised. I'm sending it now, DC Croucher confirmed. Sean pulled up his emails on the screen and waited for the message to appear in his inbox. A few seconds later, it jumped straight to the top of his unread list. As quickly as he could, he directed the arrow to the new mail and double-clicked. There was no text, simply an attached document. He double-clicked again and waited for his antiquated hard drive to produce a picture on the screen. After what seemed like minutes, the image of a young, attractive woman jumped onto his monitor. The similarities between her and the other victims were striking. As he stared into her green eyes, he had no doubt she had been taken, and that Louise Russell was now rapidly running out of time. There was a sharp intake of breath from Anna when she saw the likeness. "Trouble?" she asked. Sean's response was a curt shake of the head. It would take too long to brief her. She'd have to pick up the pieces as they went along. "We're taking over this missing persons inquiry," he informed DC Croucher. "I need you to get round her home and check it out yourself, just to make sure she's not lying in bed with flu. Force entry if you have to, but preserve the scene for a full forensic examination. Understand?" "It'll be done." "Phone me as soon as you find anything." Sean hung up, immediately leaping to his feet and striding into the main office, one hand raised to warn the occupants he wanted their full and immediate attention. Donnelly saw him first and quickly made his way to Sean's side. "Where's Sally?" Sean asked. "Chasing down some dead-end leads from Featherston's TV appeal. Why? What's going on?" Ignoring the question, Sean called out, "All right, everybody, listen up." Donnelly decided he hadn't shouted loudly enough. "Look, whatever you're doing," he boomed, "stop doing it and start listening." The office fell silent as all heads turned towards Sean. "Thanks," he told Donnelly before addressing the rest of the room. "As soon as this briefing's over, I'll be emailing you all a photograph of a woman called Deborah Thompson. She's just become our third victim." The room filled with disgruntled murmurs of disbelief. "Last time anyone saw her alive and well was when she left for work sometime shortly after 2 p.m. yesterday. She failed to meet friends for a night out and didn't turn up this morning to meet her boyfriend for breakfast. She's not answering her phones, and there's no answer at her home address, and her car is missing. Now, when you see her photograph and read her physical description, you'll understand why I believe the man we're after has taken her. Her abduction means more crime scenes to examine, more door-to-door, more roadblocks, more witnesses to trace, more everything. So, call your wives, your husbands, girlfriends, boyfriends, whoever, and let them know they won't be seeing much of you for a while. Not until we find this prick and bury him. Eat as and when you can, sleep where and when you can, but do it on the hoof. Our chances of finding Louise Russell alive are shrinking by the hour, so you're all going to have to push yourselves to the limit. And any of you feel you're beginning to unravel, speak to me or Dave, and we'll see what we can do. Paolo," Sean turned towards Zukov. "Yes, Governor? How are you getting on with that transfer found on Karen Green?" "I'm speaking with the companies that make that sort of thing, but so far it means nothing to them. They've promised to check through their back catalogues, but it's going to take time." "Well, keep on them. I want to know everything about it as soon as possible." "Why is it so important?" Zukov challenged. "It's a mass-produced transfer, nothing unique, so why waste our time on it?" "Keep looking," Sean snapped back. "I'll decide what is and isn't important, understand?" Zukov knew when to wind his neck in. "Yes, boss." "Everybody needs to keep pushing," Sean reminded them. "Get your actions from Dave and Sally and do them immediately. As soon as they're complete, come back for more, and there will be more. Keep on the move. You don't have to come back here to tell me what's going on. Use your mobiles, email me, tweet me if you have to, but keep on the move. Make something happen. Don't just wait for it to. Fiona?" DC Cahill straightened. "Yes, Governor?" "Get hold of Sergeant Roddis and tell him the good news about our new scene." She nodded her understanding. "And everybody needs to be aware our man could be disguising himself as a postman. I think that's how he gets the front doors open." "Where's that information come from?" one of the weary detectives asked. "A witness I spoke to," Sean replied, keen to avoid details. "I also think he could be posting junk mail in the streets he's taken the women from, so he blends in better. When you're doing your door-to-doors, ask the occupants if they've had any junk mail in the last couple of days. If they have, and they've kept it, seize it and preserve it for forensics. Everybody clear?" The response was a mix of mumbled agreement and softly spoken questions. "Just one more thing." Sean looked around the room, meeting their eyes, making sure the message hit home. "The pub's off limits until this one's in the bag. I can't afford to lose a single soul, especially not to hangovers." The mumbling grew louder. Sean ignored it and headed back into his office, closely followed by Donnelly. Sean slumped into a chair and waited for the inevitable cross-examination. "Disguised as a postie, eh? Interesting idea," Donnelly began. One of Louise Russell's neighbours had junk mail deliveries stopped, but round about the time she was taken, he got a pile through the door. He was not a happy man. That's it? One neighbour and a bit of junk mail? It makes sense. That's how he gets the doors open without anyone thinking too much about it. It's probably how he researches the woman as well. Who's going to pay attention to a postie walking along the street? Which sorting office covers the venues? Sorting office, said Donnelly. Hang about, I thought you were looking for someone disguising themselves as a postie. Why the interest in sorting offices? I have to consider the possibility our man's a real postman. Consider it, or believe it. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense that he could be a real postman. Everything he needed to know he could have found out by reading her mail. Where they work, whether they were married or had a partner, whether they had children. He could even have found out when Karen Green was due to leave for Australia. Everything he needs to know comes straight to him through the mail. If he was just disguising himself as a postman, he'd have to watch them for weeks and hours at a time, constantly having to revisit them to make sure nothing's changed. But if he's a real postman, he only needs to monitor the mail. Donnelly gave a low whistle. A fucking postie. Why didn't you tell the rest of the team? Featherstone gave me the gypsy's warning about openly mentioning the postman's theory. Doesn't want posties getting the shit kicked out of them all over South East London. So keep it on a need-to-know basis for the time being. Fair enough, Donnelly agreed. And it's South Norwood, the sorting office that covers our venues. All three? Donnelly scrunched his eyes as he tried to recall previous inquiries that had involved checking mail coverage zones. Aye, I'm pretty sure it covers all three. OK, Sean sighed. Let's go there. He jumped from his chair and started gathering his belongings. The sorting office? Donnelly checked. Why not? Well, surely the scene's more important. No, Sean disagreed, looking for Sally's number in his iPhone. She answered it within a few rings. Sally, we've had another abduction. I know, Paola just texted me. I need you to check out the victim's home address. Fiona will meet you there. I'll get her to send you the address. As soon as you find anything, let me know. He hung up before she could protest, stalking through the main office until he found DC Cahill at her desk on the phone. Just a second, she told the person on the other end, covered the mouthpiece with her hand and looked at Sean. Fiona, I need you to text the victim's address to DS Jones and then get down to the scene and meet her there. OK, Cahill agreed without question. Any luck with Rodis? I'm on the phone to them now. Good. Have the informant meet you at the address. Find out everything you can from him. Her boyfriend? Yes, confirmed Sean, and get the details of her missing car. If our man's following his normal pattern, he would have taken it and dumped it in a park or woods. We need to find and preserve it. I'll make sure it's done, she assured him. Good, Sean replied, suddenly sensing Anna close behind him. Is it okay if I go with Fiona to the scene? She asked. Sean studied her for a few seconds before answering, trying to work out her intentions. She felt his wariness. I'd like to see the scene from the suspect's perspective, see if I can't learn something more about him. OK, fine, Sean finally agreed, turning to Donnelly and nodding towards the main office door. Keep me updated, everyone, he called, striding from the room without a backward glance. As soon as anyone finds anything, I want to know about it. He waved his iPhone above his head to make his point and disappeared through the swing doors. As Sally pulled up outside Deborah Thompson's home, she was immediately struck by the similarities between it and the homes of the other women who'd been taken. Another uninspiring, featureless modern townhouse with a private drive and garage and a concealed front door. She almost called Sean straight away, but decided it could wait a little longer. DC Cahill was already standing outside the address with a short but muscular man in his early 30s, well-groomed and well-dressed. For the boyfriend of a missing woman, he looked remarkably calm. Sally decided not to judge him until she had some more facts. She gave herself a few seconds to get into character before climbing from her car and walking towards them. DC Cahill did the introductions. Sam, this is DS Jones. DS Jones, this is Sam Hewitt, Deborah's boyfriend and our informant about her disappearance. Sally held out her hand. Underneath his slick back hair and tan, Sally could see fear in his eyes. But what had aroused that fear? Concern for Deborah, or the prospect of being found out? Working on the assumption that DC Cahill had already done the softly bit, she decided to jump in with the serious questioning and find out what Sam Hewitt was really about. "What makes you think she's missing, Mr. Hewitt? Maybe she just doesn't want to see you." "No," Hewitt replied, sounding sad and anxious. "She was supposed to meet me for breakfast. She was looking forward to it. I know she was, and so was I." "How long have you been together?" "Only a few weeks." Sally looked him up and down, the reason for his appearance becoming clear to her now. He was still trying to impress Deborah, keep the fledgling relationship on course. "Listen," he said, I know about the other two women. The women that went missing. I saw it on the news. He's already killed one. He's taken her, hasn't he? That's why you're here, because you think he's taken Deborah. We don't know anything for sure yet. Let's try not to get too far ahead of ourselves, eh? Sometimes people take off, you know. They need a little time alone. That might be all—" "Not Deborah," Hewitt snapped. "He's taken her. I'm certain of it." He was shaking as he tried to hold back his tears of frustration. "Do you have the keys for the house?" Sally asked. "Yes." He fumbled in his pocket and handed her 2 keys, one for the mortise and one for the Yale locks. "Have you been inside?" "No." "Why not?" "I only got the keys an hour ago. I don't have a set for her house. A friend of hers from the hospital had these. By the time she gave them to me, the police had already told me not to go inside." Sally nodded her understanding. She considered delegating the task to DC Cahill, but felt more afraid of being left alone with Hewitt, his sorrow and fear, than she did about entering the house by herself. "I need to take a look inside," she told DC Cahill. "You wait here with Mr. Hewitt." "Shouldn't we wait for forensics to arrive?" queried Cahill. "Governor wants me to take a look first. Besides, we haven't checked the address for any signs of the victim." Immediately regretting referring to Deborah Thompson as a victim in Hewitt's presence, she almost apologized, but then decided it would only amplify her mistake. "I'll be a few minutes," she said. Unlocking first the mortise and then the Yale, she pushed the door ajar and peered into the small house, the warmth from the blaring central heating washing over her as it rushed into the chill of outside. "Hello?" she called weakly into the silent interior, her voice choked by her constricted, dry throat. She coughed her airway open wider. "Hello? Police? Is anyone at home?" No answer. Sally stepped inside, pulling the door to behind her, making sure it was left slightly ajar and unlocked. If she needed to get out fast, she didn't want to be struggling with locks and latches. As she moved away from the entrance, she noticed her hands were trembling and gripped them together to control the shaking. She pushed herself further into the innards of Deborah Thompson's once safe haven, now the scene of the first of many crimes that would be committed against her. She moved slowly forward, occasionally glancing at her feet to ensure she wasn't trampling over obvious evidence, left by the madness that had come into Deborah Thompson's life. Training and experience kicking in, as if she'd switched to autopilot, guiding her through the scene without her having to consciously think about what she was doing or where she was. Noticing a burglar alarm control panel on the side of the hallway wall, she moved in closer to examine it. The alarm was unarmed, its light blinking green. Had the other houses been alarmed? She thought back to the time she'd spent in Karen Green's house, to the reports of the findings from both the previous scenes. She couldn't be sure, but she seemed to remember both homes had alarms, although neither had been activated. Clearly the madman wasn't comfortable with alarms and lacked the expertise or knowledge to deactivate them. Another reason why he used artifice to gain entry and risked abducting the women during daylight. The kitchen was straight ahead, but first she needed to check the room immediately to her right, the door to which was half closed. As she peered through the crack, she prayed the room was empty, knowing she would be unable to deal with a dead body, or even a hungover Deborah Thompson, sleeping through the phone calls and Sally's noisy progress through her house. Even if it meant the swift, uncomplicated, safe conclusion of the search for the missing woman, Sally could do without any surprises. She eased the door open slowly, pushing with the back of her hand, ready to take flight the second she sensed danger. Pausing while she unclipped her extendable baton, known as an ASP, from the holder strapped to her belt. The heavy metal in her hand made her feel a little more in control as she swung the door fully open and stared inside at what was clearly the living room. The modern, inexpensive furniture made her suspect the house was only rented, and that the fake leather suite, along with pretty much everything else, came included in the rent. It was impersonal and slightly scruffy. Half-read magazines lying on the sofa and floor, prints of Monet and Cézanne in plastic frames adorning the walls. A heavy grey box with a small screen made do for a television. The digital conversion box perched precariously on top. Sally remembered the missing woman was a nurse. Clearly the rent was swallowing most of her income. Even her collections of CDs and DVDs was far from impressive. "Or maybe you just have more of a life than I do," she whispered to herself. A shiver ran through her whole body as she backed out of the room, returning the door to half-open position, careful not to leave her fingerprints on it. She covered the few steps to the wide-open kitchen door and looked inside, her eyes searching every angle and corner, the smells of Deborah Thompson's last meal still clinging to the walls and work surfaces, magnified by the heat in the room and the windows that had been sealed shut since the first signs of winter the preceding year. Once inside the room, she immediately noticed a functional brown handbag perched on the kitchen table. Next to it lay a simple mobile phone that occasionally vibrated to warn the owner they had missed calls or text messages still waiting to be read. The thought that Deborah Thompson might never read those messages or listen to the voicemails flashed through her mind. She shook it away, but could do nothing about the bitter taste of bile seeping into her mouth. Sally crossed the kitchen and tried to look into the handbag without touching it, but it was no use. Cursing herself for not having a pair of rubber gloves with her, she took a pen from her jacket pocket and began to poke around inside the bag. After a few minutes of searching as best she could without emptying the contents out, she was satisfied that what she was looking for was indeed missing. Deborah's bag was still here, and so was her mobile phone, but both her house and car keys were nowhere to be seen. For Sally, it was the final confirmation that Deborah Thompson had been taken by the man they were hunting. She needed to phone Sean, but as she searched for his number, a voice calling from the door startled her, making her almost drop her phone. It was Anna. "Sally, you in there?" "Don't come in," Sally commanded, but Anna ignored her and stepped into the hallway. "This is a crime scene. You shouldn't be in here." "Sorry, but I was worried about you. I don't think you should be in here alone. Not yet." "I'm fine," Sally lied. "What are you doing here anyway?" "I came with DC Cahill." "I didn't see you when I arrived," Sally accused. "No, I was checking the rest of the street." "What for?" "Trying to see things as he would have seen them." Sally rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, "Not you as well." "Sorry? Nothing. But if you're coming in, at least stick to the sides of the hallway." "I know the procedure at a crime scene," said Anna, walking to meet Sally in the kitchen. "Find anything?" "Her bag and mobile are here, but her keys are missing." "It's him, then." Sally didn't answer. "I really don't think you're ready for this," Anna persisted. "You need to move more slowly. Tell Sean you need to ease yourself back to what you did before." "You don't understand," Sally whispered. "If I tell Sean I'm finished, he'll have to refer me for psychiatric help. Then I'm finished in the CID, finished in the police. I'm a cop. We're not allowed to need help. We're expected to deal with it no matter what. Once we can't, we're no use to anyone. Now, Sean's a good man, but the second he thinks I'm a liability to him or the team, he'll get rid of me just as fast as anyone else would." "I think you're underestimating him." "He's a cop," said Sally. "He won't be able to help himself." "Then come and see me privately. I guarantee I'll keep it totally confidential. No feedback to the police. We all need someone to talk to, Sally, especially after a life-changing event." "Maybe," Sally answered without commitment. A loud, angry voice at the front door ended their conversation. "What the bloody hell are you two doing in my crime scene?" an angry DS Rodish shouted. "Right. Neither of you are going anywhere until I've had a look at your shoes. If you're lucky, I might let you keep your clothes." Sean and Donnelly entered the large, chaotic building that served as the South Norwood sorting office unannounced. Sean finished talking to Sally on his mobile and stuffed the phone into the pocket of his raincoat. "Well?" Donnelly asked. "Sally from the latest scene. Everything seems to indicate our boy has taken her." This is getting seriously out of hand," Donnelly warned. "A third victim. The media are going to go crazy." "Best we end it then, and quickly." Sean was preoccupied, looking around the inside of the cavernous building. The high ceilings and exposed pipework made it look more like the bowels of a giant ship than a place where mail was sorted. People in Royal Mail uniforms mingled with people dressed normally, adding to the feeling of disorganization. There seemed to be an absence of leadership or direction. Although many of the workers had watched them suspiciously, no one had yet queried their presence. Losing patience with being ignored, Sean grabbed the next person who walked past. "I'll need to speak with a supervisor or a manager," he demanded. Upstairs," the man stammered. First floor." Sean followed the man's eyes across the room to a wide metal staircase. "There's signs," he added, unwilling to help further, aware of the unfriendly eyes watching his every move. "Thanks," said Sean, holding onto the man's arm a few seconds before releasing him. The man scuttled away, glancing over his shoulder. The detectives crossed the room, staring hard at everyone they passed, hoping they might get lucky and spook someone into running. As soon as he chased the runaway down, Sean knew it would only take one look into his eyes to tell him whether it was their man. Their shoes clanked loudly on the metal steps. "These stairs are murder on my old knees," Donnelly quipped. Sean ignored him, his mind already turned towards the supervisor they were yet to meet. The questions he would ask him, the threats and promises he would make to get the information he needed. He paused at the top of the stairs and looked around, breathing the stale air in deeply, listening to the sounds of the living building. Donnelly walked on a few steps before he realized Sean had stopped. "Problem?" Sean raised his hand to stop him saying more. "He works here." He was nodding to himself. "Our guy's a real postman, and he works here, in this sorting office." "Maybe. No. Definitely," Sean insisted. "How do you know? We haven't even confirmed his office covers all the abduction sites." "It feels right. Everything about it feels right. I can feel him here. Can't you?" "Let's just say if it turns out he does work here, I won't exactly fall off my chair," said Donnelly. "But for now, perhaps we should concentrate on getting hold of a supervisor. See if we can't find some evidence to go with your gut feeling." "What?" Sean asked his semi-transparent. "Yeah, sure, lead the way." The man Sean had accosted had been right about the signs. They were everywhere. They found one marked supervisor and walked in the direction the arrow indicated, along narrow, gloomily lit corridors, passing cheap wooden doors adorned with white plastic nameplates. It was Saturday, and most of the side rooms were abandoned for the weekend. The detectives moved deeper into the upper floor of the building, searching for signs of life. "Fuck me, Governor. This place makes your average police station look positively cheery," Donnelly announced. "Not exactly big on security either," Sean agreed. They kept walking until they finally found a room that had someone inside. The nameplate said, "Supervisors only." Sean knocked on the open door and waited for the man to turn around, but he carried on sitting with his back to them. "If it's overtime you're after, there's plenty of it. If you want to change routes, you'll have to fill in the forms," the man said without looking. "I'll bear that in mind," Donnelly couldn't resist saying, but at least it made the man turn round. "Who are you and what do you want?" the supervisor asked in a slight West Indian accent. Sean studied him for a few seconds before speaking. He had receding grey hair and a beard to match, spectacles perched on the bridge of his nose, a brown cardigan draped over his tall, slim torso, casual grey slacks flowing down to shoes that were more like slippers. He looked as if he should be at home in front of his ancient electric bar heater rather than at work. Retirement wasn't far away, but he'd obviously decided to start practicing already. Sean flipped his warrant card open and held it out. "D.I. Sean Corrigan, and this is D.S. Donnelly. We have a few questions I think you can help us with. If you're here to arrest a member of staff, you need to speak to the post office investigation team. I don't want to get involved in any of that. If I do, the union will string me up and hang me out to dry, you understand? We're not interested in any member of staff who may have been nicking credit cards or cash sent in the post by Granny whoever. There's no need to get the post office investigation people involved," Donnelly told him. "Then why are you here? Watch much telly lately? Read any newspapers, Mr. Donnelly continued. "Leonard Shrewsbury, supervisor here, and if you're asking whether I know what's happening in the world, then the answer is yes." Sean sensed an intelligence in the man's eyes and an integrity in the way he held himself. "Then you're probably aware that a couple of women were abducted last week, one of whom was subsequently found murdered." "I saw it," Shrewsbury answered. "A terrible thing. But terrible things happen in this world, don't they? You gentlemen would know that better than most, I suppose." Sean found himself liking the man, his planned approach changing from aggression and threats to one of cooperation. "I need your help with something. Something that could save a life. Maybe two." "Two?" Shrewsbury asked. "Then by the very nature of what you've just said, the man you are looking for must have abducted another woman." "Unfortunately, yes," Sean confirmed. "What do you need from me?" "Access to your work records, employee details, unexplained absenteeism. I can't show you that without a production order, and even then I'd have to speak to the board of directors. I can't just give you access to that kind of information." "I don't have time to go through the proper channels," Sean told him. "One of the women he's holding probably has less than 48 hours to live unless we find her. Her name is Louise Russell, and she doesn't deserve to die because of bureaucracy." The three men stared silently at each other for several seconds before Sean spoke again. "Anything you tell us will be off the record. It'll never come out that we even spoke to you. Tell us what we need to know, and we'll find a way to make it look like the information came from someplace else, I promise. But I can't walk out of here without information that could save lives, just because I don't have a piece of paper with a judge's signature on it. I can't do that." Shrewsbury considered this for a moment. "No, I don't suppose you can. So, what do you want to know?" Sean handed him a piece of paper pulled from his coat's inside pocket. "These are the addresses the women were taken from. I need to find out who works those routes." "Hold on a second," said Shrewsbury. "I'll need to log on to the system to find that out." He tapped the postcodes into the keyboard on his desk and waited a few seconds. "These addresses are on different routes covered by three different guys: Matthew Bright, Mike Plant, and Arif Sadiq." "Have you had problems with any of them?" Sean asked. "No, they're all good workers, keep themselves to themselves." "Have they ever covered each other's routes, say if one of them was sick or on holiday, for instance?" "That information's not going to be in the system, I'm afraid. There would be a paper trail, but it could take days to trace and cross-reference. I'll do it for you if you still want to know, but I can't do it straight away." "I haven't got that sort of time." Sean rubbed his temples with his middle fingers. "What about yesterday? Who covered the address in Streatham?" "Matthew Bright," Shrewsbury answered unhesitatingly. "Same as he always does." "How can you be so sure?" queried Donnelly. "I was here yesterday, and so were these three guys. No one covered for any of them." "But this would have been in the afternoon," Sean told him. "Sometime after 2 p.m. That's a bit late for post to be delivered." "Not here, it's not," Shrewsbury said. "We got such a backlog we're permanently paying guys overtime so they can catch up on deliveries, and yesterday was no different. Matthew was working all the way up to 6 o'clock. "Tell me about him," said Sean. "Tell me about Matthew Bright." "He's not the man you're looking for," Shrewsbury insisted. "I've known him for years. He's a straightforward family man who likes a pint with the boys every now and then. He's as predictable as he is unintelligent." "What does he look like?" Sean asked. "He's white, in his 40s, a big man." "It's not him." Sean stopped him. "What about the other two? What do they look like?" "Plant is white, and Sadiq is obviously Asian, both in their 50s. Sean cut him off again. "In their 50s? I would say so." "Then it's not them either." "Anything else you want me to try?" offered Shrewsbury. "Is there anyone who works here who's given you cause for real concern? Strange behaviour, violent outbursts, reclusive, secretive?" Sean asked. "Hundreds of people work here. Some for years, others only last a few days. Full-time employees, casual workers. We have them all. There are plenty who aren't exactly angels, but no one's ever given me real trouble. Nothing I can't handle. There's a group think they run the place, give the other workers a hard time now and again, but they're just shop-floor bullies, all bark and no bite. Nobody here strikes me as the type to do what you're talking about. I'd like to think that if there was, I'd be able to tell." "Not always that easy," Sean told him. "Do you have photographs of the men that work here?" "Yes." "Can I see them?" "I want to help, Inspector, but I can't let you do that. If I start pulling up employee records, someone somewhere is going to work out it was me that gave you unauthorized and frankly illegal access. I'm sorry, but I just can't do it." "Okay, but if it was something more subtle, would you help me? Something no one could trace, something off the computer system." "I'm listening." I'm looking for someone who's worked all 3 of those routes at one time or another during the last 12 months or so. Maybe they were his routes, or maybe he was just filling in. There'd be a paper trail of that, right? There would. Can you do that for me? Will you check the paper trail? It'll take a couple of days. I know, but will you do it? Shrewsbury paused a few seconds, exhaling before speaking. I'll do it, but if anyone says I did, I'll deny it. Fair enough. Well, if there's nothing else, gentlemen, it appears I have a lot of work to get through. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this, Sean assured him, handing him his business card. Give me a ring on the mobile phone as soon as you find anything, no matter what time of day. I will, Shrewsbury promised. Thanks for your time, said Sean, heading for the door. Oh, one more thing. He turned back to the supervisor. Go on. Have there been any reports or allegations of unusual thefts here in the last few months? Drugs or medical supplies? Why do you ask? I can't tell you. If I could, I would, but I need to know. Shrewsbury slowly nodded his head, the belief that he might be working alongside a man who had killed a young woman troubling him deeply. A few months ago, there was an incident, he confessed. Go on, Sean encouraged. A consignment of alfentanil went missing. Our investigation team looked into it, but whoever took it was never found. You have controlled drugs passing through the sorting office? Donnelly asked disbelievingly. Of course, Shrewsbury answered, particularly smaller consignments going abroad, often for relief agencies working in the subcontinent. We're still the cheapest way to get small packages overseas, despite what you may hear. I assume you keep them in a secure location? Sean asked. Yes, we locked them in our strong room, but someone got in and out without being seen and took the alfentanil. CCTV? Sean queried. No, unions won't allow it. Quoted the European Commission on Human Rights, no less. A very unfortunate piece of legislation, Donnelly shook his head mournfully. Fair enough, Sean conceded. If you find anything, call me straight away. I will, Shrewsbury promised. Oh, wait a minute. He scribbled something on a notepad, ripped the top sheet off and handed it to Sean. My mobile number, in case I'm not on duty when you need to speak. I probably shouldn't be doing this, but what the hell. Sean took the note and slipped it in his inside jacket pocket. Appreciated, he told Shrewsbury. As Shrewsbury watched the detectives walk from his office back into the gloom of the corridor, he chewed the soft end of a pen and considered Sean for a while. He'd met dozens of Donnellys in his time with the post office, but he sensed a difference in Sean, a rare intensity and determination. He would do what he could to help him. As the detectives headed for the exit, Sean could think of nothing other than the man he hunted, seeing him everywhere he turned in the giant building, imagining him standing by a bank of pigeonholes, organising his daily drop, climbing the same staircase he and Donnelly had as he headed for the canteen, or even Shrewsbury's office, hands gripping the same rail, feet stepping on the same flooring tiles. He breathed the air in deeply, hoping to somehow pick up on the scent of his prey, seeing himself walking up behind the faceless man, resting a hand on his shoulder and slowly turning him around, confident that as soon as he looked into his eyes, he would know he had found the killer he hunted. His thoughts were broken like shattering glass by Donnelly's gruff voice, a mixture of Glaswegian and Cockney, his throat rubbed raw by 30 cigarettes he'd consumed every day for the last 25 years. Donnelly couldn't wait to be free of the ubiquitous no-smoking signs so he could fill his lungs with warm, nicotine-laced smoke. So, what do we do next? He works here, Sean told him. It all makes sense. I should have been onto it quicker. You need to slow down, Governor, not speed up. Now, don't get me wrong. In theory, what you're saying makes sense. But hard evidence, we don't have a thing. One witness saying a postie put junk mail through his door even though he told the post office not to. That's really all you've got. The rest is in my what? Sean barked. Donnelly didn't answer. We need to take DNA off everybody who works here. Within a few days we'll match it to samples from Karen Green and he'll be dead in the water. Fucking game over. That's going to take some time to organise, Donnelly reminded him. Today's Saturday, which means tomorrow is Sunday. This place won't even be open, and nobody at the yard's going to authorise a mass DNA screening until it's been discussed to death by the powers that be. So maybe we get it authorized by what? Tuesday at the earliest. Start testing on Wednesday or Thursday. That's too slow. We need to start now. Sean sounded desperate, almost irrational, ignoring the very real legal obstacles that meant it was impossible to do what he wanted when he wanted. Governor, we can't. It isn't going to happen. So what do you suggest, Dave? I don't know. But we'd better pray we don't have to rely on a mass DNA screening to find Louise Russell, because if we do, then she's fucked, and so are we. Sean recoiled from Donnelly's crass assessment of their hopeless situation. Then we'll have to think of something else, he said. Listen, Governor, I've seen you pull a rabbit from the hat more than once, but we can't always rely on that. I mean, walking around here, chasing leads and witnesses, we shouldn't be doing this. The DCs and the uniforms should be. We should be back in the office checking through everything that everybody brings to us. The devil will be in the detail. That's how we'll find this bastard. I know, Sean agreed reluctantly, calming down. But I needed to come here. I needed to see the scenes. If I don't, then all the information reports and the witness statements mean nothing to me. Do you understand? I might as well be looking at blank bits of paper. I have to feel him. We will do what you want, but not just yet. I'm not ready yet. Well, don't take too long, Donnelly warned him. For all our sakes. Thomas Keller stood naked in front of the smeared cabinet mirror bolted to the wall of his dingy bathroom. The place reeked of damp from the black mould growing up the walls. The once pristine white seal inside the shower had long since rotted away to nothing. Cold water sprayed from the shower head behind him as he inspected the damage Deborah Thompson had done to his face. He poked and picked at the gouged scratches around his eyes and down his cheeks, their stinging pain and gaping bloodless ugliness making him wince and moan. Maybe she wasn't the one after all. Maybe she wasn't the real Sam, just another imposter sent to try and destroy him. The wounds to his face told him it was something he had to consider. He lifted a cotton wool pad from the antiseptic it had been soaking in, took a deep breath and pressed it into the first of the cuts, waiting for the burning pain to come, screaming into the mirror when it did. Over and over he soaked the pad and applied it to his wounds, each time bawling like a child, the noise of the running shower distorting his agony. When he was finally finished, he surveyed his work, happy he'd removed the risk of infection. But it was obvious the scratches would take a while to fade and would probably leave him scarred. He thanked the God who had already forsaken him that today was Saturday, and he didn't have to go back to work until Monday. By then the injuries should have calmed down a little, and he would have had time to think of an excuse of how they came to be. For the time being, all he could do was force himself into the waiting cold shower to ward off the lingering effects of the anaesthetic. He stepped into the freezing water and felt it sweep his breath away, the pressurized drops like the pricks of thousands of sharp needles on his skin. His mouth gaped open as he struggled to draw breath, his diaphragm refusing to relax and let him breathe. As he slowly grew accustomed to the temperature, the cleansing water had a revitalizing effect on his mind and body, and he began to feel better. He rolled his head on his shoulders and closed his eyes, allowing his mind to drift, hoping it would take him to a happy memory, back when he was with Sam, or maybe the time spent in the cages with the women. But he had so few happy memories and so many nightmares. Suddenly, he was a boy again, 13 or 14, he couldn't remember, small for his age and sexually immature. He would cower in a corner of the communal shower in the large open changing room at the comprehensive school, hoping the other boys wouldn't notice him, but all too often they did. He felt someone kick his legs away, knocking him to the floor as the shower head above sprayed blinding water into his eyes, rendering his attackers almost invisible. He heard the squeaking of the tap as one of his tormentors turned the water from warm to cold and then up to scalding, while kicks and punches battered his slim body. When the blows stopped, the whipping with damp towels began, their whip-crack mixing with sounds of high-pitched hysterical laughter. The merciless attackers, spurred on by the sight of violent red welts erupting all over his body, his thin white skin threatening to tear apart. The torture only ceasing when commanded to by the booming voice of a man. "That's enough of that, boys. Turn off the showers, get dried, put your towels in the used towel basket and get dressed. If I hear any of you were late for your next class, you'll be in detention." The boys' laughter turned to moans and protests as they begrudgingly did as they were told. Thomas Keller waited for the boys to leave the shower before pulling himself to his feet and heading for the exit. But as he reached the gap that led to the changing room, the teacher's arms stretched across his escape and blocked his path. "Not you, Keller," said a low voice. "You're not dry yet." He looked up at the man in front of him, one of the much-feared PE teachers, dressed in a green tracksuit, whistle around his neck on a ribbon, stared back at him with the same look in his eyes as he'd seen in the past, when others had made him do things he didn't want to do. "Hurry up, you lot," the teacher shouted over his shoulder to the rest of the boys. "I want you all out of here in 2 minutes flat." Thomas stood in front of the man shivering, one arm across his chest and the hand of the other cupping his undeveloped genitals. "Please, sir, I'm cold. Can I get dressed?" "Of course, Thomas," the teacher agreed, but he stepped in front of the boy before he could pass. "First, there's something I want you to do for me." "I don't understand," he lied, all too familiar with the lascivious look in the man's eyes and what it meant. The teacher stretched out a hand, making the boy take a step back. "Don't worry, Tommy," he reassured him. "I won't hurt you. I'm here to protect you, to keep the other boys away from you. You'd like that, wouldn't you, to have someone to look after you?" "Please, sir," the boy pleaded. "I'll be late for my next class." "Don't worry about that. I'll make sure you don't get in trouble." Again he stretched his hand out, but this time the boy didn't move away, even though all his instincts told him to run. The promise of having someone to protect him, an adult to trust, overwhelmed his instinct to survive the moment. The teacher gently stroked his hair before allowing his hand to drift downwards, caressing the side of the boy's face. "But first, there's something I want you to do for me. You understand, don't you?" Thomas shook his head. "No, sir. What do you want me to do?" The teacher's hand followed the curve of the boy's slim shoulders and slid down his arm, taking Thomas's hand in his own and pulling it towards the elasticated waistband of his tracksuit. "Take it out," the teacher ordered. "I don't know what you want me to do," the boy pretended. "Yes, you do," said the teacher, still smiling, still holding the boy's hand. "If you want me to help you, you'll have to do this for me first." He let go of the boy's hand and rested both of his own on the boy's shoulders. "Now do it." Tears of self-loathing began to sting the boy's eyes as he reached inside the teacher's tracksuit bottoms, feeling the warmth, the coiled pubic hairs scratching and itching his hand as his fingers found the teacher's rapidly swelling penis. "Take it out," he commanded, and the boy did as he was told. "Move your hand up and down," said the teacher between moans of pleasure, his head lolling backwards as his eyes began to close. The boy continued almost frantically pulling at his abuser's penis, experience telling him that the faster he did it, the sooner his humiliation and degradation would be over. "Too fast," the teacher managed to say. "Do it slowly." The boy obeyed. Good. That's better. You know what to do next?" "No," the boy pleaded. "I don't know how to do that." "Don't lie to me," snarled the teacher. "You don't think I know? You'd better do as you're told, you little slut, or I'll have to tell the children's home how I caught you stealing from the other boys' bags. Then you'll be fucked, won't you little slut? When the grown-ups come on visiting days, when they come to find someone to adopt and take back to a proper home, they won't take you, will they? Not after the staff let them know you're a thief. Now, do as you're told." The boy felt sick, constricting convulsions in his chest and throat making him gag. But he knew he had no choice. If he ever wanted to be loved again, accepted again, he had no choice. He shuffled forward on his knees and did what the teacher wanted, the man's ecstatic moans drowning out the sound of his weak sobs. "Yes," the teacher hissed. "Yes, that's good. Oh, you little slut. You little fucking whore. You fucking whore. Yes." Keller's body suddenly remembered it hadn't breathed for minutes, not since the memory returned to haunt and torture him. He breathed in as if he'd just broken through the surface of water he'd been trapped beneath, held under by an invisible force trying to drown him, his eyes springing wide open, the water from the shower washing over his eyelashes like tiny waterfalls. He buried his face in his hands and began to cry, like he cried when he was 13 or 14 years old, alone in the shower with a man who'd promised to look after him. But the man hadn't protected him. He'd used him over and over again until he grew bored of him, his eyes turning to other vulnerable boys. Boys living in care, boys whose parents couldn't cope with another mouth that needed feeding. And then he'd given Thomas to other men, all of whom had the same special name for him, the little whore. He slid down the wall of the shower and cowered on the floor, mumbling as the water filled his mouth. "Mummy, Mummy, why did you leave me? You said you'd come back for me, but you didn't, you fucking bitch! Why did you leave me?" He curled into a tight ball and waited for the other boys to start kicking and punching him, to start tearing at his skin with their whip-like towels. Sean and Donnelly pulled up outside Deborah Thompson's home, finding a parking space squeezed between the gathering forensic vehicles, little white car vans fully loaded with everything Roddis and his team would need to sweep the scene clean. They walked towards the cordoned-off area and ducked under the blue and white police tape, flashing their warrant cards at one of the uniform officers Roddis had drafted in to guard his precious exclusion zone. As they approached the house, Sean saw Sally standing at the end of the drive talking with Anna. Roddis was close to the front door with two of his team, already resplendent in their dark blue paper forensic suits, preparing plastic and brown paper bags to receive their anticipated exhibits from inside the house. Sean acknowledged Sally and Anna, but kept walking towards Roddis. "Mr. Corrigan," Roddis greeted him, "I hope you don't expect to be allowed in the house dressed like that. You shouldn't even be inside the cordon." "My apologies," Sean answered, "and no, I don't need to go inside. Not this time." He scanned the house in front of him, a near-identical property to the two other scenes. "Anything for me yet?" He made no apologies for his impatience. "We had a poke around. There are traces of chloroform on the hallway floor and a couple of full ident fingerprints on the inside door handle, which appear to be the same as the ones we took from the other two abduction sites." "How do you know they're the same?" Sean quizzed him. "They haven't been to fingerprints yet." "I keep my own copies on the laptop. The digital age is a wonderful thing. To my untrained eye, I'd say they were a match, but I imagine you already knew it was the same man, yes?" Sean didn't answer. "I need you to liaise with the door-to-door teams," he said. "If anyone in the streets had junk mail pushed through their front doors in the last couple of days, I want them to seize it and hand it all over to you for fingerprinting. I'm assuming you've worked out why." "Probably," Roddis confirmed. "So you think your man's been posting stuff through other doors, no doubt trying to blend in while he scouted the area?" "I do." Sean's iPhone vibrated in his coat pocket. He wrestled it free of the resisting material and touched his finger on the screen to answer. "Sean Corrigan?" "Inspector Corrigan, how are you this fine day?" He recognised Dr. Canning's voice immediately. "I've been better." "Never mind. I thought you'd like to know that I've released Karen Green's body into the care of the coroner's officer. The family are due to formally identify her at 2 p.m. Sean glanced at his watch. It was already 1 p.m. "Her body has been moved to the Chapel of Rest. Better for the family to see her there. We'll make her look as presentable as we can." "Good," said Sean, "and thank you." "Don't mention it. Oh, by the way, I've also identified what made the rather mysterious circular bruises we found all over her body." "I'm listening," Sean encouraged, unaware that he'd stopped breathing while he waited for what could be the breakthrough piece of the puzzle he'd been searching for. "He used an electric cattle prod. We tested a fair few instruments of torture, but only the prod gave us an exact match." Sean breathed again. "Son of a bitch. Question now is, where the hell did he get it from?" "A farm?" Canning offered. "Maybe he keeps his victims on a farm. Not many farms in southeast London. Perhaps he lives further afield than you thought." "No," Sean dismissed the suggestion. "He's no farmer coming up from the sticks to snatch his victims. This one likes to stay close to what he knows." "Well, I know better than to argue with you." Sean had already moved on. "I need you to do something else for me." "Such as?" "Run a full screening for toxins in her blood. No doubt you're going to ask me if she has traces of anything that could be used as an anaesthetic or pre-anaesthetic, something that would make a person compliant but not technically unconscious." Sean's eyes darted from side to side, uncomfortable with having anybody one step ahead of him, even Dr. Canning, a man he trusted more than most. He suddenly realised what must have happened. "You've already run the tests, haven't you?" "Of course," Canning answered, the satisfaction in his voice barely concealed. "And you found traces of alfentanil?" The satisfaction in Canning's voice turned to disbelief. "How did you know?" "I'll tell you later," Sean promised. "Could you inform the coroner's officer that I'll be there to meet the family at the identification?" "Of course," said Canning. Sean hung up and turned to Sally. "The formal identification of Karen Green will be at Guy's at 2. I could do with you there." Sally's mouth fell open, but no words came out. "I'll go," Anna jumped in. "I'd like to go. I want to go." "This won't be fun," Sean assured her. "Sally has experience with this. You don't. Sally?" She looked at the floor rather than answer. He saw she wasn't ready yet. "Besides," Anna continued, "if I see the victim's body and meet with some of her family, it may help me with profiling the offender. And there'll be a family liaison officer with them too, correct?" "There will be," Sean agreed. "DC Jessen." "Then I can't see a problem." Recognising her noble intent, Sean decided that if it gave Sally an easy out, then he'd take it. "OK, but follow my lead, and don't say a damn thing without checking with me first. Understood?" "Understood," she promised. Sean began to walk towards his car, continually shaking his head. He realised Anna wasn't following and turned back. "Well, you coming or what?" She rested a hand on Sally's shoulder and rolled her eyes before walking after them. "Women," Sean muttered to himself. "The one thing I'll never understand." The two women sat together, but alone, under the dull, jaundicing light of the low-powered bulb that hung above their heads. The sound of water trickling somewhere in the cellar, as deafening in the silence as it was maddening. Deborah Thompson clutched her damaged knee and rocked backwards and forwards on the floor of her hellish prison. Her body was drained of adrenaline, and she sobbed quietly from the pain and the fear. Her last chance of escape and survival surely gone. She was going to die in this dark, damp cellar, or somewhere worse. He would eventually come to take her life. She saw his hands slipping around her throat, squeezing, pushing his fingers into her trachea until it was crushed. The pressure halting the flow of blood through the carotid arteries to her brain, unconsciousness and death soon following. Her rocking became increasingly frantic, and her breathing on the verge of hyperventilation. She looked across the room to Louise Russell, lying silent and motionless, but for her constant shivering. Her near-naked body coiled on the floor, her back towards her, the bones of her spine already becoming more prominent after just a few days without water or food. Deborah knew Louise was growing weaker and weaker. If he didn't kill her, she would probably be dead from hypothermia soon anyway. A trembling voice made Deborah jump with fright. "How could you leave me?" the weak voice asked. "How could you do that?" It was a while before she could answer, the words stuck in her shrunken throat, as if his fingers were already coiled around it. "I panicked," she managed to say. "I was scared, so scared. I saw the light and could smell the air from outside, and I just had to get away. I had to get away from it. I couldn't think of anything else. My mind went blank, and I ran. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Her tears ran into the mucus trickling from her nose, making her face shiny and slippery as she tried to rub it away with the backs of her hands. She inhaled deeply to clear her nose and control her crying. "If I get another chance, I won't leave you, I promise. I won't panic." "There won't be another chance," Louise whispered calmly, as if she'd already accepted her fate. "You've killed us both." She rolled over slowly so she was facing Deborah, her eyes wide open and sparkling with life despite her exhaustion. "You've killed us both." "Don't say that," Deborah told her sharply. "You don't know that." Louise didn't answer, her green eyes staring in accusation. "We'd already picked names for them," she said. "Sorry?" Deborah asked. "I don't understand. Names for who?" "Our children. The children we were going to have. We'd already picked their names. If we had 3 boys, we were going to call them John, Simon, and David. If they were girls, We were going to call them Rosie, Sarah, and Elizabeth. What if you had a mixture? Deborah asked, wishing she hadn't. We never talked about that. Somehow I knew we'd have 3 boys or 3 girls, so we never discussed it. Silly, really. Deborah said nothing. Louise continued, her voice growing a little stronger as her mind temporarily freed her body from her hell. I like the boys' names. Strong and simple, like my husband. He's called John, too. I'll remember, said Deborah. His name suits him, honest and strong. Not the most handsome, not the funniest or cleverest, but good and reliable. I don't know how he's going to be when he finds out what's happened to me. I'm worried he'll never forgive himself for not being there to stop it, for not being able to save me. You shouldn't think like that, Deborah said, more because it was torture for her having to listen to it than out of any wish to help Louise. I miss him so much, Louise continued. I even miss the children. Isn't that ridiculous? I miss the children we haven't even had. We talked about them so often. I can see their faces, the shades of their hair, their freckles. I can smell them. Somehow I can feel them, yet they don't exist. And now they never will. Because of me, Deborah snapped. That's what you're saying, isn't it? They won't exist because of me. No, Louise answered, her dry, shrunken lips forming a tiny smile. No matter what you didn't bring me here. He's the one that did that. Listen, Deborah sighed. I was brought up in New Cross, you know it? A little. Then you know what it's like. I was the only girl with 3 older brothers, and I had to fight for everything. Sometimes I even had to fight my brothers for food or go hungry. I had to fight the other kids at school or forever be picked on. Whatever I got myself. Where I grew up, there was only one rule. Look after number 1, because nobody else would. So when I saw my chance, I took it. And I was wrong. I should have got the keys and let you out. I should have given you the same chance I had. But I didn't. I'm ashamed of my instinct. But if your life had been like mine, you'd have run too. No matter what you think you'd have done, I promise you, you would have run. Neither spoke for a long while. Then Louise broke the silent tension. Are you loved? She asked. Like I'm loved by John. Does anyone love you like that? I don't know. My mum? Brothers? No, not like that. A man. A man who's your soulmate. Or a woman. Maybe there's a man. His name's Sam. I haven't known him long. Sam. That's a good name. I think he's a good man, but I don't miss him the way you miss John. I'm alone down here. You have John and your imagined children, but I'm alone. I can't escape this hell, not even for a second. There was another lengthy silence between them. I still keep thinking this has to be a nightmare, that I'll wake up soon. But it's been going on too long to be a nightmare, isn't it? And the pain. You don't feel pain like this in nightmares. So I know it's real, but I still can't believe it. We're here, aren't we? And we're real. Out there, people we've never met or known will be watching the news, following our story, looking at photographs of us, listening to our families appealing to this bastard to let us go unharmed. But you're right. We won't be real to them. They'll feel nothing for us. To them, we're light entertainment. We're only real to the people who love us. No one else cares. Once we're dead, so is the story, and will be forgotten by everyone but those who love us. Then those who love us won't give up on us, and we shouldn't give up on them. And the police, they won't give up on us. They'll keep looking for us. They won't stop. They can't. The police? How could they possibly find us down here? What could lead them to him? You've heard him. You've seen him. He's completely insane. The police like things to make sense, a motive they can understand. Who could ever understand this lunatic? Louise laughed quietly and cynically, the effort making her cough. What police on the face of God's earth could ever understand this madman enough to find him? If there is such a man, then may God pity his soul. 11. Sean and Anna entered the mortuary area in Guy's Hospital and went straight to the chapel that was attached to the complex. He'd been tempted to enter via the autopsy area to show his face to Dr. Canning and to see how Anna would react to being in the company of the dead, but had decided her reaction to seeing Karen Green's lifeless body would be enough. Inside the chapel was quiet and peaceful, feeling more like a church than a hospital, the walls painted a tranquil dark purple. Someone had even gone to the lengths of hanging long red curtains either side of the door the relatives would soon be brought through, despite the fact there were no windows. A crucifix bearing the body of Christ overlooked the scene below. A coffin-shaped padded casket lay at the centre of the room on a low table that had been draped in red cloth that spread to the floor. Karen Green's body lay within. Sean crossed the floor and looked into the long box. She'd been prepared well, as all murder victims were here, by Dr. Canning's assistant and a little technical help from a local undertaker's. A purple satin sheet covered her body, leaving only her face on show. Canning's team had worked miracles on her facial injuries and had even taken time to prepare her hair as best they could, brushing it neatly to one side so as not to obscure any of her once pretty face. He fought hard not to reach out and touch her face, as if somehow feeling her cold skin would connect him to the man who had ripped her young life away. Anna's voice close behind him dragged him back. "I wasn't expecting it to be like this." "What were you expecting?" "I don't know, just not this." "Do you think we were going to take a family into a main mortuary and slide her out of a freezer? Pull back the green sheet and ask, 'Is this her?'" "I don't know." "You've been watching too many TV cop shows." "Maybe." "How many dead bodies have you seen?" he asked, suspecting he already knew the answer. "None," she answered quickly and truthfully. He said nothing, but nodded his head knowingly. Anna could sense his slight hostility and disapproval, as if she hadn't earned the right to be there in the same room as Karen Green or to be part of a murder investigation. He'd spent most of his adult life dealing with the unthinkable while she'd been cocooned in universities, giving lectures and writing books. She stepped forward and looked at Karen Green, her crystal green eyes now covered with dead eyelids. She looks peaceful, despite everything she must have been through. Sean looked away from the body to Anna, whose eyes were still fixed on Karen Green. He looked her up and down while she wasn't watching, judging her before responding to what she'd said. "She didn't when she was lying in the woods. She didn't look peaceful then. They never do. They look broken, like their souls have been torn away against their will. Death brings no peace." She looked at him from the corner of her eyes, feeling his cold blue stare. He was waiting for a reaction, a chance to study her the way she was used to studying others. The sound of his phone ringing made him look away. "Hello?" Governor, it's Sally. Uniformer found Deborah Thompson's car abandoned on Tooting Common, close to the outdoor swimming pool." He didn't know the area, but the picture in his mind was vivid. A dirt road leading to a secluded parking area, leafless trees bending slightly in the breeze as if reaching out for the car. "Shit," he cursed. "Have we got anyone left who can cover the scene?" "I don't think so," Sally told him. "That last box of soldiers you opened is just about empty. We're running out of people faster than we can replace them. This guy is getting ahead of us, Sean." "No, he's not. I'll cover the scene myself. You stay with Rodis at her house and see what you can milk out of them. Call me if you find anything." Without waiting for an answer, he hung up. "Trouble?" said Anna. "We found Deborah Thompson's car. Abandoned. Tooting Common. I need to take a look. You can come if you want." She nodded that she would. "Don't you want to wait to see the family first?" "No time for that now," he told her, hoping she couldn't see the relief in his eyes at not having to face them. "I need to check out the place her car was found as soon as possible." He glanced over at the body of Karen Green. "There's nothing more I can do for her now other than catch her killer. Her family will have to wait." Donnelly repeatedly cursed under his breath as he waded through the piles of information reports on his desk. Door-to-door forms, each detailing the description of the person spoken to. Where were they at the time of the relevant abduction? Had they seen or heard anything? There were thousands of these statements, and all needed to be checked and cross-referenced, as did the information reports from the dozens of roadblocks carried out and drivers spoken to. Ditto the reports back from officers checking possible venues where the women could be being kept, including the report from PC Ingram and PC Adams following their brief search of Thomas Keller's land and buildings. Eventually, all the information would be fed into the Home Office Large Major Inquiry System, HOMES for short. Introduced in the early 80s, this lumbering dinosaur of database was intended to allow relatively rapid and accurate cross-referencing of every type of document a murder investigation could generate. The intention was to prevent the sort of mistakes that had allowed the likes of Peter Sutcliffe, a.k.a. the Yorkshire Ripper, to kill as many women as he did, when simple cross-referencing would have brought his killing spree to a halt after 2 or 3 victims. For the most part, it worked well, but it still relied on the killer making a mistake. Donnelly blew hard and made his lips and moustache vibrate as he pondered yet another useless door-to-door report before tossing it into the pile he designated not of interest. The pile was growing monstrously high, while the pile designated of interest remained worryingly small. But Donnelly knew exactly what he was doing, even if he never confided it in anyone else, cutting the reports down to a manageable size so that when Sean eventually read through them, he wouldn't be swamped. The less crap Sean had to sift through, the freer he would be to think, to turn his unquestionable instinct to best use, to pick the diamond from the diamantes and eventually lead them to the man they so desperately needed to find. Sensing a presence behind him, Donnelly peered over his shoulder. He had a fair instinct of his own and knew who it was without looking. "What do you fucking want, Paolo?" "How do you know it was me?" Zukov asked with a mischievous smile. "I used my detective's intuition. You should try it sometime. Now, unlike you, I'm very busy, so what the fuck do you want?" "I was looking for the governor, actually." "Why?" Donnelly asked, his patience beginning to fail him. "It's about that transfer he had me researching, the one of the Phoenix that was found on Karen Green's body." "Well, go on," Donnelly encouraged an increasingly suspicious Zukov. "You can tell me. I'll make sure the information gets passed on to the boss. Or have you discovered some vital clue that's going to solve the entire case, and you want to be the one who tells the governor himself? Get all the credit, "Not exactly." "Well then, stop pissing about and tell me." "It's from a box of Rice Krispies." "What?" Donnelly asked incredulously, a broad, sarcastic smile spreading across his red face. "That's it? That's the groundbreaking piece of information, is it? So we now know what the victim liked to eat for breakfast. Rice fucking Krispies. And how long did you waste finding this out, eh? 2 days? 3 days?" "I don't know. 3 or 4. Oh, Jesus Christ." Donnelly shook his head in disapproval. "What am I going to do with you, Paolo? What am I going to do with you?" "Yeah, well, you can take the piss all you like, but it might be important. The governor seemed to think so anyway. Besides, it doesn't tell us what she liked for breakfast, at least not now. Might tell us what she liked for breakfast 16 years ago." "What are you on about?" "The transfer was a free gift in boxes of Rice Krispies 16 years ago. The manufacturers only did the one run of them, so either Karen Green hasn't had a bath or shower for 16 years, or for some reason she kept it safe for all that time and decided to use it just before travelling to Australia." "Is that the information report there?" Donnelly asked, pointing to the cardboard folder Zukov was holding. "Yes," Zukov answered. "I'll take that," Donnelly insisted, relieving the unhappy Zukov of his prize. "It's probably nothing. I can't see its relevance, but all the same I'll pass it on to the boss. See what he makes of it. As for you, it's about time you got down to some proper police work." The aggrieved Zukov sloped away, leaving Donnelly to flick through the report. Zukov was right. The Phoenix transfer was indeed 16 years old. "Weird," he declared, and tossed the report onto the pile designated of interest. A deeply disturbing sense of déjà vu swept over Sean as he and Anna drove to the edge of the police cordon on Tooting Common, a one-time haunt of London's lowest class of prostitute. The area had changed significantly over the preceding 10 years, as the soaring house prices in Putney, Barnes and Sheen forced the wealthy and educated to seek new residential areas to colonise, pushing the not-so-fortunate even further south, or out of London altogether. The blue and white police tape whistled in the breeze as it surrounded the entire car park. Sean parked quickly and headed for one of the only 2 uniformed officers who were desperately trying to stop dog walkers and joggers from entering the scene to recover their cars. Anna struggled to keep pace with him as he closed on the policeman and flashed his warrant card. "D.I. Corrigan, and this is Dr. Raveni Caron. She's with me." He ducked under the tape and held it up for Anna to follow. "Have you touched the car?" Sean asked the young cop, looking across the car park at Deborah Thompson's abandoned red Honda Civic. No, sir, he answered too quickly. Only to see if it was open. I take it the car was locked, said Sean. No, sir, it's open. The keys are still in the ignition. Sean stopped walking for a second, a little confused and surprised. The keys are still in it? Yes, sir. He's changed his method, he told Anna, although he could barely believe what he was saying. I didn't see that coming. It's a minor detail, Anna replied. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. Sean stormed across the car park, talking as he walked. Oh, it has to mean something. With this one, everything means something. If he's changed his method, then he's done it for a reason. He stopped when he reached the car, filling his lungs with cool air before he began his cursory examination. An examination that he knew would draw him into another world. Maybe someone disturbed him, Anna offered, made him panic and leave the keys in the ignition. No, Sean snapped on a pair of rubber gloves. If he'd been disturbed, we'd have known about it by now. Uniform would have come poking around and found the car. No, he left the keys behind because he's beginning to lose control. Lose patience. He knows where all this is leading. Maybe only subconsciously, but he knows. You still think he's going to blow up? Yes, said Sean grimly, pulling the handle of the passenger's side door and slowly easing it open a couple of inches, his body tense as he prepared for the onslaught of scents that were about to rush from the car. The fragrance of a pine air freshener washed over him first, quickly followed by traces of perfume and makeup. He tried to remember the smell of black orchid and was as sure as he could be that this was not the same. What did that mean? Confirmation the killer made his victims wear the perfume of his choice? He tried to pick up a trace of Elemis body cream, but could not. He eased the door open wider and pushed his head into the space, recoiling at a smell he recognized. The same animalistic, musky scent he detected on other killers, other criminals he dealt with in the past. A smell of fear and desperation, guilt and excitement. A smell all good cops knew meant they had the right man. A scent he often feared oozed from his own skin pores. The madman had been here less than a day ago. His presence remained strong, almost as if he was still there inside the car. Sean found himself staring at the driver's seat, unmoving, unblinking, watching as the shape of a man formed in his imagination, a dark hooded top covering his head. As he concentrated, the head slowly began to turn towards him, but the spectre had no face, just darkness where it should have been. In an instant the spectre faded, a solid image turning to gas before disappearing completely. With a sigh, Sean pulled himself out of the car and walked around to the boot, popping the hatch open, giving the door an initial pull, then allowing the pneumatics to do the rest. Once the hatch was fully open, he placed his face as close as he dared to the carpeted floor of the boot and inhaled deeply. Anna saw how pale he looked. "What is it?" she asked. "Chloroform. He took her all right." He looked around at the trees hissing conspiratorially in the wind and speaking witnesses to the beginning of Deborah Thompson's nightmare. Did the man he hunted see the trees as his allies, hiding him from the people who chased him, hiding him from Sean? "Always the woods," he said to himself. "Sorry?" said Anna. "Always the woods. Always the trees. It's the city he knows, but it's the woods where he's most comfortable. Wherever he lives will be surrounded by trees." "That doesn't narrow it down much." No, it doesn't," he admitted, and started walking back to his own car. Anna rolled her eyes and followed him, feeling like a lost dog following its adopted owner, half expecting Sean to try and chase her away at any time. "Wait here until forensics arrive," he instructed one of the uniformed officers as he walked briskly past them. The officer nodded his reply. As they reached the car, Anna managed to slow Sean down by taking hold of his arm. "I need to talk to you. I've told you I don't want to talk about me." His eyes moved to the hand wrapped around his forearm, and she released her grip. "Nor do I." He looked at her in surprise. "I need to talk to you about Sally." "What about Sally?" "She needs help. She needs counselling. I'd like to help her, and I think she wants me to, but she could use a push from someone she trusts." "Meaning me?" Anna shrugged her shoulders. "I can't do that. Sally's a cop. She wouldn't want anyone to know, including me. If she thought for a second anyone on the team knew she was getting counselling, she'd be destroyed." "Why?" "Like I said, she's a cop. I think Sally may be above the stereotypical macho image of a police officer. Oh, because she's a woman? Trust me, she's a cop before she's a woman, and that means she knows the score. What on earth does... We don't admit to needing help even when we do. Being physically broken is fine, but mentally, no one would work with her again. That's pathetic. I didn't say it was right. I just said that's the way it is. If you can persuade her to see it, fine, but for Christ's sake, don't let anyone else know. Jesus, you're a strange bunch, cops. I'm beginning to think you're all crazy. We're crazy? What about you? One minute you're helping the man who almost killed her, next you want to help her. Do you really know what happened to Sally? That night when Gibran broke into her home? Of course. I read the reports before interviewing Sebastian. The reports? And what did the reports say? That she was attacked in her own home and seriously injured by 2 knife wounds to the chest. That's nice and neat. Doesn't tell you how he stood over her while she was bleeding to death on her own living room floor. Doesn't tell you about how she watched him searching through her kitchen knives for one to finish her off with. Doesn't tell you about the 4 different surgeries she had to keep her alive. Doesn't tell you about the months of breathing, eating and drinking through plastic tubes. Doesn't tell you about the nightmares. She told you all of this? Christ, she didn't have to tell me. I saw it. Neither spoke for a while. Listen, Anna. I like you, but you'll only ever be an outsider to us. You'll never be a cop. You stick around long enough, you'll learn more than most, but you'll never be one of us. You'll never really see what we do. I know, she admitted, and frankly, I wouldn't want to be. Working with almost no sleep day after day, hardly eating or drinking, trying to think straight when your mind and body are exhausted. I admire you. I didn't think I would, but I do. And I admitted, I had no idea it would be like this. You get used to it. I'll keep going without sleep or rest if necessary, until I find this bastard and bury him. You never know, I might get lucky. He may blow up and top himself. But not before he kills the women he's taken. And according to your theory, not before he goes on a spree, settles a few old scores, real or imagined. He's heading that way, said Sean, leaving the car open with the keys inside. His control is slipping. Soon the women won't be enough. I disagree, said Anna. You're reading too much into the keys. If you want to catch him quickly, you need to stick with local criminals, ones with juvenile convictions for residential burglaries, particularly ones with a history of defecating inside the houses they broke into. As they grew older, there'll have been a progression to minor sexual offences, gradually becoming more serious, possibly even rape. No, Sean snapped, he's beyond that. Besides, he's got no previous convictions, remember? Then the police have missed something, or the offender is incredibly lucky. Either way, he's showing all the signs of a sexual predator progressing from burglary to rape and murder. His crimes are a classic expression of power and anger, probably brought on by some cataclysmic rejection. The actual women meant little or nothing to him. The similarities in their appearance is due to the fact they remind him of the person who rejected him, most likely his mother or even grandmother. Yet despite her rejection, he still loves her and wants to be with her. Hence he takes the women who remind him of her. No, Sean argued, his voice raised in frustration. He hates his mother, his grandmother, everyone who betrayed him, and that means everyone in the world. Everyone except for one woman, the one who showed him kindness and acceptance, at least initially. But it didn't last. Again, he was rejected, but he still loves her. Despite the rejection, he still loves her. As he spoke, he began to drift away from her, melting into the Shadowland, a land inhabited by just 2 people, Sean and the man he hunted. A land of thousands of questions and almost no answers. But still it was where he needed to go, to keep walking through the fog. His mind stretched out as if trying to see the path ahead before he tripped and fell on unseen hazards. Everybody who ever rejected him, he hates. He despises them. Dreams about the day when he'll have his revenge. Yet in her case, even after she rejected him, he's gone on loving her. He covets her, craves her, wants to keep the time they had together alive. Why doesn't he hate her too? He sensed Anna was about to speak and thrust an upturned palm towards her to stop her. It doesn't make sense. She does to him what everyone else has done to him, yet he still loves her. I mean, really loves her. Why is she so different? It felt as though he was reading a burning letter, the answer smouldering in gentle orange flames, turning to ashes before he could read it to the end. Anna was more than just watching him now. She was studying him, his eye movements, how often he closed his eyes, his hand gestures, the movement of his constantly clenching and releasing fingers, the way he occasionally cocked his head to one side, as if to hear some whisper only he could detect, the way he rotated on the spot where he stood, turning fully 360 degrees one way, then back the other. She'd seen this level of projected imagination in some of the killers she'd interviewed, but never so strong in someone sane. And always their imaginations would only satisfy them for so long before their fantasies had to become reality. She continued to study him, even when he suddenly froze, eyes staring at nothing. "Fuck it," he swore. "It's gone." "What's gone?" Anna asked, hoping he would be able to return to his conscious trance. "Nothing. Doesn't matter." "Sean, I have to say, I think this theory of yours about some mythical woman he's looking to replace is a red herring that will lead—" "No!" Sean broke in. "It's the key to finding him. Find her, we find him." "What you believe would indicate he is an expressive killer, killing as a release of anger and frustration, using the victims as replacements for someone known to him. But I see no sign of that here. His crimes are classically instrumental, planned, cold, unemotional, an expression of some other as yet unknown desire." "Clinical terms," Sean barked, his temper rising, swelling painfully in his chest. "Instrumental, expressive, just clever clinical terms. They don't belong out here. This is the real world." "Yes, but these studies can be applied to the real world." "Why are you here?" he demanded, stunning Anna into silence. "Why are you really here? You can't help me, not out here. What, are you trying to give yourself credibility? So the next time you meet your fellow psychiatrist at some convention, you can impress them with an account of a real murder investigation? Are you going to tell them all how you helped the clueless police solve the case? No. No, wait, now, I know why you're here. It's for your next book, isn't it? So you can enthrall your readers with tales of horror and bad men who might come for them in the night. That should sell a few thousand copies." She wouldn't be his victim any longer. "Why don't you just tell me what you're really afraid of, Sean, instead of hiding behind your anger?" "I'll tell you what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of the fact that I'm running out of ideas and time, and so is Louise Russell, and so is Deborah Thompson. I'm afraid because the answer to this riddle is buried under 10,000 information and intelligence reports. I'm afraid because the name of the man I'm after is locked in the fucking post office sorting depot in South Norwood, but I can't go look for it because I need a production order. And even if I had one, I couldn't use it until Monday. And then only if the powers that be managed to get the union's agreement. So yes, I am very fucking afraid." "Then let me help you. Use what I know." "No." "What is your problem?" "I'll tell you what my problem is," he said, rounding on her. 20 years ago, I was a rookie cop, barely out of uniform on the crime squad at Plumstead, when suddenly I find myself attached to the Parkside Rapist Inquiry Team. Someone was attacking and raping young women in and around southeast London parks, popular with walkers, similar to Putney Heath. Mean anything yet? Anna shrugged her shoulders without commitment. "That's the first time I met Detective Chief Superintendent Charlie Bannon. He was the most brilliant detective I've ever seen, let alone work with. Every now and then he'd pull a young cop like me aside and run something past them, just to test their mettle, their instincts. One day he drops a photograph of Rebecca Fordham in front of me and tells me he thinks the Parkside Rapist and Rebecca's murderer are one and the same man. And he asks me what I think. I look at the crime scene photographs, the victims' descriptions, the excessive use of violence, apparent weapon used, the wounds he'd inflicted and the strong sexual element to the crime. But there's one glaring difference between this scene and the Parkside Rapist scenes. Rebecca had been murdered inside her flat, whereas the Parkside Rapist always struck outside, or so it seemed. But I took the file with the crime scene photographs back to where she'd lived, in a flat just off Putney Heath. A mixture of open common land and woods, just like the areas the Parkside Rapist was using. So I checked back further into the files and discovered she'd been walking in the woods earlier in the afternoon on the day she was murdered. And that wasn't all I found. She'd been walking with her son, her 7-year-old son. But unknown to her killer, She dropped him off at a neighbour's in the same building before going home. Apparently, she had a lot of work to catch up on, so the neighbour had agreed to look after him for a few hours. "What's the relevance of the son being with her?" Anna asked. "Because everyone always assumed that the children were irrelevant, that when Richards attacked women who were with their children, he did so in spite of them being there." "But not you?" Anna questioned. "No, not me. I always believed it was his preference to attack women because they were with their children, not that he simply wasn't put off by the fact they were present. But as you said, Rebecca Fordham's son wasn't with her when she was attacked." "Yes, but he didn't know that. All he knew was that he failed to attack her while she was in the woods, but now he'd managed to follow her home, and all he had to do was stay out of sight, hiding in the trees, and wait for her to make a mistake." "And she did?" "Yes. Her flat was on the ground floor. It was summer. How was she to know there was a monster like Richards watching her, waiting? She left the kitchen window open, and eventually he built up the courage, and he slipped inside, and he killed her. He killed her, then he mutilated and sexually abused her dead body, cleaned up as best he could, and left. But there was something else in the photographs that stood out for me, something that only Charlie Bannon had also seen and considered." "What was it?" "A doll." "A doll?" "Larger than normal, right in the middle of the crime scene, sitting on the chair opposite the couch where Rebecca was butchered." "And you thought he'd used it as a replacement for the child who wasn't there?" Anna caught on. "You thought he took the doll from somewhere inside the flat and placed it as if it was watching him rape and murder the mother?" "Yes," he told her coldly. "But blood spray patterns on the doll indicated that it hadn't been present when she'd had her throat cut, but had been present when the other wounds had been inflicted. So he inflicted an incapacitating and ultimately fatal blow, and, as she lay bleeding to death, he went looking for the child, to make him watch the rest, only he couldn't find him. So he replaced him with the doll before finishing his performance," Sean finished for her. "And yes, that's what I believe happened. It had to be the same man. Only trouble was, the Rebecca Fordham team had already charged Ian McCaig, who'd killed himself while on remand waiting for his trial. McCaig was clearly unstable from the outset, but he was no killer. The media frenzy around his arrest and the public hatred drove him over the edge. He just couldn't take it. Everyone took his suicide as his admission of guilt." "But not you?" "No, and not Charlie Bannon either. As far as we were concerned, the Parkside rapist was still on the loose, and therefore so was Rebecca's killer. It just couldn't be McCaig. He was all wrong for it. So why had they charged him in the first place? I'll tell you why. Because some fucking historical criminologist reckoned he could be the one. But there's no way he could have been. McCaig's only conviction was for indecent exposure, a crime of self-degradation. Rebecca's killer was all about the degradation of others. Two traits that can never exist in the same offender. They're opposite ends of the spectrum. Night and day, light and darkness. But the team investigating Rebecca's murder wouldn't entertain the idea they had the wrong man. Bannon had pleaded with them to listen, but they wouldn't. So we met with the criminologist ourselves and asked her to consider a possible link between Rebecca's murder and the Parkside rapes. And she agreed they appeared to be linked. So she admitted she could have been wrong. She said she'd never told the Fordham team McCaig was guilty, just that he fitted elements of the profile. But the damage had already been done. The investigation team had allowed themselves to be influenced by an outsider, and it had led to a catastrophic mistake. Anyway, a few weeks later, we found Lindsay Harter and her 4-year-old daughter raped and murdered in their own home. The brutality of the attack left us in no doubt it was the same man who had killed Rebecca. The same man who was committing the Parkside rapes. When we looked at the blood spray patterns around the area where the mother had been killed, it became apparent that something had been removed from the scene after she'd been killed. Something, or someone, who'd been sitting in the chair opposite. So we had the daughter's body and clothes examined for traces of her mother's blood, and Christ, we found plenty. The blood spray patterns confirmed it. The killer had made the daughter sit and watch him sexually and physically mutilate her own mother before leading her to her own bedroom and killing her too. Just like the doll, Anna said, pulling her coat tight against the cold of the day and the chill of what she was being told. Yeah, just like the doll. Later we arrested and charged Christopher Richards with the murder of Lindsay and her daughter Izzy. He admitted his guilt, but when we asked about Rebecca's murder, he denied having anything to do with it. The criminologist continued to deny her involvement in the conviction of McCaig. Maybe she'd been misunderstood. Maybe she was just scared of her reputation being destroyed. I don't suppose we'll ever know. It took until 2007 for DNA tests to finally prove that it was Richards who murdered Rebecca. He pleaded guilty to manslaughter on grounds of diminished responsibility. We've been right, Charlie Bannon and I. We've been right all along. A young mother and her 4-year-old child both raped and murdered unnecessarily. Dozens of other women raped by Richards after he'd killed Rebecca, all because the investigation team stopped listening to their own instincts, allowed the world of academic theories and clinical papers into their world, the real world, my world. These things don't belong in my world. We've improved since then, Anna pleaded, all too aware of the cases to which he referred. We've learned from our mistakes. We know so much more now. Why don't you save what you know for the next time you're in court, so you can use it to help some other bastard like Gibran get away with murder? Anna's mouth hung slightly open for a few seconds. I don't deserve that, she said. He closed his eyes and rubbed his temples, letting the anger and bitterness sink back into the dark places that littered his corrupted soul. I'm sorry, I think we should just go. Fine, he agreed. They both climbed into the unmarked car and prepared for a long, silent journey back to Peckham. Thomas Keller lay on the stained and soiled mattress, a filthy duvet pulled up to his chest. It was early evening outside, and still light enough to see without turning the overhead light on. Underneath the duvet, he wore his tracksuit bottoms and an unwashed T-shirt. He could see her so clearly, as if she was lying in the bed with him. The only person he ever really loved. The only person who ever really loved him. They were alone together a long time ago when he was only 12 years old, in her garden, bathed in August sunshine, warm and strong, early in the summer's evening, the smell of freshly cut grass from the surrounding gardens filling their heads. Alone where no one could see them, away from prying eyes that would try and stop them if they could see them together. He stroked her long brown hair, occasionally glancing at the transfer of a phoenix on his forearm, while she hummed and made a daisy chain, her identical transfer vivid in the bright light. Transfers they'd put on each other, a symbol of their never-ending love. She turned to him, smiling. "What you thinking about, Tommy?" she asked, her gentle, kind voice like an angel speaking to him, his one and only escape from the harshness of his reality. "I was thinking of you." "Why? Do you love me?" she giggled. "Yes," he said, not afraid to tell her, not afraid to tell her anything. "Enough to stay with me forever?" "Yes." "Don't be silly. We've only been friends for a week." "But I've known you a lot longer than that," he protested. "No, you haven't," she insisted. "Not properly. I've watched you for a long time. Watched you with the others. But I knew you weren't like them. I knew you were different." "They're okay," she said unconvincingly. "To you, maybe, but not to me. They just don't understand you, Tommy. They think you're too good for them or something. Is that what they told you?" "Not exactly, but I know what they say to each other." Thomas Keller didn't respond. "You should just ignore them when they're being mean to you." "I do mostly, but one day I'll show them all what I can do. Then they'll be sorry they picked on me." "What do you mean?" Sam asked, looking up from her daisy chain, peering into his brown, almost black eyes. "Nothing." He suddenly leaned forward, his lips pursed, but she bent away from him. "What are you doing?" she said, still smiling, but more anxiously now. "I wanted to kiss you, that's all." She watched him as he looked away and stared at the ground, a sense of pity and friendship overwhelming her resistance. She knew what the other children at school did to him, physically and emotionally tormenting him whenever a teacher wasn't there to stop them, or sometimes even when there was. But she had never joined in. By befriending him, she had risked her position as one of the popular kids, one of the in crowd. Her friendship had been enough to confer on him a degree of protective cover. All the same, his attitude towards her did concern her a little. From the very first time she had spoken to him, just a week ago, when she had intervened to stop a group of boys from tearing his schoolbooks to pieces, his intensity towards her had seemed unnatural. She told herself it wasn't surprising. Clearly she was the only friend he'd ever had. Her parents and older relatives had always been amused and charmed by her natural instinct to protect the innocent, embarrassing her with tales of when she would rescue writhing caterpillars from attacking ants or free moths from the spider's web. And now she had Tommy, another insect to be saved from the ants. She leaned close to him and quickly kissed him on the cheek. He looked up, joy and fear etched on his face, confusion and excitement, his lips swelling with the blood of embarrassment and desire. He'd never felt quite like this before. A stirring in the very pit of his stomach, a tightening feeling in his groin. He knew what to do next. Some of the older boys at the children's home had made him watch their secret DVDs. He knew what men were supposed to do to women, especially when they loved them. The older boys had made that very clear. He leaned towards her and kissed her on the cheek. To his pleasure and surprise, she didn't pull away, so he kissed her again and again, moving across her cheek to her beautiful red lips, the taste and warmth of her skin firing through his entire body like electricity, making his heart pound out of control, his breathing reduced to tiny gasps. She giggled nervously, placing a hand on his chest as his lips searched for hers, probing and slipping on the side of her face. She tried to twist away, but felt his hands slip under her armpits and began to hold her in place, pulling her closer to him. She pushed hard at his chest again with both hands, the increasingly fraught struggle making them overbalance and fall sideways onto the grass, his lips never ceasing their search for hers. "No, Tommy," she managed to say. "Stop it, please. Stop it. Tommy, you're hurting me." She felt a hand slide under her top and grope her chest for breast she didn't have yet, his jagged fingernails clawing at her soft skin. And then he was on top of her, his hand pulling and tugging at the buttons and zip of her jeans. Her hand pulling at his wrist, tears beginning to seep from her green eyes as she fought to free herself from him. But the madness had made him too strong, and she felt his powerful thin fingers push themselves into her knickers, pressing hard on her crotch. "Stop! Tommy, please! You have to stop!" But he didn't, a single finger pushing its way inside her, the pain and shock electrifying her body, making her do the only thing she could think of doing. Her shrill scream ripped through him like a bullet, freezing time as he became totally still, his eyes wide and round, misty with sexual desire that he knew now would never be fulfilled. For that second, nothing in the world existed except the two of them, locked in their grotesque embrace. He felt her lungs filling with air, watched her mouth spread wide open, every muscle in her body tense as she prepared to shatter the very air around them with another scream. The horror of the situation punched him in the chest and shocked him to action before the scream could leave her mouth, his hand clamping over the opening in her face that threatened to destroy him once and for all. She blinked mechanically as she realized what was happening, the tears being pushed from her eyes and rolling down her temples and disappearing into her hairline. "You shouldn't have done that," he told her. "You shouldn't have done that. I only wanted to prove to you that I love you. You want me to show you that, don't you?" She tried to shake her head, to show him she didn't, that she just wanted him to go and never speak of this again to anyone. But it was too late. Too late for both of them. The silhouette loomed up behind him, the sun glaring into her eyes, making it impossible to see who it could be. But suddenly the weight of Tommy's body was no longer on her, as he appeared to be flying backwards through the air, the angry voice of an adult breaking through her hypnotic nightmare, the voice of her father. "Get the fuck off my daughter, you little bastard! What the fuck do you think you're doing?" She watched her father raise his hand to strike the boy, and despite the horror of a few seconds before, she couldn't let him. "No, don't hit him!" Her father looked at her silently, the rage in his heart making her words sound distorted and unclear. But her pleading eyes told him what she was saying, begging him to spare the boy who had tried to violate her. "Please," she asked. Her father lowered his hand and stared at Tommy as if he was filth, stared at him the way he was used to being stared at. Then he dragged him from the garden and through the gate that led to his car, her voice following them all the way. "Please, don't hurt him, Daddy. He didn't mean to hurt me," as she tried to defend him through her confusion and shock, despite her feelings of revulsion. Her father spun on her, his finger raised to her face. "You wait here till I get back." He grabbed Tommy by the back of his neck and pointed his face back at his daughters. "Take a good look at her, son, because it's the last time you'll ever see her. Understand?" The boy said nothing as he was pushed into the boot of her father's car. the slamming of the lid bringing darkness and fear as they drove the short distance to the children's home. Then light rushed into the boot, blinding light, as strong arms pulled him from the car and pushed him along the path to the entrance. Her father made sure all the staff and children knew what he'd done, that he didn't want to press charges, so long as the boys stayed away from his daughter. No need to get the police involved. The staff at the home could deal with it, just so long as the boy stayed away. But Thomas Keller couldn't stay away, no matter how hard he tried, because he loved her and knew she loved him too. Every chance he had, he watched her, followed her home from school, hiding in the darkness. But he was young and clumsy, and her treacherous parents saw him. This time the police were involved. They came to the children's home and spoke to him, warned him that a crime report had been created, and that he was shown as the suspect for the harassment of one Samantha Shaw, but that he was lucky this once. The parents just wanted him warned off. If he stayed away, they'd say no more about it. He would have to change schools, of course, but that could be arranged easily enough. He suddenly sat bolt upright in his filthy bed as he remembered agreeing to stay away from her. But he hadn't stayed away. How could he? She was his religion, his God. How could he stay away? And so he'd learned to be more careful, to make the shadows and darkness his allies. He'd learnt to blend into his surroundings like an urban chameleon. And he watched her. He went on watching her for years. Keller rolled out of bed and stepped across the bedroom to the drawer where he kept the bundles of letters. Quickly, he searched through the detritus until he found what he was looking for: a bottle of black orchid perfume and a jar of Elemis body cream. Lifting the perfume carefully from the drawer, as if it was so delicate his mere touch might shatter it, he sprayed a tiny amount onto the back of his hand, breathing in the drops of fine vapour as they travelled through the air. His eyes rolled back into their sockets with pleasure, exposing blood vessel-streaked whites. When his pupils returned, he slowly unscrewed the lid from the Elemis cream, savouring the anticipation of what was to come, the smell of it, the feel of it. Only when he was truly ready did he push his index finger into the cream, its oily coolness making him sigh with delight, his eyes flickering, overcome by such rare sensations of absolute joy. Slowly, he pulled his finger from the whiteness and carefully wiped the excess on the side of the jar, gently, painstakingly massaging what was left into the back of his hand, releasing the scent of the Elemis to mix with the perfume, the combination once more carrying him back in time. Back to the day only weeks ago when he'd let himself into her house, while she and the man she lived with were at work. The man who pretended to be her lover, but who, he knew, was one of them. Sent to watch over her, sent to keep her from him. The kitchen window had been easy enough to open, and the house wasn't even alarmed. He slipped the blade of his flick knife between the upper and lower sash and snapped the latch. The window slid open silently and easily, the scent of her life rushing at him all at once, almost knocking him back out of the window as he snaked into the house, his agile, wiry body ideally suited for climbing through tight spaces. Doing his best to ignore the assault on his senses, he jumped down to the kitchen floor, landing like an alert cat, alive to any changes in sound or shade, to even the tiniest deviation to the atmosphere of the interior. Once he was satisfied he was alone, he explored the small house, always taking care that he could not be seen from the windows, searching drawers and cupboards, picking up anything and everything that belonged to her, carefully replacing items in exactly the same place he'd taken them from. He drank in as much as her life as he could without overgorging and losing control, overloading his starved senses with her essence. Eventually, he reached her bedroom and slipped through the barely open door, the indentations left by her body still visible on the unmade bed, her pillow flattened in the centre and puffed at the sides. But what should have been a magical moment had been ruined by the smell of the man and the deeper mould his heavy body had left in her bed. Trying to block out everything else, he had knelt next to where she had laid, his hands tracing the shape of her body and head, the faintest trace of her warmth still detectable. He rested his hands on the bed until the warmth had completely gone. Then he began to move inch by inch around the room, absorbing every detail, until he came to her dressing table, littered with makeup and things only women had, things that were strange and exotic to him, things that had never had a place in his life. His eyes searched the chaotic surface, finally coming to rest on two of the larger, more eye-catching items: a black bottle with a gold label and a heavy glass jar with a chrome seal containing something white. He lifted the black bottle and read the words embossed on the label: Black Orchid Eau de Parfum. He sniffed at the top of the bottle, nervous and suspicious of the contents, surprised at the beauty of the odour. Glancing from side to side as if he was being watched, then quickly stuffing it into his trouser pocket, its weight and size awkward, but worth it for the prize. Next, he lifted the heavy glass jar and read the unfamiliar words written around its body: Elemis Body Cream. He unscrewed the lid and let the subtle, pleasant vapours drift up and into his face. Unable to resist, he pushed his finger into the cream. That had been the first time he'd enjoyed its cool oiliness, but there had been many occasions since. He rubbed the cream into his face, closing his eyes to allow images of Sam massaging the cream into her skin, all of her skin. This was not how he remembered her scent, but he knew it was how she must smell now the girl had become a woman. A sudden noise in the distance outside startled him, brought him back to where he was and what he was doing. He screwed the top back on the Elemis, tucked it into his other pocket, and left the bedroom and then the house, slipping out of the same window and closing it behind him. The memory was a sweet one, but now he was alone again in his own bedroom, the open jar of Elemis in his hand. He noted that the jar was half full, enough to last a long time yet, provided he wasn't wasteful, provided he only used it on those who really could be her. He would have to be more selective in future, but even so, he had enough for many more women, for many more Sams. He screwed the lid back on the cream and carefully replaced it in the drawer. Close to midnight, and Sean sat alone in his office with the overhead lights turned off to lessen the chances of being ambushed by a migraine. A desktop lamp the only lighting in the room, although the strip lights in the main office still washed the place with harsh white light. There were a few people floating around, including Donnelly and Sally. Most were typing up the reports of the day's findings, others making apologetic phone calls to husbands, wives, and partners. His tired eyes searched the office, subconsciously processing who was there and who was missing. He noticed Sally and Anna hunched over Sally's desk, whispering conspiratorially, no doubt discussing his harsh words at the scene of Deborah Thompson's car, or perhaps Anna was still trying to persuade Sally to let her help. If that was the case, he wished her luck. He was still considering the possibilities when he saw Donnelly stretch, stand up, and head his way. The lack of urgency in his manner told Sean not to expect any groundbreaking news. Donnelly stepped into his office and sat without being invited. "Governor." "Dave?" Sean replied. "Anything happening?" "You tell me. Anything in the information reports prick your interest, from the roadblocks, door to door?" "Not yet," Sean answered, "although, as you can see, I still have plenty to get through." He gestured to the pile of A4 sheets on his desk. "Aye," Donnelly sympathised. "I've cut the wheat from the chaff as much as I could, but you know what it's like with an investigation of this profile. Every Tom, Dick and Harry wants to get their little piece of information in so they can spend the rest of their careers in the canteen boring anyone who'll listen that they were the one who discovered the key that broke the case and caught the murderer." "I know," Sean agreed. "But the answer will be in there, somewhere. It's just a matter of whether I can find it." "You will," Donnelly told him. "Not until I get that production order for the post office employee files. And you and I both know there isn't a judge in the land who's going to give me an order on all I've got so far. One wobbly witness who's had a bit of junk mail stuffed through his door. We keep digging. We'll find more, hopefully enough to get the order by Monday." "Maybe," Sean answered. "Anyway, not much else you can do here tonight. Why don't you go home for a bit, or go for a drink?" Donnelly glanced at his watch. "Too late for the pub," he sighed. "You don't actually expect me to believe that Dave Donnelly doesn't know where to get an after-hours drink from, do you?" "Aye, well," Donnelly stuttered, embarrassed and delighted at his infamy. "And do me a favour," Sean added. "Take Sally and Anna with you, will you? Just keep your phones handy. I'll call if anything breaks." "Fair enough," Donnelly cheerfully agreed and swept from his office back into the main incident room, gathering up Sally and Anna despite their protests and ushering them towards the swing door exit and away. Somehow their leaving made Sean breathe easier, as if he'd been relieved of a burden he hadn't even known he'd been carrying. He rubbed his eyes hard, waiting for the mist to clear, before staring at the small mountain of papers and reports he had to plough through. He couldn't let go of the feeling that he already knew the answer, so why had his search of the crime reporting investigation system drawn a blank? Could he really be so wrong? No, he whispered to himself. I'm right. I know I am. He pulled the pile of reports towards him and began to read, at first without enthusiasm, sheet after sheet of pointless bits of information. But as he sank deeper into the ocean of intelligence, he forgot what he was doing and where he was, drifting away on a tide of possibilities. Every so often he read something that stabbed excitedly at his chest, but there were still too many possibles, too many people stopped and questioned whom the interviewing officer had thought a little strange or uncooperative. Too many men who'd appeared keen to avoid telling the police of their whereabouts at the times of the crimes. Too many disused factories and small holdings to allow any one thing to stand out. He needed something to cross-reference itself. A nervous postman stopped at a roadblock or living on an abandoned farm. If he could find that in and amongst the deluge of information, if he could find that one report, he knew he would find his quarry. The next time he looked up and into the main office, it was empty, and in as much darkness as any police room ever is. He quickly looked at his watch and then his phone, suddenly remembering he hadn't called Kate all day. Now it was 2 a.m., and too late to do anything other than drop himself in it even more. If he didn't phone, he faced a few frosty hours next time he saw her, but if he did, and woke the kids, it wouldn't improve his popularity. He considered sending a text, but decided it was too late to try anything. He looked away from the phone and back to the slowly diminishing pile of reports on his desk, resisting the urge to go home and grab a few hours' sleep before everything started all over again the next morning. Lifting another piece of paper to read, he promised himself that after this one he would pack it in for the night. One more report, then he'd head home to the short, fitful sleep full of nightmares that waited for him. Louise Russell's near-naked body lying in the woods, her accusing eyes pleading with him for the answer. Why? Why hadn't he been able to find her in time? He looked at the paper in his hands, his eyes so tired he could hardly focus. The sick feeling in his stomach and the pounding in his head reminding him he had forgotten to drink or eat since brunch with Anna. His eyes flickered until the words settled and formed. It was an information report submitted by 2 uniformed officers, checking possible locations where the abducted woman could be. Their names, PCs Ingram and Adams. They'd visited a disused poultry factory out in Keston, on the Kent-London border. The report said the land was poorly maintained and hazardous, but that it contained a small abode and numerous outhouses. The man living on the land gave the name Thomas Keller, 28 years old, 5'9" tall, slim, white, identification checked out okay, and nothing particularly suspicious or untoward. Sean frantically scanned the report for Keller's occupation, but none was shown. Damn it, he cursed word. Fuck. He began to move his index finger backwards and forwards under the name Thomas Keller, backwards and forwards, until finally he tossed it back onto his desk before cursing again. Christ, I'm fucking losing it. He accused himself, convinced the tiredness was close to making him hallucinate. Go home, he told himself. For Christ's sake, just go home. He hauled himself from the chair he'd been stuck in for more hours than he could remember, pulled on his coat, filling the pockets with the trappings of his life, and headed towards the exit. By the time he reached the swing doors, the name Thomas Keller had all but been wiped from his mind. Just another name on another information report. One of hundreds. He lay in his bed, tossing and turning, until he could take no more of the hellish images that tore around inside his head. Demons that always came in the night, dancing behind his closed eyelids, never allowing him to escape his cursed life, not even in sleep. Tonight had been worse than usual, somehow more intense and vivid, as if he was reaching the climax of his very existence. Finally, maybe the end was near. The end of his life and the beginning of the next. He threw the soiled duvet off his overly slim, ugly body and stood in the darkness, the moonlight from outside the only illumination, blue and cold. Almost without thinking, as if he was unaware of his own intentions, he tugged his tatty underpants down past his hips and let them fall to the floor, stepping out of them and grabbing the tracksuit bottoms from the bedpost and pulling them over his hairless, vein-ridden legs, before recovering his hooded top from the floor and struggling into it, searching in the faint light for his training shoes and pushing his neglected feet into them. He grabbed the cellar keys from the chest of drawers where he kept so many special things, and walked through the cramped, dingy house to the bathroom, taking a phial of alfentanil and a syringe from the cabinet, drawing 50 millilitres into it before replacing the safety cap over the needle and marching to what served as the front door, stopping only once to recover the cattle prod from the same kitchen cupboard where he kept his shotgun. For a moment he considered also taking the stun gun, as he would have normally, but tonight, for some reason, he didn't. The cattle prod and alfentanil would be enough. He stepped out into the bitter night, the clear skies allowing the temperature to drop dramatically, the freezing still air catching him by surprise, causing his breath to shallow until his lungs adjusted to the cold mixture he forced into them. As he strode through the night across the derelict yard, great plumes of breath burst from his mouth, clouds of condensation reflecting the moonlight before dying to nothing. He unlocked the padlock and pulled the metal door to the cellar open, its scraping and screeching turning him to a statue as he listened to the darkness for signs of danger, only daring to move once the resonating sounds of the door had faded. Slowly he began to descend into the faintest yellow light below, the underground cavern significantly warmer than the world outside. He reached the bottom of the stairs and stepped into the cellar, not speaking, waiting in the gloom, listening for the women, allowing his eyes to adjust to the man-made light, feeling calmer than usual, more in control, more instinctive, as if whatever was going to happen was somehow, by his unconscious design, clear and unstoppable. Fate, his and theirs. After a few minutes, he walked purposefully to the cage in which Louise Russell cowered in the corner, her eyes wide with terror and suspicion, unblinking, following his every slightest move, waiting for him to speak. But he just stood next to her cage, staring in at her through the wire and faint light, until finally he turned his back on her and walked mechanically to the string that hung from the ceiling and acted as a light switch. He pulled the string and washed the room with the weak light. She could see the cattle prod clearly now, the memories of how he'd used it to torture Karen Green still painfully fresh, how he'd used it to make her compliant the night he had taken her from the cage and led her to the stairs, half helping her, half dragging her, ignoring her pleas and promises to do whatever he wanted her to do, just so long as he let her stay. Life in the cage was better than no life at all. Panic spread through Louise's body as she realized why he had come in the dead of night. She scuttled around inside her cage like an animal sensing it's about to be put down, looking for an escape she knew didn't exist, a weakness in the metal wire she knew she wouldn't find. Watching him with horror as he strode back to her cage, moving around to the small hatch and unlocking it, placing the prod on top of the cage while he took the syringe from his tracksuit bottoms and removed the safety cap. "Give me your arm," he demanded, his voice strong but cold and lifeless. She wrapped her arms around her in a futile attempt to save them from the inevitable. "Give me your arm, or you know what'll happen," he warned, resting his free hand on the cattle prod as a reminder of Karen Green's fate. "No," she pleaded. "I can't, please, I can't." Tears streaked down her dirty face, leaving clean tracks through the thin layer of dust that had settled on her skin over the last few days, during which she hadn't been allowed to wash. He stood and watched her for a while, then closed the hatch, replacing the safety cap on the syringe and returning it to his pocket, recovering the prod and moving around to the main door of the cage. Louise's terrified eyes followed him every inch of the way, watching as he held the prod under his armpit while he fumbled for the padlock key in his pocket. Her heart pounded uncontrollably as she watched him slot the key into the lock and jiggle the padlock free, her eyes darting from side to side. She felt her bowels and bladder loosen as he slowly eased the door open, a trickle of urine running down the inside of her legs. Now he was in the cage with her, the cattle prod once more held firmly in his hands, pointing straight towards her. She felt close to fainting as she remembered Karen's body twisting and contorting each time he'd stabbed the prod into her bare flesh, her screams of agony. She couldn't let that happen to her. Her mind suddenly flashed with false hope that maybe he'd let Karen go free, had taken her into the woods or city and released her, that the drug he had given her was purely so she wouldn't remember where she'd been kept, that Deborah had been wrong about her body being found, or that it had been a body of someone else. "Please," she begged him, unfolding her arms and offering both to him, each upturned and ready to be injected. "I'm sorry. I'll do anything you say. I'll do anything you say." He was so close, moving slowly towards her, his mouth slightly open, revealing his crooked stained teeth, his eyes narrow and cruel. "Too late for that," he hissed at her. "I know what you are, you little whore." She was about to speak, but the electricity that the cattle prod poured into her body jammed her jaws shut as she fell onto her side. Every muscle racked in spasm, the pain etching itself into her brain. The convulsion lasted a matter of seconds, unlike the longer-lasting effects of the stun gun, and she felt her body begin to relax only to be punished again by another shot from the prod, and then another and another, in her spine, her stomach and thighs, until she lay exhausted and motionless. He stood over her, watching for signs that she was still capable of resisting him, the deep scratches in his face reminding him to be cautious even of fallen prey. He kicked her without venom several times in her rib-cage, causing her to moan slightly, but barely stir. Satisfied, he knelt beside her, resting the cattle prod on the floor and removing the syringe from his pocket, taking her arm in his other hand and searching for a usable artery. But her dehydration made it impossible to find one. He clasped the syringe in his teeth and began to slap the crook of her arm, trying to raise the blood vessels, until finally he saw the traces of a blue line running beneath her skin. Quickly, he clamped her arm just above the elbow with his fingers and waited for the blood to dam and make the artery more prominent, watching without emotion as it swelled to an almost normal size. He took the syringe from his teeth and laid the needle across the blue line in her arm before bringing it to a shallow angle and pushing its sharp point through her thin, pale skin, sinking it deeply into the blood vessel, drawing the miniature plunger backwards first, pulling a few millimeters of her own blood into the syringe, the red liquid swirling and mixing with the alfentanil already inside. Then he remorselessly pushed both blood and drug into her arm, the beat of her own heart rushing it to the far reaches of her body. He pulled the needle from her artery and waited, listening for the sigh he knew would ease from her mouth, a sigh that would mean the anesthetic had worked, and she would now be unable to resist his will. After a few seconds, he heard what he was waiting to hear. Looking down on Louise Russell's prostrate body, he watched her chest gently rise and fall as her half-shut eyes flickered, quiet moans coming from her mouth, her arms lying behind her, above her head. He watched as her breasts rose and fell, her lips opening and closing, as if she was speaking silent words that only he could hear, telling him she wanted him, needed him, making his already stiff penis harder than he could bear. "I know you do, you little whore. I know you desire me." Hurriedly, he pushed her legs apart and kneeled between them, pulling his tracksuit trousers halfway down to his thighs and releasing himself, swollen and grotesque. "Look what you've done," he chastised her. "You've made me as disgusting as you are, as weak as you are. You're nothing to me now," he told her, his face twisted with contempt. Deborah had been looking on, transfixed in horror, but knowing what was coming, she could watch and listen no more. She squeezed her eyes tightly shut, clamped her hands over her ears, but she couldn't block out the sound of him grunting and whining. She couldn't block out the involuntary cries and moans of his victim. Humming to herself as loudly as she dared, she waited until the terrible sounds of Louise's torture relented, before summoning the courage to look back at the other cage, watching as Keller pulled up his trousers. He knew she was looking, but he seemed unable to meet her eyes, panting and breathing heavily after the effort of his assault. "See what you've made me do?" he asked Louise. "Well, you've tricked me for the last time. You won't cheapen me again. You're the little whore now, not me." His voice was flat and mechanical, devoid of emotion. "It's time for you to go. I don't want you here any more." He hauled Louise to her feet and hauled her from her cage. Deborah tried to speak, to scream at him to stop, to leave Louise alone. But no words came from her open mouth, the terror of knowing what was going to happen to Louise striking her dumb. She looked on in silence as he half-dragged and half-assisted the partially anaesthetized woman across the cellar floor, pulling the string that returned the cellar to near darkness as he passed it. Still Deborah couldn't speak as she listened to him leading Louise around the corner to the stairs, the sound of their shuffling, unsteady feet more awful than anything she'd ever heard. The metallic clang of the door being closed and locked was followed by silence, broken only by the sound of running water. For the first time since he'd taken her, Deborah was alone. But for how long? Louise's terrible prophecy had come true. It was her turn now. Her turn to become Louise Russell, to become Karen Green. Deborah sank to the floor of her cage and hugged herself, rocking and crying in the twilight of the cellar. Alone. 12. Sean drove through the virtually deserted streets of southeast London to his modest terraced home in Dulwich, the empty roads making the short journey a fast one. He enjoyed the peaceful eeriness of the streets at dawn, a netherworld that few other than emergency service workers ever saw, at least while they were sober. It reminded him of his early days in the police, a young uniformed officer driving home after a night shift, tired but content, watching all the bleary-eyed commuters driving in the other direction. It made him feel different, unique. He parked as close as he could to his house and walked the short distance to the front door, his footsteps heavier than he would have wished in the quiet of the night, although thankfully a gusting wind disguised his approach. As he unlocked the door, he was pleased to see Kate had followed his often-repeated instructions and had used the deadlock as well, not just relying on the far more easily opened latchlock. He eased the door open and stepped into his home, the warmth and comforting scent of his family temporarily chasing away the daytime demons. Kate had left a small lamp on for him, her own experiences of arriving home in the dead of night making her appreciate a little illumination when first stepping inside your own house, while at the same time not wanting to turn the more powerful overhead lights on and risk disturbing the rest of the family while they slept. Police and doctors, firemen and nurses, eternal teenagers who would never be allowed to grow out of sneaking into their own homes in the middle of the night, forever fearful of capture. He closed the door behind him even more carefully than he'd opened it, slipped his shoes off and tiptoed to the kitchen, where he turned on the lights of the overhead extractor hood to help him navigate his way around. Next, he emptied his pockets onto a newspaper on the kitchen table, its density nullifying the sound of the phone, keys, wallet, warrant card and assorted coins as they hit the surface. He hung his raincoat and jacket over a chair, loosened his tie even more than it already was, and headed for the cupboard where he knew he'd find a bottle of Jack Daniels and a short, fat glass. He poured himself what he thought he could get away with and still be able to drag himself out of his bed in a little more than 3 hours' time, and sat at the table, sighing loudly as he felt the pain in all his joints at once. 3 hours' sleep wasn't going to be anywhere near enough to allow his body and mind to regroup. He tried to work out how many hours he'd been awake for, but exhaustion made the problem almost impossible to solve, and he soon gave up. The clock hanging on the kitchen wall warned him it was nearly 2:30 a.m. He gave another sigh and stared into the drink in his hand. The bourbon, the only thing he could think of that was going to slow his thoughts enough to allow any sort of sleep to come. He drank it in one go, burning his throat and chest as it headed for his empty stomach, the lack of food making the effects of the alcohol instant and satisfying. He heaved himself out of the chair, left the kitchen and climbed the stairs. As he passed his daughter's bedroom, he tried to resist peeking in through the gap in the door, but failed. A faint blue light from their night lamps somehow making them look even more alive than they did in natural light, although he could barely remember the last time he'd seen them in daylight. 2 little girls who before he knew it would become young women, just like the young women the madman had taken. His eldest daughter even had the same name, Louise. Sean chased the thoughts away as quickly as they'd come. They had no place in his home. He eased his head back through the gap and sneaked into his bedroom. Kate's shape clear underneath the duvet, still and silent. He undressed in the dark, draping his clothes over the only chair in the room, and slipped into bed, the bourbon acting like an anesthetic, like the chloroform the madman used on his victims. Again he chased the thoughts away, thoughts that had no place in his bed as he lay next to his wife. Kate's voice startled him. Not the voice of someone who had been asleep and then woken, but the voice of someone who hadn't been able to sleep. The voice of someone who had been waiting for him. "If you're home, then I assume you haven't caught him yet. You haven't found the women?" "No." His heart was still racing from the surprise. "Not yet. But it won't be long, I'm sure of it. We're coming to the end. I'll be meeting him soon." "How do you know? Have you found something?" "No," he answered, "but I will. The answer's there, just waiting for me to see it." "I know what you mean," she said, giving him an idea. "Kate?" "Mm-hmm." "What do you do when you've got a patient who is critically ill, one you've tried everything on, done everything to try and save them, everything that should have helped them recover, yet their condition goes on getting worse and worse? What would you do?" She thought in silence for a while before answering. "In that scenario, I would assume I'd missed something. I'd go back over everything I'd done and double-check I hadn't missed anything." "And if you hadn't?" he asked. "What then?" Kate rolled over to look at him, her face little more than a silhouette. "If that was the case," she said, "then the patient would die, and we'd all feel really bad, even though there was nothing we could have done." She kissed him on the cheek and rolled over to sleep, leaving him to stare at the ceiling in the darkness, alone. She stumbled through the trees, arms wrapped around her torso in a futile effort to keep out the cold. Her only clothing, the same soiled underwear he'd given her days before. How many days she couldn't be sure of anymore. Her bare feet stepped on sharp stones and thorns as she stumbled, her arms untwisting from her body as she tried to steady herself, her head occasionally turning to look at the hooded figure who followed close behind, a stumpy baseball bat in one hand and the cattle prod in the other. Whenever she slowed too much, she felt the bat being jabbed into her spine, driving her onto a fate he had decided for her, the alfentanil's effects making her too weak and uncoordinated to either run or fight. All she could do was beg for her life. "Please," she sobbed, "you don't have to do this." Her words were slurred but clear enough. "I won't tell anyone, I promise." Another stab in the back propelled her on, the cold breeze feeling like a gale on her exposed skin. She stumbled again, gathering more lacerations to her feet and body, as if the trees were his accomplices, cruelly bending to lash her with their thin branches. "I have a husband," she pleaded. "My children need me," she lied, desperate to try and reach the man trapped inside the monster. "Liar," he said. "You don't have children. You shouldn't lie about things like that. If you do, I'll know." "You were watching me," she accused him. "You've been watching me for weeks." She stopped and turned to face him, expecting the stab of the bat in her spine. But it didn't come. "I thought you were the one," he told her. "I thought you were her. But I was wrong. I have no need of you now. You were a mistake." "No," she tried to reach him. "Maybe I am her. You need to help me be her. I can be her. I know I can. For you." "No," he barked. "It's too late. Keep moving." "I can't," she pleaded, leaning with her back to a tree. "No more, please, no more." "Just a little further and you can go," he promised. "I'm not going to kill you. Just a little further and you can go." She knew the hope he had given her was a false hope, but it was all she had, and she clung to it. "You'll let me go?" she asked breathlessly. He nodded in the moonlight. "You promise?" "Just a little further." He pointed deeper into the woods with the bat. Louise pushed herself from the tree, brushing the thin branches away from her face with her outstretched arms, closing her eyes in silent prayer, feeling her way through the trees until she sensed she was in a clearing, the ground softer under her feet where invading sunlight had allowed grass to grow, and all around her an eerie flapping sound, as if hundreds of birds were trapped in the surrounding trees, unable to escape, no matter how hard they beat their wings. She opened her eyes and walked into the open space, looking for the source of the strange sound, but couldn't see it in the darkness, feeling him behind her, getting closer, and she knew. She knew this would be where he killed her. If he was going to let her go, he would have melted back into the woods by now, a ghost disappearing into the waiting shadows. But he hadn't. He'd known this clearing was here, and he'd known this was where he was going to bring her. This would be the place where she took her last breath. Panic and the animal will to survive swept away most of the effects of the anaesthetic, her body becoming aware and alert. She sprang forward into the clearing, her bare feet pushing off the soft ground strongly. But he was ready, as if he'd anticipated she would try to run. Within 4 strides, she felt her legs kicked from under her, sending her unsupported body flying through the air until it crashed hard into the ground, knocking the wind and fight from her, leaving her disorientated and confused. She gave herself a few seconds, then rose to her knees, looking around, trying to get her bearings, a new direction to run in. But before she could do either, the dark figure stepped in front of her, each hand still clutching a weapon. She gazed up at him, blinking, trying to focus on the blackness inside the hood where his face should have been. "Please," she pleaded, "please." He tossed the bat to one side and slipped the cattle prod inside his trouser pocket, still standing above her, staring down. Millimetre by millimetre, his hands moved from his sides, stretching outwards towards her, reaching for her throat as she watched through her tears, her own hand slowly rising to meet his, her fingers curling around his wrists, but barely able to resist at all, as if she was guiding his hands to her, strong, thin fingers coiling around her neck as his thumbs sank into her throat, slowly crushing her trachea. The blood supply to and from her brain fell to nothing, her eyes bulging under the pressure and her swollen tongue protruding from her mouth, searching for oxygen. For a brief second, she thought she could see her husband, hear his voice, see the children she'd so often imagined having, their presence encouraging her to frantically claw and scratch at the hands clamping her throat. But she had grown too weak, and he too strong. Finally, her resisting fingers slowed and slipped away from his, her arms becoming too heavy to hold up any more, as they fell limp at her side, and an ugly hiss leaked from her mouth, the last sound she would ever make. He kept his hands wrapped tightly around her neck, staring at the dead creature he held kneeling in front of him, glad he hadn't knocked her semi-unconscious with the baseball bat before squeezing the life from her. The sudden overwhelming desire to see her slip from this world to the next had been impossible to resist, to see her full life force leave her body, not just the remains after he'd partially caved her head in as he had with Karen Green. This had been so much more rewarding. He held her for a long time, watching until her dead, staring eyes began to mist over. Then he released his grip and allowed her to slump to the ground, falling in an almost fetal position, except for her arms, one of which was trapped under her body, while the other had fallen behind her back in a pose only the dead could bear. Still he stood over her, wondering why it felt different to the last time. Then he realized that the difference was that he had actually felt something this time, something calm and powerful. The freezing breeze blowing into his face slowly drew him back to the real world, the dead woman at his feet inconsequential. It was time for him to leave. He crouched next to the body and awkwardly removed her underwear and bra, rolling them together and pushing them into the pocket of his hooded top, before returning her limbs to almost exactly the same position she had fallen in, without knowing or considering why. He looked at Louise Russell one last time, then turned, striding back into the trees, heading towards his car and home. Tomorrow was Sunday. He would rest for a day, get things ready, clean the cage and her clothes once he'd taken them off the woman who was wearing them now. Then on Monday, after work, he'd rescue her. He already knew where she lived and how she lived. He'd been watching her a long time, just like he had the others, but this time he was sure she was the one, even if she didn't know it herself. 13. It was barely 6:30 a.m., Sunday morning, and Anna was already awake and showered, sitting on the edge of her bed, unrolling a pair of tights along her legs as her husband looked on through tired, sleepy eyes. He hadn't seen her look so exhausted in years, if ever. "I'll be glad when all this is over," he mumbled. 6:30 on a Sunday? What's the matter with these people? Don't they know this is supposed to be a day of rest? "I don't suppose they have much choice, do they?" she reprimanded him, feeling a little bit like a cop for the first time, living by different rules and values to everyone around her, but not always liking it. "Do you have to go?" "Sorry, Charlie." She stood to straighten her skirt. "Duty calls." "Well, try and get home a little earlier today," he insisted. "It would be nice to actually see you sometime this weekend." I can't promise anything at the moment, she warned him. I'll be back when I'm back. Charles Temple propped himself up against his pillow and reached for the packet of cigarettes by his bedside, tapping one from the box and lighting it with a gold-plated Zippo. "Fuck's sake, Charlie," Anna moaned. "Do you have to smoke in bed? In fact, do you have to smoke in the house at all? Now I'm going to stink of fags." "Then you'll probably smell like the rest of them," he teased, "like a proper cop, a proper detective." "What's that supposed to mean?" she snapped. "Nothing," he answered with a smirk. "Anyway, I only smoke at the weekends." "You shouldn't smoke at all. You're a bloody surgeon," she reminded him. He merely shrugged his shoulders. "I must say, you seem quite smitten with your little police buddies. Something must have pricked your interest to have you running off to Peckham, of all places, on a Sunday morning." "I'm working, remember," she reminded him. "Really?" he asked with mock suspicion. "Yes, really. What is it you're implying?" "Just thought you might have fallen for this DI's animalistic charms. Bit of rough and all that." "His name's Sean Corrigan, and he's neither rough or charming." "Like him, though, don't you?" "Not really," she laughed. "Besides, he's work, or rather, it's work." Bored with his little game, he gave a dismissive wave of his cigarette. "Whatever. Just hurry up and help the cops catch this sicko so we can return to a normal life." "Is that what you think I'm there to do?" she demanded, suddenly serious, annoyed by his ignorance as much as she was by her own feelings of deceit and treachery. "You think I'm there to help the police find this offender?" "Aren't you?" he questioned, puzzled. "Partly," she admitted, "but it's not as simple as that. Never mind. I need to get going." "Try not to let it get to you," he warned her without really caring. "Be like the cops. Blank it out." "You think it has no effect on them? Seeing young lives torn away, dealing with the families of the victims? You think they just carry on, business as usual, and forget about it? Forget about everything?" "Don't tell me you're going native on me. Detective Chief Inspector Ravenny Caron." "No," she answered. "I could never be one of them. Even if I worked with them for 10 years, I'd never be one of them. For that to happen, I'd have to become a police officer. They're a closed shop to outsiders. It's just the way they operate." "But you admire them, don't you?" He seemed to accuse her, as if admiration was a betrayal of their own preconceived self-importance. "Of course I do," she snapped back. "If you saw what they had to do and how they had to do it, the hours they have to work, the lack of sleep or rest, and still they keep going, never asking for or expecting anyone's gratitude, always expecting to be kicked when they're down and blamed for everything that goes wrong in the world, but doing what they have to do anyway. If you saw that the way I've seen it, you'd admire them too." "Don't get too hooked on your new friends, Anna," he warned. "They're only temporary, remember. It's like you said, you can never be one of them." "If you think I'm hooked, you must be delusional," she told him. "I want this over as much as you do, but not until I find out what I'm there to find out." "And what would that be?" "I'm not sure," she answered as she pulled her suit jacket on. "Not anymore." Sean pushed through the swing doors into the main incident room and found it deserted. He checked his watch, just gone 6:30 in the morning. The office looked like a tip. Dirty plates left on the desks, mugs stained with half-drunk coffee dumped on every conceivable surface, rubbish bins overflowing with polystyrene cups, plastic sandwich boxes, and screwed-up balls of paper that should have been shredded and placed in the confidential waste sacks. But people were getting too tired to care. He remembered it was Sunday, so the cleaners wouldn't be through the office until the following morning. Things would get a lot worse before they got better. He couldn't help but draw comparisons between the state of the office and the state of the investigation. Sundays. He always felt something bad was about to happen on Sunday, and this was no different. Sundays as a child meant his father would be around more than usual, drinking, leading him by the hand to the upstairs bedroom, away from the rest of his family and his mother. Blind eyes turned. He pushed the memories aside as he crossed the room and slunk into his office, throwing the contents of his pockets across his cluttered desk and hanging his raincoat on one of the metal hooks on the back of his door that served as a coat rack. He considered sitting on the uncomfortable chair waiting for him behind his desk, but he knew he needed to keep moving for a while, or at least standing. The few hours' sleep and a hot shower had revived him somewhat, but if he sat in the chair now, as uncomfortable as it was, The tiredness would sweep back over him and beg him to allow his body and mind to sleep. He couldn't let that happen. He was already feeling guilty about going home when the killer was still out there, the lives of 2 women Sean had never met hanging on his ability to find them. It was too early for the local cafes or even the station canteen to be open, so the caffeine he both craved and needed would have to come from something other than his usual black coffee. Still standing, he rummaged through the desk drawers for his caffeine tablets, pushing aside packets of ibuprofen, paracetamol, and indigestion tablets, until he found what he was looking for, popping 2 from the silver foil and swallowing them without water, then taking another without checking the dosage instructions. "I'm getting too old for this," he muttered to himself as he began to push papers around his desk, waiting for the tablets to stimulate his brain enough for him to begin reading through the seemingly endless reports. The memory of last night's fitful sleep fading to nothing. The dreams of trees in the dark, the constant hissing of the leaves in the breeze, the faceless man in the hooded top standing over a semi-naked Louise Russell, giving way to the images that would plague him during the day to come. As he looked around his office, his attention was drawn to an enlarged photograph of Louise Russell's face stuck to his whiteboard, her green eyes staring at him, pleading with him to find her, to save her. Involuntarily, his hand came from his side and reached out to her, his index finger tracing the outline of her face. He stepped back with a jolt, as an image of her yet-to-be crime scene photographs flashed in his mind. The green eyes were still staring out at him, only now they were lifeless, no longer pleading but accusing, damning him. When the image cleared, he stepped forward and studied her picture again. "Are you still alive?" he asked her. "Am I too late?" The sound of Sally barging through the swing doors helped him look away from the photograph. They nodded hellos at a distance as he watched her go through the same routine of emptying her coat pockets onto her desk as he had just minutes earlier. He moved to the door frame of his office entrance. "How's it going?" he asked without enthusiasm. "Well, it's barely 7 o'clock in the morning. My eyes are sore and so are my feet. It's Sunday and I'm at work. Other than that, I'm great. How about you?" "The same," he answered without smiling. "Any news on Louise Russell?" Sean knew what she meant. Had a body been discovered overnight, or was there still a chance? "No one's called me, so I'm assuming things remain the same." "It's Sunday, remember?" she warned him. "People walk their dogs later on a Sunday morning. My guess is we won't be in the clear until about 9-ish. "We should have one more day," he argued, "providing he keeps to his 7-day cycle." He spoke more in hope than belief. The fear that the killer was spiralling towards an endgame, an orgy of unrelenting violence, marred his faint optimism. "Let's hope he does," Sally muttered, looking away distractedly, searching through the notes and memos on her desk, mumbling to herself more than to him. "What time's that bloody canteen open on a Sunday? Their coffee's foul, but it's better than nothing." Sean didn't answer, sliding back into his office and shuffling paper around on his desk, only to look up and see the big white-faced clock hanging on his wall. Sally was right. They had to survive past 9 o'clock. Louise Russell had to survive past 9 o'clock. If her body hadn't been found by then, she might still be alive, and maybe he had as much as another 24 hours to find her before... But even that wouldn't give him enough time to get a production order, serve it, and then gain access to the employee records at the sorting office. He needed something to break today, something to fall into place, something that would tear down the brick wall between the madman and him. In sudden desperation, he grabbed a chair and pulled it up to his computer desk, sitting astride it as his fingers began to nimbly type on the keyboard. He called up the Chris system and punched in the instructions for the same search he'd already carried out with a negative result. "I know you've stalked the woman they're replacements for. You must have. You must have watched her, and you must have known her, and she you. She couldn't have been some stranger you obsessed over. She accepted you, but then something happened and she was taken away from you. But what? And how? I know I'm right," he assured himself. "I have to be." He typed in the details of the crime he was searching for, the description of a young woman matching that of the 3 women he'd taken. He pressed the key to run the search and pushed himself away from the desk while he waited for the result, his heart hammering inside his ribcage. "I have to be right," he told himself. "I must have missed something." After a few seconds, the screen blinked and changed to the results page. The search had returned no results. "Fuck!" He called out loudly enough to make Sally look up. Last night's conversation with Kate began to play over and over in his mind. I would assume I'd missed something. I'll go back over everything I'd done and double-check I hadn't missed anything. And if you hadn't, what then? Then the patient would die. He pulled himself and the chair back to the computer and began again, this time expanding the age group of the victim by a few years either way. No results. He tried changing the length of the victim's hair. Maybe she'd had it cut since he knew her. No results. He tried changing the height of the victim a few inches either way. No results. He tried removing the specific eye colour. No results. Over and over he tried, but it was always the same. No results. The sound of a phone ringing in the main office somehow cut through his concentration when other distractions had not. His head spun to look at the big clock. It was almost 8 o'clock. Christ, he'd been fruitlessly searching the Chris database for more than an hour without even noticing the detectives who'd been slowly arriving and filling the office with chatter and noise, including Donnelly. But the phone ringing, its shrill electronic chirping, was something he'd been unable to block out. Why? Once again, his heart started kicking and punching his chest walls. He felt his throat grow tight as he watched Sally lift the corded phone from its receiver and hold it to the side of her face as if everything was happening in slow motion, but only to him. He watched her, listened to the caller, lip-reading as she responded. Where? She wrote something on a piece of paper, hung up and got to her feet, turning towards his office, head down, eyes cast to the floor. Silently, he cursed her for walking towards him with the piece of paper in her hand. He cursed her for answering the damn phone, and he cursed her for what she was about to tell him. She reached his door and looked up into his eyes without stepping inside. "I'm sorry," was all she said. He felt the life force flowing out of him, as if he'd been shot in the chest at point-blank range. The realization of what he was being told stabbing at his fragile self-belief. He'd failed to solve the puzzle in time, and now she was dead. The madman had killed Louise Russell, but her blood would be forever on Sean's hands. Her lifeless, staring green eyes would forever haunt his dreams. It had been a long night, and he hadn't got to bed until the early hours of the morning, the night's events leaving him excited but calm, for the time being at any rate. But as the light penetrated through the thin sheets tacked over the windows of his home, his sleep grew increasingly restless, the deep sleep of oblivion replaced by the shallow sleep that allowed the nightmares to come. He was young, only 7 or 8, and already a veteran of the children's home in Penge, southeast London. Other children had come and gone, but he remained. It was Sunday, the day when the grown-ups came to look at them, to talk to them, to take them out for the day and buy them sweets and ice cream, maybe even take them home. Just for a day visit at first, then for a night or two, and then, who knows, maybe take them home forever. The youngest children were usually snapped up quite quickly, especially if they didn't have siblings. But the older children, the teenagers, rarely left. They used to tell them that if you were still there when you were 10, then you'd stay there forever. There had been no day trips for Thomas Keller for a while, no ice cream or visits to normal homes. Not since his last trip. There had been suspicions even before that. Incidents. At first nobody could be certain he was responsible. Nobody wanted to consider the consequences if he had been responsible. What that would signify, what that would mean he was. At first it was a case of things going missing. Toys belonging to other children in the family he was visiting. Nobody wanted to make a fuss. After all, it was understandable. The other children had so much and he had so little. Nobody wanted him to get into trouble, but they didn't want him to visit again either, if that was okay with the staff at the children's home. But then, it wasn't just any toys. It was the special toys, the treasured teddy bears and dollies the children of the host family had had since they were babies. Some turned up, some didn't, but the ones they found were always the same, slashed open with something sharp, the stuffing pulled out and the limbs removed. Still nobody wanted to make a fuss. He was angry and jealous. It was understandable given what had happened to him. They just didn't want him to visit again. But it didn't stop there. As he grew older and bolder, the family pets became his targets. The tropical fish killed by someone pouring bleach into their tank. The mice and hamsters and gerbils that went missing from their cages and were later found buried in the garden. Again, nobody could be 100% certain he was responsible. But suspicions had grown stronger when a family's cat disappeared, only to be found hanging from a tree with a wire cord bound round its neck, swinging gently in the wind, eyes bulging, tongue protruding. They'd gone in search of Thomas then and discovered him, alone in a neighbour's garden, withdrawn and silent, eyes staring madly with telltale scratches covering his hands and wrists. The cat had marked its killer. Some at the children's home had said enough was enough. He should never be placed with the family again. Others argued that they had a duty to try. But the families who had animals, any animals, must be avoided, at least until they could overcome his cruelty towards them. Reluctantly, the doubters agreed. A few weeks later, he had gone on a day visit to the home of a Christian family who believed that between God and themselves, any child could be saved. They'd been watching him closely, as they'd been warned to do, but somehow he'd managed to sneak away. There was concern, but no panic, or at least that wasn't until they realized their 5-year-old daughter was also missing. She'd been playing alone in her bedroom with her dolls, and now she was missing. The mother had been hysterical and wanted to call the police immediately, but the father had urged her to wait, saying he would go and find them. There was no sign of them in the house, nor in the garden, nor in the garage. So he began to search the alley that ran behind the back gardens. And that was where he found them, in a shed in a neighbour's back garden. His 5-year-old daughter standing naked, tears rolling down her face, as Thomas Keller stood in front of her, his trousers and underpants pulled to his knees, a tiny erection gripped between the fingers and thumb of one hand, while the other pointed the blade of a penknife at the stricken girl. The Christian father charged in and swatted Thomas to the floor with an open hand. "You sick little bastard! I'm going to teach you a lesson you'll never forget," he told him. Then he proceeded to slip the leather belt from his waistband, gripping the buckle and letting the rest uncoil like a whip. Thomas had watched as the man's big hand eased the shed door closed, raising the belt above his head. What followed had indeed taught him a lesson, one he would never forget. He was alone, and always would be. Totally alone. After that day, there were no more visits for Thomas Keller. Sean and Sally bumped along the dirt road through Elmstead Woods on the Kent-London border. They'd hardly spoken the entire length of the journey from Peckham. Sean saw 2 marked police cars and knew they were in the right place. A long strip of blue and white police tape closed off the road ahead where the cars were parked. Sean pulled in behind them, and he and Sally climbed from the car in what looked like a synchronized movement. One of the uniformed cops who'd been sheltering from the morning chill jumped out of his car and approached them. Sean held up his warrant card. "Dr. Corrigan," he nodded towards Sally, "and D.S. Jones. Why have you taped the road off?" The woods to his side he expected to be cordoned off, but not necessarily the road. "Tyre tracks," explained the uniform. "Looks like he pulled up on the side of the road, where the ground's softer. Left some pretty good tire marks, and footprints too. 2 people by the look of it, one wearing trainers, the other—" Sean cut him off. "The other barefoot." He saw the confusion in the officer's face. "The last victim. She was barefoot too." The uniform didn't speak, but his face said everything. As Sean looked around, breathing in the atmosphere of the woods, he felt the madman's presence. The place stank of him. They could have been back in the woods where they'd found Karen Green. The 2 places were so similar he could hardly tell one from the other. "Who found her?" he asked. "A dog walker?" "No," the uniformed cop replied. "It was too early for most dog walkers around here on Sunday. She was found by a bird watcher looking for pied wagtails, or so he tells me. Good time of year for it, apparently." "I wouldn't know," said Sean distractedly. "Anything suspicious about your bird watcher?" "Well, you're asking the wrong person, sir. I didn't meet him. There was another local unit. They took him back to the Nick before we got here." "I see," Sean answered, still not interested in what he was being told, merely going through the question-and-answer routine the uniformed cops would expect. He knew the man he hunted wouldn't have reported the body to the police in some self-destructive game of Risk. He'd be back in whatever hovel he'd crawled from, dreaming of his night's work and fantasizing about more good times ahead. Sean looked at the ground on the edge of the forest where he could make out the tyre tracks the uniformed cop had mentioned, and the accompanying footprints, both of which disappeared into the grass as they headed deeper into the trees. Beyond the tree line, his eyes could see nothing, but his mind could see everything. The madman walking close behind Louise Russell as he marched her towards her death, occasionally shoving her in the back to encourage her to keep walking. "Governor?" Sally asked without being heard, then louder. "Sean!" "Sorry, what is it?" "You okay?" "I'm fine," he lied. "What about you?" She shrugged, but he could see the tension and fear in her face. This would be the first time she'd been to a crime scene where the body was still in situ since she'd almost become a murder victim herself. Sean knew that when she saw Louise Russell's body, she would be seeing herself. "You don't have to do this," he told her. "I can go alone. You can wait here or search the perimeter for something that might have been missed." Sally breathed in deeply through her nose, desperately wishing she still smoked. "No," she said. "I think I need to do this." "Okay," he agreed, turning back to the cop guarding his crime scene. "Do you have an alternative route to the victim?" Sure. Duck under the tape across the road there and keep going on for a few metres. You'll come to some more tape leading into the woods. Just follow that tape all the way and it'll take you straight to her." He sounded as if he was giving a lost motorist directions, but Sean admired his professionalism. Using crime scene cordon tape to mark a forensically safe path to the victim was a sound idea. Sean took one last look at the soft ground where the training shoe prints led both into and out of the wood, but the barefoot prints led only in, so the killer had probably exited the same way he'd entered, leaving them with one route to concentrate on. It also meant the killer had chosen the path of least resistance, both before and after he killed her. Clearly, convenience was still more important to him than concealing forensic evidence. Sean walked past the parked police cars and ducked under the tape, holding it higher for Sally to follow, like a trainer helping his boxer enter the ring. Without speaking, they followed the tree line until they found the trampled ground and tape that snaked into the woods, like Hansel and Gretel's trail of breadcrumbs. They began to stumble deeper into the wood, their city footwear and clothing hindering their progress. Long coats catching on branches that seemed to reach out and search for them, their smooth-soled shoes constantly slipping on the damp grass and moss. The air surrounding them, both heavy and fresh. The strong breeze encouraging Sally to button her coat as they walked ever closer to Louise Russell's body. "Do you think it's much further?" she asked, more out of a need to say something than curiosity. The constant eerie rustling sound from the trees, like waves breaking on a deserted pebble beach, increasingly spooking her. "I don't know," he answered truthfully, wishing he could have walked the same path the killer and Louise Russell had, but knowing he couldn't. He reminded himself that their journey into the woods would have been almost exactly the same as his and Sally's, but somehow not stepping in the killer's footsteps was stopping him feeling how he would have felt, stopping him seeing what he would have seen. He pushed a branch away from his face, but it sprang loose and whipped back, an unseen sharpness cutting him along his cheekbone, just under his left eye. "A bastard!" he cried out, putting the back of his hand to the wound, seeing the blood when he took it away. "You all right?" Sally asked. He kept walking. "I'm fine. I don't know how Roddis and his forensic team are going to hump their gear through this. They might have to wake someone up at the council, get a few blokes down here with chainsaws to cut a decent path. If that's what we have to do, then that's what we have to do." "Roddis won't like it," Sally warned, "letting civilians that close to his crime scene." "Yeah, well, that's his problem, not ours," muttered Sean, tired of the small talk that was clouding his mind. He pushed ahead more quickly, not caring if the branches of trees punished his recklessness further, subconsciously hoping he would leave Sally behind, temporarily lost in the woods, allowing him to be alone with Louise Russell and any remaining traces of the man he hunted, be they physical or otherwise. But Sally kept pace with him, the fear of being abandoned in the woods driving her on. "Nice of the uniforms to warn us about the route they'd chosen. If I'd known I was going to get my tights laddered, I'd have stayed in the car." Sean saw through her bravado, trying to be flippant and jokey to conceal her anxiety. But at least it was a sign of the old Sally breaking through. Perhaps she did need this, needed to go through it before she could start truly healing. "They did the right thing," he said, pushing deeper into the woods. "Choosing the path of most resistance is exactly what our man would never do." "You know that, do you?" He stopped and looked at her for a moment. "Yes," was all he said. They locked eyes, not speaking, until he turned away and carried on walking. Sally waited a few seconds, then followed, watching him ahead of her, pushing through branches that closed behind him, obscuring her view as if he and the trees were conspiring to isolate her. For the first time since they'd entered the woods, she became aware of the sound of birds all around them, the shrill alarm whistles of blackbirds warning the dwellers of the forest of their approach, mixing with the mocking laughter of magpies. She was sure Sean was unaware of the avian eyes observing their intrusion. He was going to another place, forcing himself to enter into the mind of the murderer, a place where she didn't belong, where she wasn't wanted. She allowed Sean the distance he needed. Every step he took towards Louise Russell was a step closer to the madman, and with every step he took, he changed a little more, his thoughts and those of the killer beginning to merge. He was close now, and Sean could feel him, see through his eyes. The woods at night with nothing other than the moon to light the way, the sharp branches grabbing and scratching at her bare skin, catching and pulling at his loose clothes. Feeling calm and in control, almost for the first time in his life, accepting what he had to do with no trace of doubt or guilt. Suddenly, the sound of the woods seemed to change, the hissing of the leaves replaced with a strange alien sound, like the flapping of thousands of tiny man-made wings or hundreds of broken kites. He kept following the length of blue and white tape that appeared to be leading him directly to the source of the mysterious noise. What must she have been thinking, he wondered, alone in the dark woods with the madman, not knowing what beast, man, or animal was making that terrible flapping sound? Suddenly, he stepped into a clearing, instinctively thrusting out his arm behind him until he was sure that the source of the sound represented no danger to them. As he looked around the clearing, he saw what was making the hellish noise. Dozens of empty plastic bags trapped on the barbs of the bramble bushes, blown here from God knows where, inflating and flapping in the breeze, like obscene Christmas decorations, tattered and haunting. In the moonlight, Louise Russell would not have been able to see the innocent, harmless things that serenaded her death. "Christ," he said out loud, "what were you thinking when you heard that sound?" Another voice reminded him he was not alone. "Sean," called Sally, "is everything okay?" "Everything's fine," he answered. "Just give me a few seconds." He forced his eyes from the bramble bushes and scanned the clearing until there, almost dead centre, about 20 feet away, he saw her, partially covered in brown leaves swept over by the wind, piled up against her in the direction the breeze had been travelling. Even from this distance he could see that she was lying on her side, her knees apparently folded in a near-fetal position. Her pale skin contrasted somehow beautifully with the rich brown of the leaves and the green of the moss that provided her soft deathbed. His eyes followed the outskirts of the clearing until he saw the place where both killer and victim would have entered, a break in the trees where the wood wasn't so dense, the path of least resistance. A trail of flattened grass and moss led from the same place to where Louise Russell's body was lying. Another path stretched out directly in front of him, made by the first officers on scene who confirmed the birdwatcher's fears. He had indeed stumbled across a dead body lying in the woods. Sean wondered which direction the birdwatcher would have approached from, and decided it was most likely the same one as the killer. He might have entered the woods at a different point, but at some point the paths they used had joined. The birdwatcher was about to lose his favourite walking boots to Roddy's. Finally, he lowered his hand, signalling it was safe for Sally to move forward. After a few seconds, he felt her by his side. He gave her as long as she needed, waiting for her to speak first. Eventually, he heard her voice. "I suppose we should take a closer look," she almost whispered, as if she didn't really want to say what she just had, afraid he would agree. He answered with movement, carefully stepping into the clearing, scrutinizing the forest floor in front of him before each next step, looking for the slightest sign the ground could have been disturbed by someone other than the police who initially attended the scene, trying to step inside the footmarks they'd already left. Sally followed gingerly behind him. Once he was no more than 7 or 8 feet away from the body, he squatted as low as he could to the ground and looked across at the face of the dead woman. Short hazel hair fallen over her temples and brow, eyes half closed, mouth open with her tongue sticking slightly out between her blue lips, gripped by her upper and lower teeth. She was completely naked, the cuts and bruises on her body too numerous to count. But even from this distance he could see the same telltale circular marks the cattle prod had left on Karen Green. Confirmation of what he already knew. It was the same man. "Is it her?" Sally asked somberly, expecting only one answer. Sean looked over his shoulder at her. "It's her, Louise Russell. We're too late. Nothing we can do now." She sensed the self-accusation in his voice. "It's not your fault, Sean." "Yes, it is," he snapped back. "I missed something. We're here because I missed something." She knew there were no words that would change his mind. "We should go," she said. "There's nothing more we can do here other than mess up the crime scene." "Not yet," he argued. "I need to check something out first." "Rodis won't be happy," she warned, still standing at the edge of the clearing, not wanting to step inside the circle. "It won't take long," he assured her as he began to move towards Louise Russell's lifeless body. The closer he got, the more the world around him ceased to exist. The sounds of the birds and trees replaced by a thundering humming in his mind, like the sound of rushing water. He tugged a pair of rubber gloves over his hands and reached out for her head, gently gripping her chin and forehead. The bruising and reddening around her neck and throat told him she'd been strangled, but he needed to know what else had happened. "What are you doing?" Sally whispered as loudly as she could, but her words fell on deaf ears as Sean carefully tilted Louise Russell's head, the onset of rigor mortis making her muscles stiff and difficult to maneuver. Eventually, he was able to see the back of her skull. He held her head just above the ground in one hand, while the fingers of the other gently moved her hair aside, looking for a wound like the one he'd found on Karen Green. But he could find no sticky, hair-matted patch of blood. He laid her head back exactly as he'd found it, the rushing sound in his mind growing ever louder as he crouched, staring into the earth at his feet. Again, Sally called from the edge of the clearing, louder this time. "What is it?" He didn't hear her. "What is it?" she repeated. Sean looked up at her, unspeaking, as if in a daze. "Did you find something?" "There's no head wound," he said, sounding confused. "And he's at least a day early. He shouldn't have killed her yet." "What does that mean?" "It means he's changing. His cycle is speeding up, but not just that, something else too." "Go on," she encouraged him. "When he killed Karen Green, it was functional. It meant nothing, the actual killing. Everything that went before the killing was intensely personal. But when it came to her murder, it was a simple case of disposing of something that had no value to him. He was more worried about self-preservation than the experience of taking a life. That's why he all but killed her with a blow to the head before he strangled her. Or at least that's what he told himself. He was trying to convince himself that he wasn't killing for the thrill of it, because that would have, affected his self-image? But what image do you have of yourself? What do you think you are?" He broke off the questions and pictures in his head. "Fuck's sake," he swore at himself for not being able to solve the puzzle instantly, then continued. "This time there's no head wound, because he wanted to feel her life drain away. Not just what was left of it, but all of it." He studied the position of the body for a few seconds, then went on. He stood in front of her. She was already kneeling on the ground because she tried to run away, but in her bare feet, in the dark, she had no chance, and she fell or he tripped her, so she was on the floor when he came to her, standing above her, looking down into her eyes. He took his time, reaching out towards her, his fingers sliding around her neck, his thumbs pressing into her throat. She tried to fight, but he was too strong, and it felt so good. Her struggling, her life ebbing away as he held her tight. It felt good. Even after she was dead, he kept hold of her, looking down into her dead face, until eventually he released her and watched her fall to the ground in exactly the same position she's in now. And then he watched her some more. The cold night air must have felt so good, and once you've admitted to yourself that the killing feels good too, you're not going to stop until you're stopped, are you? Not until I stop you. "Sean," Sally called. "Sean, who are you talking to?" He turned his head quickly towards her, suddenly aware of what he must have done. "You," he lied. "I was talking to you." They stood in silence for a moment, then Sally spoke. "I think we should go now. Just one more thing I need to check," he promised. "Fine, do what you have to do and let's get out of here before forensics show up." Still crouching next to the body, he looked over her torso at the arm that lay partially concealed under her. He saw scratches and bruises, but nothing else. "What are you looking for?" Sally asked nervously, desperate to get as far away from the crime scene and body of Louise Russell as she could, to distance herself from her own memories and the thoughts of what she'd almost become. A lifeless thing to be pored over and photographed before being removed to a mortuary to be dissected in the search for evidence. Not a person anymore, just a case file. Sean ignored her as he reached for Louise Russell's other arm, the one that hung behind her back. As gently as he could, he took hold of her wrist and twisted it to reveal the underside of her forearm. The sight of the garish phoenix making him feel dizzy, exhilarated, and confused all at the same time. He almost dropped her arm and toppled over, but managed to catch himself and lower the arm back to its previous position before standing bolt upright, his eyes never leaving the body. "What?" Sally called, keeping her distance. "What have you found?" "The key," he told her. "The key to everything. Now I just need to find the lock it fits." "I still don't understand," she admitted as Sean walked back towards her, pulling his phone from his coat pocket, searching for the number he knew would be in his contacts. After a few rings, he heard Donnelly's voice answer. "Dave, don't say anything, just listen. This is important and I don't have much time. That transfer I asked Paolo to look into, the Phoenix, did anything come of it? Did he find anything?" "Oh, God, that useless thing. Yeah, he gave me a report about it. Last I remember, I put it on your desk with the other information reports. I thought you would have put that through the shredder by now. How are you getting on at the crime scene?" "Listen," said Sean, the tone of his voice pricking Donnelly's ears. "Louise Russell had the same transfer in the same place as the one we found on Karen Green." Donnelly thought for a second. "No way. It's not possible. The only way they could have had the same fake tattoo would be if—" "Oh, Jesus Christ," he blasphemed as the reality of the situation dawned over him. "And if he put the transfers on them, it must be important to him. Important because she had a tattoo of a phoenix, the woman he's taking them to replace. Either he got lucky and found a transfer that matched her tattoo, which I doubt, or he had them made for him by some specialist company that produces custom-made transfers. Had them made specifically because it made the women seem more like her, like the one he's coveted for months, if not years. Where are you now?" "I'm in the office." "Good. Go through my in-tray and find the report Zukov gave you. Maybe it's got the name of the company that made the transfers. They should be able to tell us who they made them for." "This isn't possible." "Trust me," Sean pleaded. "It's possible. Now dig out the report and read what it says to me." No, Donnelly replied. "You don't understand. I've read Zukov's report. The transfer on Karen Green was 16 years old. They were mass-produced for some cereal company who gave them away in packets of cornflakes or Rice Krispies or fuck knows what." Sean listened in stunned silence. "That's why I reckoned it was a dead end," Donnelly explained. "How the hell could a 16-year-old transfer from a cornflake packet be relevant to our case? But if you're telling me it is, then the man we're looking for has been keeping those transfers for the last 16 years. Sean stood wide-eyed, trembling with excitement and apprehension, terrified that the answer to the puzzle would slip from his mind before he could ensnare it and make it his permanent captive. "Get in front of the Chris machine," he ordered. 1 minute," said Donnelly, striding to the nearest computer and logging into Chris. "Okay, I'm in. What next?" "Run an inquiry for any allegations of harassment, female victim. The year I'm looking for is 1996, and the age of the victim will be between 10 and 12. Do you understand?" he asked, his heart pounding in his chest as his belief that he was right, that he was close to finding the madman, grew within him. "I'm with you," Donnelly assured him as he punched the details into Chris, waiting for the relevant screens to roll past. "The harassment would have been reported by the parents," Sean continued. After a few seconds, Donnelly spoke. "Okay, I have 7 reports of young girls being harassed. What now?" "Our man has no convictions, remember, which means he probably wasn't charged, meaning the parents just wanted us to warn him off. Does that match anything you have?" The silence on the other end of the phone told him it did. "Victim's name is Samantha Shore," Donnelly said. "Suspect's name is Thomas Keller, who was also 12 at the time of the offence. His address is shown as a children's home in Penge, so he won't be there anymore. No, but she might still live with her parents." "At the same address? That's unlikely," Donnelly warned. "Even if they've moved, we have enough details to locate them," Sean reminded him. "See if you can't find an address for this Thomas Keller and track down the Shores. We need to know where Samantha is now. Right now. And no problem. And while I'm doing that, what will you be doing?" "I'm going to meet our friendly supervisor from the sorting depot." "On a Sunday?" Donnelly queried. "I have his mobile number, remember?" Sean reminded him. "He'll meet me. Deborah Thompson's still alive. I know she is. If necessary, I'll give him no choice. I won't let there be a third murder, no matter what." Superintendent Featherstone drove through the light mid-morning traffic towards Peckham Police Station, having decided that location offered the best chance of intercepting Sean and getting an update on the second body, as well as showing his face to the rank and file. After that, he might yet make it home for the Sunday roast his wife was in the process of preparing. Anything else he was fairly confident he could deal with over the phone, at least until the real shitstorm got underway on Monday morning. Besides, Corrigan knew what he was doing, even if he was a little unconventional. The very phone he'd just been thinking of began to chirp and vibrate in the centre console. He grabbed it with his non-steering hand and checked the caller ID, but the number was withheld. Never a good sign on a cop's mobile phone. For a brief second he considered not answering, but decided he'd rather deal with whatever the call brought than fret about who it might have been for the rest of the morning. "Hello?" he answered guardedly. "Morning, Alan," said a voice he recognised. "Assistant Commissioner Addis here," he added unnecessarily. "Morning, sir." Featherstone forced himself to respond, inwardly cursing himself for answering the damn phone. "I hear your D.I. Corrigan has a second victim on his hands." "Bad news travels fast. Like I told you, certain people have taken interest in D.I. Corrigan. The progress of any case he's involved in finds its way to my ears quicker than you might imagine." "Indeed," was Featherstone's only reply. "And what of our mutual friend?" Addis continued. "Has she submitted her report to you yet, or informed you of any interesting observations she may have made?" "No," said Featherstone, "not yet. I was thinking, on reflection, it's probably better if she reports to me directly. There's no need to create unnecessary bureaucracy. Don't you agree?" "I understand." "Good. One last thing," Addis said. "Does he suspect anything?" "I don't think so." "Excellent," said Addis. "Make sure it stays that way." Featherstone heard the line go dead and found himself staring at his phone. For a second he considered calling Sean and warning him to tread carefully. But he knew he couldn't trust his own phone not to betray him, not now Addis and his people were involved. With a shrug of his shoulders, he tossed the phone onto the passenger seat. Maybe he'd still make it home in time for his Sunday roast. Sean and Sally drew closer to the sorting office in South Norwood, where they had arranged to meet Leonard Shrewsbury, the depot supervisor. They travelled in almost complete silence. Sally driving while Sean spent most of his time nervously cradling his phone, waiting for Donnelly to call back. It had rung several times during the journey, making them both jump, but he'd answered only once, when the caller ID showed it was DS Roddis from the forensic team. Sally wondered who the other calls were from. "Something bothering you?" she asked, "aside from the usual?" "That Chris search I had Dave run," he told her. "I did the same search myself several times. only I never thought about changing the dates of the offence by more than a couple of years. If I'd only changed the dates, moved them further back, then Louise Russell would be alive. Fuck's sake, Sean. How could you possibly have known to move the date back 16 years? How could anyone have known to do that? I should have, he snapped. As soon as I saw that tattoo, as soon as we discovered it was only a transfer, I should have checked back further. Much further. Oh, give yourself a break. We don't even know if this guy Thomas Keller's got anything to do with these murders. It's him, Sean assured her. I know it's him. He's coveted her for 16 years, planned this for 16 years, and now at last, finally, he's making it all come true. When we meet Shrewsbury, he'll confirm that Keller works from the Norwood sorting office, and then there'll be no doubt he's our man. Then this'll be over. There's something else, Sally probed. Something you're not telling me. It's that name. Thomas Keller. I've heard it before somewhere, or dealt with him in the past. Christ, I don't know. Maybe I nicked him when I was still in uniform, or interviewed him someplace sometime. Ever since Dave said his name, it's been driving me mad trying to remember. Where have I heard that name? You're knackered, Sally reminded him. It's probably just déjà vu. By the time your tired brain processes a new piece of information, your memory has already logged it. Hence the information appears strangely familiar to you. It's a case of the memory overtaking the conscious thought process. Sean looked at her with eyebrows raised. I know what déjà vu is. Sorry, she apologised. Course you do. Sean's phone rang again. He checked the caller ID and answered. Dave, what have you got for me? Well, first off, we drew a blank on Thomas Keller. No address, no intelligence, no nothing. Anything created as a result of the sexual assault and subsequent stalking has been deleted from our intelligence records a long time ago, and it appears he's kept himself clean since. The Shaws still live at the same address, but Samantha flew the nest a few years back and now lives with her boyfriend at 16 Sangley Road, Catford. I'll text you the address and her phone number unless you want me to call her. No, Sean insisted. No phone calls. I need to see her face to face. I have to know how she feels about him. Donnelly didn't argue. Fair enough. Is there anything else you want me to do? No, Sean answered. Hold fire with the team until I get an address for Keller. I'll call as soon as I have it. He hung up. You're not going to call him, are you? Sally said. If we get an address for Keller, you're not going to call anyone. Sean ignored her and pointed to the side of the road next to the sorting office. Pull over there, that's our man. He almost jumped out of the car while it was still moving, desperate to quiz Leonard Shrewsbury, desperate for confirmation. The two men had already shaken hands by the time Sally joined them. Sean didn't bother introducing her. Thanks for meeting us, he said. You didn't give me much choice, Inspector, Shrewsbury replied. Another young woman found murdered. What could I say? I'll probably lose my job and most of my pension too, but at least I'll be able to look myself in the mirror. If there'd been any other way, I wouldn't have asked, Sean assured him. I had no alternative, not while there's still a chance to save another. The third woman he took? Shrewsbury asked, his eyes narrowing. There's no reason to believe he'll treat her any differently, Sean warned him. So, what is it you want from me that you couldn't ask over the phone? Thomas Keller. Does that name mean anything to you? Shrewsbury's lips went a strange shade of grey. Tommy? Yeah, sure, he works here, but he couldn't be involved in this. He wouldn't say boo to a goose. He's a good kid, you know, hard worker. Keeps himself to himself. He gets hassled by the other guys sometimes, but never caused me no trouble. He was unaware he was describing exactly the sort of man Sean was looking for, causing his heart to flutter as all his theories began to fall into place. How the killer had been able to walk around residential areas without drawing attention to himself, dressed in the urban camouflage of his post office uniform, selecting his victims, intercepting their mail to learn about their lives, tricking them into opening their front doors and snatching them from their own homes. It was all coming true. I need his address, he told Shrewsbury without trying to justify why he suspected Thomas Keller. I don't have it, Shrewsbury answered. I know. That's why I wanted to meet you here, so we can check the employment records. You said it yourself, Leonard. 2 young women already murdered and 1 missing, presumed alive, for the time being. But Tommy, Shrewsbury struggled. I don't suppose you have a production order? No, said Sean. By the time I get one, it'll be too late for Deborah Thompson. I'm sorry, Leonard, but it's him. I know it's him, and I need his address now. 14. Thomas Keller awoke from his nightmares shortly before 11 a.m., his clothes and bedding soaked with sweat, his eyes instantly wide open and bloodshot. He rolled out of bed as if he was escaping a torture rack and landed hard on the floor, scrambling and crawling to the corner of the littered room, eyes darting from side to side, looking for danger. Children from the home, colleagues from work, the police. Finally, he remembered where he was, in time and place, and allowed his tense body to relax, his shoulders falling away from his neck as he slowly exhaled, the bright sunlight pouring through his improvised curtains and making him blink repeatedly. He stayed sitting in the corner for almost 15 minutes, trying to fully orientate himself with the world around him, a million confused messages and ideas swirling inside his head, each telling him to do a different thing. Kill the woman in his cellar, and then himself. Kill himself and spare the woman. Find his mother and kill her. Kill his mother and run. Kill his work colleagues and himself. Go to the children's home and kill everyone there. His old school, all the potential adoptive parents who rejected him, everyone who'd ever rejected him, not accepted him. Kill as many as he could. Kill them all. No! He screamed at himself, at the ugly thoughts taking over his mind, the thoughts that reminded him of last night. How good it felt to squeeze the life from the whore's neck. That was different, he yelled. She betrayed me. He jumped to his feet and stumbled to the drawer where he kept his precious letters, pulling it open and searching frantically through the bundles until he found the one he was looking for. A thick roll of envelopes addressed to Hannah O'Brien. Yanking the elastic band away, he let the letters fall over the surface of the chest of drawers and began to spread them around so he could see as many of them as possible at the same time. Without even realizing it, his hand had slipped inside his tracksuit bottoms and gripped himself. Yes, he told himself, the others had all been mistakes, but at last he'd found the real Sam. He would rescue her, and then she would save him from the ugly thoughts. It was how it was meant to be. Once he'd rescued her, he'd pile the other letters into one of the oil drums and burn them, and with them all the ugly thoughts. But what if she didn't understand what he had to do? The sacrifices he'd had to make? No, he reassured himself. She'd understand. She wouldn't judge him. She never had. First, however, there was still one more mistake he had to deal with. He took his hand away from the letters and headed slowly towards his bathroom. Sally parked their car a good 50 metres from the address that Shrewsbury had illegally given them. If Keller was at home, they didn't want to spook him by screeching up outside his front door. They climbed from the car and began to walk along the neglected street of 3-story Victorian terrace houses, most of which had been converted into flats. Sean was already beginning to suspect that Keller had given the post office a false address or, more likely, had moved and not bothered to tell them. He was a post office employee, so discreetly having his mail redirected wouldn't have been too difficult. As they closed on the address, Sally became increasingly concerned about their course of action. "Maybe we should get TSG to hit the address. Go in hard and shake him up," she suggested. "No," said Sean, assessing the house. Even if Keller was still here, it was clear that Deborah Thompson would not be. "Let's just check it out first, see how the land lies. Then we can consider using the TSG." "Perhaps we should put him under surveillance," suggested Sally. "See if he leads us to Deborah Thompson. If we grab him now, he may never talk. He could leave her to starve to death in some hole in the ground." "Time," he reminded her. "It's all about time we don't have. Karen Green abducted, found dead 7 days later. Louise Russell abducted, found dead 5 days later." He stopped and turned to face her. "He's speeding up, Sally. The interval between the abduction and the killing is shrinking. How many days does Deborah Thompson have? 4? 3? Less?" He started walking again, Sally trailing behind, almost breaking into a run to keep up, until they reached the 3 shallow steps that led to the front door and a panel of doorbells mounted on the side of the doorframe. 6 bells meant 6 separate flats. The peeling paint on the front door and lack of names next to the intercom buttons told Sean the flats were probably occupied by the transient, London's throngs of the unsettled and unwanted. He rang the only buzzer that had a readable name beside it and waited. After a few seconds that felt like minutes, the intercom crackled and a voice leaked out of it. "Yes?" "Police," Sean said into the machine as quietly as he could without sounding like anything but a cop. "Can I have a word?" More silent seconds. "What's it about?" "Open the door and I'll tell you," Sean promised. "Hold on a minute. I'll come to the front door." They waited, listening to the sound of doors opening and closing, locks being turned, shuffling footsteps growing nearer, and a chain being attached to the door before finally it opened by 4 inches, and the plump pink face of a woman in her 50s peered through the gap, her small crooked teeth revealing the brown stains of years of cigarette smoking when she spoke. "Yeah?" she asked them suspiciously in a thick South London accent. Sean couldn't help but look her up and down, noting her ancient slippers and cardigan, her wild grey hair and swollen limbs. "D.I. Corrigan," he announced, holding his warrant card out. The woman looked to Sally, who realised she wasn't going to be satisfied with seeing just one warrant card. She sighed, pulling hers from her coat pocket and thrusting it towards the suspicious old woman, who immediately looked back to Sean. "We need to find out if a certain person lives here. Can we come in?" The woman's eyes darted between them before she finally relented. More time wasted. "I suppose so," she muttered, releasing the chain and allowing Sean to push the door fully open and step past her into the building. Sally followed suit, closing the door behind her. The poky hallway felt very crowded with 3 of them in it. "Would you like a drink, a cup of tea or something?" The image of foul-tasting tea served in a filthy cup flashed through Sean's mind. "No thanks, we're in a hurry." It's no bother. I was about to put the kettle on." Sean talked over the top of her. Miss Rose Vickery." "Miss Vickery, but you can call me Rose." "Rose, does the name Thomas Keller mean anything to you? Does anyone by that name live in this house?" "People come and go from here all the time," she said. "Nobody stays long, except me. I've been here almost 20 years, back when you used to know your neighbours. Ain't got a clue who lives here now. People coming and going all hours, but I never see nobody, just keep myself to myself." "Do you rent your flat?" "Yeah, course I do. All the flats in here are rented by the same landlord, Mr. Williams." Sean was about to ask for Williams's telephone number when Sally interrupted. "Governor?" He turned and saw her holding a bundle of mail, most of which looked like junk. She took a couple of letters from the pile and handed them to him. He read the name. Thomas Keller, Flat 4, 184 Ravenscroft Road, Penge. Sean passed the letters to Rose. "This is 184 Ravenscroft Road, right?" "Yes." She sounded nervous. "And this is the name of the man I just asked you about, Thomas Keller?" "Yes, but I don't read other people's mail," she protested. "Besides, there's mail still comes here for people who are long gone." "Come on," said Sean. "You must see the names on the letters when you're searching for your own mail." "What are you trying to say?" "I'm saying you know who lives here and who doesn't, so you need to tell me, does Thomas Keller live in Flat 4? Now!" he demanded, raising his voice and making Rose flinch. "I don't know," she insisted, pulling her cardigan tightly around herself. Sean thought for a second. "He's a postman. Maybe you remember seeing him in his post office uniform." "Oh," Rose declared, almost smiling with relief. "Him! The postie! Yeah, he used to live here, but he don't no more. Ain't lived here for a few years. He pops back every now and again to pick up his mail. I suppose he kept his key for the front door. Most of the old residents do, you know. I saw him a few weeks ago, actually. I remembered it because I said to him, you'd think he'd be able to get his mail sent to the right address, seeing how he's a postie and all." Sean and Sally looked at each other. They needed to go. "I don't suppose you have a forwarding address for him?" Sean asked, more in blind hope than anticipation. "No, love," Rose answered. "What now?" said Sally. Sean stared down at the letter in his hand and jabbed at the name. "I know this name," he said. "But how and where?" He shook his head as if clearing it of a foolish idea. "Samantha Shaw," he finally said. "We need to see her. Maybe she knows where he lives." "Shall I tell him you're looking for him?" said Rose. "You know, the postie. If I see him, shall I tell him to get in touch?" "No," Sean told her. "Don't worry about it, Rose. I'll be seeing him soon enough." Anna had been at Peckham when she received the phone call summoning her to New Scotland Yard, but no one had noticed her slip away. The light Sunday traffic made the journey from one side of the Thames to the other reasonably short, and the pavements around New Scotland Yard, that were usually swarming with human traffic, were deserted. She passed the armed guards clutching their submachine guns overtly in a manner that would have been unthinkable on the streets of London little more than a decade ago, flashing her security pass to the private guards manning the metal detectors just inside the entrance, and then walking along the long corridor to the back of the building, where the main lifts were. She ascended to the penultimate floor, where she knew Assistant Chief Constable Robert Addis, Serious and Organised Crime Directorate, awaited. She entered the reception area, expecting to see the ever-present secretary who guarded Addis's office like a rabid Rottweiler sitting at her desk, scowling at anyone who dared request an audience with the deity next door. But the reception was empty. As she walked deeper into the room, she could hear the faint shuffling of paper coming from the adjoining office, and began to move slowly towards it, the sudden sound of a man's voice, loud and bold, making her jump. "Anna! Glad you could make it. Come in. Sit down." She took a seat on the other side of the large wooden desk to the smiling Addis, who sat with his hands together as if praying. "How did you know it was me?" she asked. "You must get a lot of visitors." "Not on a Sunday," he said. "Even the great police of the metropolis slow down on the Sabbath. If I was ever going to commit a serious crime, I'd commit it on a Sunday." "I didn't know assistant commissioners were expected to work on Sundays," Anna continued. "Aren't you supposed to be at home with your family?" "My family understand," Addis assured her, the smile falling from his lips. "Besides, I'm not expected to work on Sundays. I prefer to. I've always found it an excellent day to deal with some of the, shall we say, more sensitive policing matters, when there aren't so many people around who could accidentally overhear something they weren't supposed to." "Like your secretary?" The smile jumped back onto Addis's face. "Did you bring it? The report?" "I have it," she confirmed. "It's as complete as it can be, given the time and circumstances it was prepared under, and taking into account the non-cooperation of the subject. But it's informative, yes?" "I believe so, but I'm having some serious concerns about possible client confidentiality. This doesn't feel entirely ethically correct." "Client confidentiality?" Addis mused, his praying fingers tapping against each other. "But, my dear Anna, I am the client, remember? I hired you to prepare a psychological profile, and in exchange you were given access to areas and information others in your trade could only dream about. A mutually beneficial arrangement. I'm sure you'll agree. But what about his basic human rights? Freedom of information and his rights to know. Anna. He's a police officer. I'm afraid such niceties don't always apply to us. Freedom of information, the right to strike, health and safety, restriction on working hours. These are not things that are vouchsafed to us. If they were, we'd never get a damn thing done now, would we? So, the report, if you don't mind." Anna sighed and fished in her briefcase, pulling out a file the size of a fashion magazine that she passed across the desk to the serious-faced Addis. "It's all in there," she said. "Everything I could discover, anyway." "Good," Addis replied, finding the temptation to run his fingers over the file too much to resist. "And he suspects nothing?" "I don't think so, but I can't be sure. He's clearly of a high intellect. I tried to interview him a couple of times, but he saw me coming and clammed up. Most of my findings were through straight observation and speaking to his colleagues." "And what did that tell you?" "It's all in the report." "I'm sure it is, but perhaps you could give me a verbal summary to be going on with." "Very well. As I've said, he's intelligent, highly observant and determined. I wouldn't call him a natural leader, but his subordinates seem to follow him willingly. They clearly believe in him. He's anchored by his wife and children. He may not spend much time with them, but they're enormously important to him, and his ability to deal with what he has to deal with. Just knowing they're there is crucial to him, even if he doesn't always know it himself. He possesses an extraordinary ability to combine his imagination and experience, and this enables him to visualize past events. What does that mean exactly? It means he can recreate events that have occurred at the crime scenes he attends. In his mind, he can see what happened there. Is he psychic? No, and personally I don't believe anyone is. He simply has a highly developed sense of projected imagination. It's probably not as uncommon as you may think in police officers, especially detectives. If you see something enough times and then later solve the riddle of how it came to be, then eventually you'll start to see crime scenes differently. You'll start to see what happened there even before the evidence or witness testimony explains it. And that's all he's doing? Addis asked. Combining experience with imagination? Largely. But not entirely? No, not entirely. So there's something else, something that enables him to have these insights? I believe so. Is there anything in his past, some event in his service history that may have caused him psychiatric problems? Something that may have left him suffering from post-traumatic stress? Addis shook his head. No, a few minor injuries and some close scrapes, but nothing particularly unusual. His service history shows he infiltrated a paedophile ring while working undercover. Things appear to have got a little out of hand during the operation. Could that have affected him? I'm familiar with that operation, Addis assured her. Corrigan was returned to normal duties without the need for any special arrangements. Really? Anna quizzed. Only I noticed the report said the officer in charge of the undercover side of the operation, D.S. Chopra, had sufficiently serious doubts about D.I. Corrigan's psychological welfare during the operation that he considered terminating it. An overreaction, Addis answered. The operation was successfully concluded, and Corrigan did his job. So, something else then? In his past, perhaps, before he joined the service? It's possible, she admitted. But if there is anything of that nature, he's buried it so deeply I couldn't find what it is. I can only guess. And what's your guess? It's in the report. Better to read it in full. Very well, Addis agreed. I shall look forward to it. Since she'd watched Louise Russell being dragged from the cellar hours ago, Deborah Thompson had been unable to do anything other than stare through the thin grey light at the cage he used to keep her in, its door hanging open as if to torment her. She prayed to hear the cellar door wrenched open, to hear their voices descending towards her, and watch as he imprisoned Louise in her wire crate once more. Anything rather than being all alone in the bleakest of dungeons. But in her gut she could feel the truth, that Louise was never coming back to anyone. She cried for so long, abandoned in the virtual darkness, that she couldn't cry any more. Dehydration had dried her tear ducts and made her skin thin and vulnerable. She couldn't remember the last drink she'd had, and her mouth and throat burned with thirst as her gums began to shrink back over her teeth. Another day or two without water, and they'd start to split and bleed, while her non-essential organs would begin to slow down and eventually cease functioning as her body sent what little moisture there would be to the most vital organs, the brain, heart, lungs, and liver. She chastised herself for having wasted so much valuable water on self-indulgent tears, water that had long since fallen on the stony ground and dried away. What would her brothers have thought if they'd seen her feeling sorry for herself, huddled in a corner crying like a baby, when she should have been planning her escape? The next attack on the bastard who brought her here. They would have been ashamed of her, their tough little sister, scared of some loser freak. Next time she had a chance she'd make it count, even with her broken kneecap. She almost got the better of him the first time. If it hadn't been for an unlucky slip on the stairs, she'd have been off. Deborah vowed not to make the same mistakes again. Next time, instead of being in a rush to get away, she'd stand her ground and beat the living shit out of him. Make sure he was totally incapacitated before getting out of the cellar and finding help. Or maybe she'd just call her brothers and tell them what the bastard had done to her. They'd see to it that he paid. No need for police to be involved, no interviews and court appearances. Her brothers would make him suffer like he'd made her suffer. And once she decided he'd had enough, they'd take him somewhere he'd never be found and bury him alive in a 6-foot hole, and that would be the end of the bastard. Her fantasy of revenge and punishment made her feel temporarily brave, But the clang of the padlock on the cellar door being tampered with brought the terror flooding back, vanquishing all thoughts of her brothers and escape. For a brief moment she imagined it could be someone other than his fumbling at the lock, the excitement of the possibility rushing through her, almost making her cry out for help. But the lack of voices warned her to stay silent. A few seconds later she heard the dreaded sound of the metal door being dragged open, followed by the slow, steady tread of his feet on the stairs. She continued to stare at the empty cage opposite her own. She was alone now. He couldn't be coming to see anyone else. Louise was gone. He was coming for her. Sally pulled the car to the side of the quiet, tidy street in Catford. The small, newly built houses were arranged at strange angles to each other in an effort to give the occupiers some feeling of privacy. Sean climbed out of the car without speaking, moving as if he was somehow hypnotized by 16 Sangley Road, its new brown bricks and white PVC windows with a small garage to match, the front door hidden from passers-by. Sally appeared at his shoulder. "Looks familiar," she said, but he didn't answer as he drifted towards the front door, his head thumping with possibilities. He was about to meet, for the first time, the woman who was a goddess to the man he hunted, but couldn't help feel he'd already met her twice, yet never while she was still alive. As he walked along the short driveway, he experienced the same disorientating sense of déjà vu, the same sense of the killer's presence he had at the other scenes, and knew he'd been here, and why. He rang the doorbell, stepped back and waited, sensing movement inside, hearing muffled voices. After a couple of minutes, a face warped by the thick glass of the door approached, moving quickly and confidently, not like someone who was living in fear of being stalked. The door was pulled open without caution, and a young woman with short brown hair smiled at them, her green eyes shining with life. "Hi," she greeted them without a care in the world. It was Sunday, and the sun was beginning to poke through the low cloud. Her hair was still wet from the shower, and strands were sticking to her temples and brow. Sean remembered gently brushing the hair away from Karen Green's face when he'd been alone with her in the woods. He hadn't expected to be so vividly reminded of the women, now dead, that the killer had taken, to replace the one standing in front of him. "Is there something I can help you with?" Sam prompted him, her smile fading a little. He suddenly remembered why he was there and pulled his warrant card free, flipping it open for her to see. "Samantha Shaw?" he asked. "Yes, that's me. Is something wrong?" The smile disappeared from her face. Sean ignored her concern, her obvious fear they were there to deliver bad news about someone she loved. "I'm D.I. Corrigan, and this is D.S. Jones. It's about Thomas Keller," he told her. "I need to find him. Do you know where he lives?" She looked over her shoulder before answering. "Tommy? This is about Tommy?" "Yes," he answered. "Do you know where he lives?" "Well, why would you ask that? I haven't seen Tommy since we were kids. Not since—" "We know about what happened back then," he assured her, "and we know he was harassing you." She cut across him. "No, watching me, but not harassing me. My parents reported it, not me." "You sound as though you still have a lot of affection for him," Sean almost accused her. "Tommy's childhood was hell. I felt sorry for him. Thought I could help him, that's all. I didn't want to make things worse for him, even after—" "Can we come in and talk about it?" Sally asked. "No, I don't think so," she said. "Ian doesn't know anything about it, and I'd like to keep it that way." "Have you seen Thomas Keller since?" Sean persisted. "Since the assault and the harassment?" "No," she replied, and he believed her. "They took him out of my school, and last I heard he was still in the children's home. But I never saw him again, and quite frankly, until now, I'd pretty much forgotten about him, which is exactly how I want it to be. Tommy's not my problem anymore." "After what happened to you? When you were still a child, you're telling me you forgot all about it? About him?" "Yes." She was a bad liar, but Sean decided to let it go. "The only thing I heard was from an old school friend I bumped into a few years ago. They said they'd seen Tommy and that he was a postman now. I was happy for him, you know. I thought maybe things had turned out all right for him, despite everything. I'm sorry, but there's nothing else I can tell you." "I understand," Sean said, eager to move the questioning on. "Just one more thing. Have you had any break-ins in the last few months, or maybe even longer ago? Anything unusual gone missing?" She looked truly concerned for the first time since she'd opened the door. Is Tommy in trouble? Did he do something? Is that why you're here?" "My question," he reminded her. "No," she snapped. "I haven't had any break-ins, and nothing's gone missing." "I need you to think really hard," he insisted. "Not necessarily an obvious burglary. Maybe just small items that have gone missing." He saw a flicker of something in her eyes. "You can't go on protecting him, Samantha. You're not 12 anymore, and neither is he. He's dangerous now, more dangerous than you can imagine. I need you to answer my questions." She sighed and shook her head. "Okay, a few months ago I just had a bath and was in my bedroom. I went to use my body cream, but it wasn't where I always left it, on my dressing table. I looked everywhere, but couldn't find it. I asked Ian if he'd moved it, and he said no. We'd just taken on a cleaner because we both work, and I guess I thought she might have taken it." "Did anything else go missing?" "A few silly things. A bottle of perfume." "Black Orchid? And the body cream was from Elemis, wasn't it?" She gawped at him, mouth hanging open, eyes clouding with suspicion. "How did you know? How could you possibly know that?" "Lucky guess," said Sean. "You said other things went missing too. What things?" "Some of my clothes, a skirt, blouse, and a sweater, I think. But you know how it is. Things go missing all the time. Lost at the dry cleaners, left at work. It happens to us all." Clothes. Of course, he thought, berating himself for having not seen it earlier. He dressed them in her clothes. That's why the bodies had been naked, or nearly so, because he was recycling her clothes, using them on victim after victim, taking them from one to give to the next, as his belief that they were the real Samantha Shaw faded and died. "Did you report it to the police?" "Are you kidding? They would have thought I was mental." "But did you think it could be Tommy? In your heart, did you think it could be him? Did you see him in your mind coming into your house, your bedroom, and taking the perfume? The cream?" I don't know what you're talking about," she faltered. "Yes, you do," he said. "But burying the past mattered more to you than telling anyone the thing you feared more than anything else." "And what would that be?" she asked calmly. "That he was back," said Sean. "That after all these years, Thomas Keller was back." "You don't know anything about my fears," she warned him, still icy calm. "I know more than you think." Sally had seen Sean in many guises, but this was a new one, even for her. "This isn't getting us any closer to Keller," she said. "If you have no idea where he is, then you can't help us any further. Thanks for your time. We'll be in touch." She turned to look at Sean, as if willing him to walk away. But he stood rooted, eyes locked with Samantha Shaw's, convinced there was more information she could give, even if she didn't know it herself. He let his eyes alone ask all the questions, until eventually she answered. "Listen, the only other thing I can think of is that Tommy always talked about getting himself a farm when he grew up. That's all I can tell you." Sean suddenly looked at the ground, his hand rising towards her face, fingers spread wide like a net, as if he was trying to catch her words before they escaped and were lost forever. "What did you just say?" he demanded. "I said Tommy wanted to live on a farm. I suppose he wanted to be away from people." She was still talking when he turned from her, not listening any more, walking away, tugging his phone from his pocket and searching for Donnelly's number. It was answered within a few rings. "Governor, are you still in the office?" "Aye." "Thomas Keller. I remember where I've seen his name," Sean told him. "It was on an information report. A uniform patrol checked out a farm. A man living there gave his name as Thomas Keller." "You sure?" Donnelly asked. "We must have checked out more than 100 small holdings, not to mention the hundreds of other information reports with name after name on them. Samantha Shaw just told me that Keller always wanted to live on a farm. As soon as she said it, I remembered. I remembered seeing it. But I can't remember the address. The report should still be in my office. I need you to search for it. Go through every last scrap of paper till you find it." "Fuck me, Governor, have you seen your office? That could take days." "No," Sean insisted. "The information reports from property searches are in a separate pile, as are the ones from door to door, as are the ones from roadblocks, as are they all. The pile you're looking for will be smaller than the others. I'll stay on the line while you check." Donnelly eased himself out of his chair and headed to Sean's office. "On my way, hold on." He scanned the stacks of reports until he found the pile he was looking for. "Here we go," he said, sitting at the desk in front of the reports. He puffed out his cheeks and began to scan through them, checking the names while Sean waited silently, his hand shaking with anticipation, listening to Donnelly discounting each useless report. "No." A few seconds later. "No." More seconds later. "No." Until finally Donnelly's tone changed completely. "Fuck me," he declared. "How the hell do you remember seeing that?" Sean didn't have to ask if Donnelly had found it. "What's the address?" "It's in Keston, Kent, off Shire Lane in what appears to be a disused poultry farm. He showed the uniform patrol his driving licence as ID, which by all accounts checked out. Do you want me to scramble TSG or maybe a surveillance team? Make sure he's holding Deborah Thompson at the same place." "No," Sean insisted. "For all we know, it could be another part-time address. I'll check it out first, quietly. Once I know he's there, I'll call you. Then we'll think about the TSG." Donnelly didn't believe a word of it. "OK, Governor, if that's how you want to play it." "It is," said Sean and hung up. He sent Sally by his side. "We've got his address." "How?" "I'll explain on the way," he promised and strode towards their car. "On the way to where?" "Where do you think?" he asked, oblivious to her fears. "To Keller's home address, of course." "Just the two of us? Shouldn't we wait for the TSG, or at least have some of the team meet us there? We know he has access to electrical weapons and he lives on a farm. God knows what else he's got down there." "Don't worry," he assured her. "We're not going to arrest him. We're checking out the address, that's all." She watched him duck inside the car, leaving her with a sickness deep in the pit of her stomach, a feeling of dread that he was leading her towards places in her own soul and consciousness she wasn't ready to go yet. But she could see he had the taste for the hunt, and his quarry was close. Like an out-of-control freight train, nothing could stop him now. The pain had been almost as unbearable as the humiliation. His stinking sweet breath panting in her ear, her body too racked with exhaustion and pain to resist after he'd stabbed her with the cattle prod again and again, until she finally succumbed. At last her torture was over, and he crawled from the cage, dragging her filthy mattress with him and all of her clothes, except her underwear. She reached down and pulled her knickers up as best she could with one hand, sobbing a tearless cry. His voice behind her, out of breath and merciless. "That's what you wanted, wasn't it, you little whore? Feel better now, don't you? You fucking whore, you disgust me." He slammed the cage door shut and locked it with the padlock, gathering up the mattress and clothes. "I need to have a shower," he told her. "I need to wash your filth off my body. The smell of your cunt makes me feel sick." He headed for the stairs, stopping and looking back at her lying on the cold stone floor. "I thought you were different to the others," he said through gritted teeth. "I thought you were her, but you're not. You lied to me. You tricked me. You'll fucking pay for trying to make me look like a fool. You'll all pay." With that, he tugged the cord, turning off the electric bulb, and slowly climbed the stairs, walking through the streams of sunlight that flooded into the cellar, his body cutting a silhouette into the light. "Don't get too close," Sean warned Sally as they drove along Shire Lane towards the outcrop of buildings they could see 100 metres ahead. "I don't want to spook him. Pull over here." Sally let the car roll silently to a standstill at the side of the dirt road, the surrounding trees and hedges camouflaging them well enough. "We'll walk from this point," he said. "Follow the tree line and double back around ourselves. That'll bring us right on top of the place. We'll be able to see anything moving." "I don't think this is a good idea," Sally argued. "We should wait for assistance, or better still, let someone else take him out. Once we know he's secured, we can search the place safely." "No," he insisted. "I want some time alone with him first." "You'll have time with him when you interview him. You can ask him anything you want." "What? When he's surrounded by solicitors, appropriate adults and the mental health team? I can't talk to him then. Not properly. I need to be alone with him. I don't, and I have to know why. Why he did it." "You already know," Sally argued. "You know more about why he's doing it than he probably knows himself." "No, I don't," Sean was adamant. "I can get close, but I can't think like him. Not all the way. I need to know how he thinks." "But what does it matter? For Christ's sake, Sally, don't you understand?" It matters for the next time, and the time after that, and the time after that. I need to know what makes them feel alive, what they do to feel alive, to feel something." "What makes them feel alive?" she queried. "Them, Sean." "Come on, let's go," he snapped, opening his door and trying to escape. Strong fingers around his forearms stopped him. "I'm scared, Sean," she admitted. "You think I'm ready for this? But I'm not. I'm scared of how I'll react if we find him. If we find Deborah Thompson. I don't know what's going to happen to me. And I'm scared for you, Sean. I'm scared what you might do." "What's that supposed to mean?" "When Donnelly found you with Lawler on the railway bank, he told me Lawler said you were trying to kill him." Sean froze, icy fingers stretching into his mind and wrapping themselves around hundreds of dark memories he tried so hard to conceal from himself as much as anyone else. He said nothing, eyes unblinking and staring into Sally's. "Well, Sean, is it true? Were you?" He managed to shake his head and even fake a slight smile. "Someone's talking shit," he lied. "Canteen chatter, that's all." "Are you sure about that? Because if there's more to it, then maybe you should think about taking a break from this. The madmen and the carnage, the sadness they leave behind that only we and families of their victims see. If something happened out there, maybe you should step away." "Look," he tried to reassure her, "Lawler is scum. He pissed me off and I wanted to scare the shit out of him, that's all. I promise." She watched him for a while, reading him as she had 1,000 suspects before, judging him. "Come on, Sally," he said. "I need you to do this with me. All we're going to do is follow the tree line until we can see the buildings better. Then we watch and wait, no more. I promise." In the end, she agreed, even though she knew he would never be able to just watch and wait, not with his prey so close. She released his forearm, and they climbed from the car together, easing the doors shut. Sally followed Sean, occasionally shaking her head in disbelief at what she was doing and where she was. When Sean found a natural break in the trees, they headed deeper into the woods that surrounded the ramshackle collection of ugly buildings, until they came to a low wooden fence that formed a perimeter. Like the buildings below, it had been neglected and was rotting in several places. The panels would be easy to pry away from the holding frames. On the other side there was another line of trees, but smaller and younger than those in the woods behind them. Beyond was a grassy bank leading to the buildings, which were arranged in a circular valley. Sean prized one of the panels away and peered down. He saw nothing moving, but his view was partially restricted. He looked through the gap to his right and saw a better position to spy from. "We need to keep moving," he told Sally. "About 50 metres further round there's a better place. We can watch from there. Anything moves, we'll see it." "Okay," Sally whispered. "Lead the way." He nodded once and headed off. The sharp fallen branches breaking under his feet, and the whip-like limbs of the saplings reaching out for his face, made him think of the madman's victims being marched barefoot into the woods in the middle of the night, their feet cut to ribbons, their soft skins scratched and slashed at, and always the faceless hooded man walking behind them, protected from the elements and the fury of the woods by his shapeless clothing. Soon the madman would have a face, and Sean would be staring straight into it. He felt a surge of excitement and adrenaline surge through his body. It was all he could do not to smash through the wooden fence, charge down the grassy hill and flush out Thomas Keller, the hunter becoming the hunted, as he finally cornered him. And then he reached a place he guessed would be near enough the vantage point, and began to ease another panel from the frame, the rusty nails pulling free from the damp wood easily. He propped the panel against the fence and looked through, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he realized he'd stopped at almost exactly the place he'd intended to, the buildings below being no more than 40 metres away and washed in spring sunshine. He could see pretty much everything. "Take a look," he whispered, moving aside to let Sally peer through. She took a quick glance, then handed the vigil back to him. "This is our man," he added, never taking his eyes off his quarry. "This place is perfect for him. The woods, the isolation. He keeps them here too, close at hand for when he needs—" Just in time he remembered Sally was standing next to him. "To go to them. He doesn't want to keep them miles away, having to get into his car and drive to see them. He covets his collection too much. He needs to be able to see them instantly, as soon as he wants to." "His collection?" Sally queried. He was about to answer until a movement caught his eyes, a change in the shadows of an open door leading into a small brick building. "Someone's moving," he whispered. As he looked on, the shadow in the doorway stepped into the light and turned into a man. "He's carrying something." "What?" Sally managed to ask, her heart pounding, wanting to be anywhere but there. "A mattress and clothes. Some sort of clothing. Here," he said, his excitement matching her anxiety. Sally took a peep. "Looks like an outside toilet to me." Sean peered back through the gap in time to see the man place the items on the ground and lock the door with a padlock, before recovering the clothing and mattress and heading off across the forecourt towards a dilapidated bungalow he guessed was his living quarters. "That's no outside toilet," he said. "You don't padlock an outside toilet. And the mattress and the clothes, it must be the entrance to an old bomb shelter or cellar." He filled his lungs and pushed himself away from the fence. "He keeps them in there," he told himself as much as Sally. "Deborah Thompson's down there." "Are you sure it's him?" Sally asked. "Thomas Keller?" Sean pulled up the image in his mind, the employee photograph of Thomas Keller that Leonard Shrewsbury had shown him little more than an hour ago. "Hard to tell. He's older now and we're too far away, but yes, I think it's him." "Fine," said Sally. "Let's call him back up and take him down." Her head was beginning to pound as the sickness in her stomach started to spread to the rest of her body. She wanted to run back to the car and drive away, keep driving and leave the madmen to it. "Okay." Sean appeared to relent, but immediately went on to confirm her worst fears. "You sort out the backup and wait here until it arrives. I'm going to fetch the car and drive up to the front of his house. Keep watch and cover my back. If the shit hits the fan, stay put and wait for backup. Call for urgent assistance if you have to, but only if you have to." "This is a really bad idea," she warned him. "I'll be fine," he assured her. "I've got my ASP and CS spray. If he tries to get the jump on me, I'll give him a full canister in the face." "Why are you doing this?" "You know why," he answered. "Because I have to. I have to fill in the blanks." Sally nodded. She didn't like it, but she understood. He was the animal that he was, and no one could change him. "Here," he handed her a standard-issue radio. "Take this. You'll need it more than I will." She slowly took it from him as if it was some precious parting gift, handing him the keys to the car in exchange. He began to walk away. "Wait," she stopped him. "How will I know you're okay?" "I told you. I'll be fine. I'm going to keep him talking until the troops arrive. As soon as they do, just come charging in." "But what if this isn't where he's keeping Deborah Thompson?" "It is," he insisted. "Trust me." Determined not to give her another chance to stop him, he strode into the woods, moving quickly and quietly, becoming more accustomed to his rural surroundings, more comfortable amongst the trees, just like the man he hunted. He reached the car and climbed in, fumbling with the keys as his hands shook with anticipation of what was soon to come. Finally, he got the car started and headed slowly towards the farm and Thomas Keller, swallowing dryly, his mouth parched and sticky. He pulled the CS spray from its leather holster on his belt and slid it into his right-hand coat pocket, where it would be easier to reach in a desperate moment. The car passed through the tumble-down gates and rolled to a gentle halt in front of the breeze-block bungalow. Sean took a moment to compose himself before getting out of the car. The realization that he'd reached the end of the deadly game brought a sudden peace and calmness to him. It was over. Almost. Gently closing the car door behind him, he spent a few seconds looking around. Vivid images of Karen Green and Louise Russell being marched from the cellar before being driven away to their deaths played in his mind. But nevertheless, he remained icy calm. Images of Thomas Keller heading towards the cellar armed with his cattle prod and alfentanil, intent on the rape and murder of innocent women, followed. But still Sean remained calm. When he was ready, he walked purposefully to what appeared to be the front door, his warrant card already in the palm of his left hand, while his right rested on the CS canister in his coat pocket. There was no doorbell, just a thin door with a plain sheet of glass covering the top quarter. He tapped gently on the window and called into the house. "Hello? Is anyone home? It's the police." He stood back from the door and watched through the glass, listening for sounds of life, imagining the jolt of panic his voice must have delivered to the man he knew was lurking somewhere inside. Imagining Keller breaking out in a cold sweat of terror, he savoured his own moment of cruelty before stepping forward and tapping on the glass again. "Hello? Police?" This time he stayed close to the door, pretending to be looking away in case he was being watched, using his peripheral vision to look through the window. He saw a shape dart across a doorway inside, on the other side of what looked to be the kitchen. "Come on, you son of a bitch," he whispered to himself. "Open the fucking door and let me see your face." It was unfortunate the front door appeared to lead directly into the kitchen, where knives and heavy metal objects would be easily to hand. He covertly checked his ASP was still attached to his belt. If it came to a close-quarter battle, the CS spray would be no good. It would blind them both. Better to go with the ASP. Again, the shape inside darted across the doorway opposite. "Fuck this," he said almost too loudly, and reached out for the door handle. He rested his hand on the faded chrome and slowly pressed down on it, wary of a possible booby trap. As the handle depressed further, he heard the click of the door opening. Clearly Keller hadn't been expecting company and had left the door unlocked. Sean remembered the clothes he'd been carrying and imagined what Keller had been doing when he'd first heard the knock at his door, holding the clothes against his naked skin, rubbing their scent all over himself, especially his private parts, lying on the soiled mattress and drinking in the smell of his victims, relishing their fear and his power over them. Sean wondered whether Keller had pissed himself when he heard the knock at his door. He pushed the door and let it swing open, intently surveying the room for anything that could be used as a weapon or a hiding place, listening for the sound of a pit bull that had been trained to lie silently and wait for an unsuspecting trespasser to enter its domain. As satisfied as he could be that there were no immediate hidden dangers, he stepped inside. He felt powerful and dangerous intruding into Keller's sanctuary, doing to Keller what he had done to women he'd taken, invading his home, his most sacred place, and shattering all his faint illusions. "Thomas Keller," he called out. "My name's D.I. Sean Corrigan. I need to speak to you, Thomas. You're not in any trouble. I just want a word with you. I'm doing a follow-up visit. 2 of my uniformed colleagues came to see you a couple of days ago. They thought you might be able to help me with a certain matter I'm looking into." Suddenly, he was there, the madman, Thomas Keller, standing in the doorway he'd been ghosting past seconds earlier, those same burning brown eyes Sean had seen in the post office ID photograph, their intensity not even slightly diminished by the passing of the years since the picture was taken. Sean could see Keller's chest rising and falling with the exertion of whatever he'd been doing before his arrival. The effort of trying to appear unconcerned that a policeman was standing in his kitchen was only adding to his strain. He watched Keller's tongue curl from his mouth like a cat's and lick the beads of sweat from his upper lip. Sean faked a smile. "Hi, the door was unlocked, so I let myself in," he told the madman. "I was worried something might have happened to you. You don't mind, do you?" "No," Keller stabbed his answer, using the back of his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his brow. "Are you okay?" he asked, enjoying the torture, knowing Keller was anything but okay, knowing that he would be dying inside. He saw Keller's legs momentarily twitch as if he was about to sprint away, and realized he was moving too fast. He wanted to speak to Keller, not end up chasing him across the ground the madman would know better than him, into the woods where he felt so comfortable and empowered. No, he needed to keep him here, in the confined space he himself was already growing accustomed to. He pulled an old wooden chair from under the littered kitchen table and slowly sat down, his eyes never leaving Keller, the false smile still keeping the madman disorientated. "You don't mind if I sit down, do you?" Sean asked. "It's been a long week." Keller said nothing. "Hell of a place you got here," Sean continued. "Lots of space, not easy to find in this neck of the woods. Must have cost plenty." Sean held his silence and his nerve, knowing Keller had to be the next to speak, or the game would be over before it started. While he waited, he studied the thin, unimpressive man standing on the other side of the foul-smelling kitchen, a man who would be feared by no one who saw him in the street, a man who looked like one of life's victims, Yet a man who the media and public would soon be branding a monster. What name would they create for him, Sean wondered? The South London Strangler? The Keston Rapist? The Keeper? I got it cheap. Keller's weak voice brought Sean back from his musing. It used to be a poultry farm, and they slaughtered calves here for veal. It put people off wanting to buy it. But not you? Sean asked, trying to keep him talking. No, not me, but I don't suppose you came here to talk about how much my land cost, said Keller, stepping into the kitchen, his eyes wandering around the room, avoiding contact with Sean's. No, he agreed. It's like I said, I'm doing a follow-up to the visit from my uniformed colleagues. Do you remember them? Of course, Keller answered, still standing, his back to a tall, narrow built-in cupboard he clearly didn't want to be too far away from. Sean sensed that the cupboard spelled danger. Was it where he kept his cattle prod and the stun gun? Years of experience searching suspects' houses had given him a sixth sense of where the threat would come from. If Keller went for the cupboard, he would have to move fast, unthinkingly, hit him hard and stop him before he got the door open. If he hesitated, he could be dead. He needed to get Keller away from there. Why don't you take a seat? No, Keller replied. I'm fine, thank you. Suit yourself, he said, calmly, despite his soaring heart rate, his eyes flicking between Keller and the cupboard. Did the other officers tell you why they were here? They said it was about some prowler. That's right, he said, managing to sound flippant and friendly. But we're also looking for some women who've gone missing. Sean told him matter-of-factly, hoping he could panic him into running and confirming his guilt there and then. We're up to 3 women so far. He let the smile slip from his face, but only for a few seconds while he listed their names. Karen Green, Louise Russell, and Deborah Thompson. Those names mean anything to you? Again he saw the twitch in Keller's legs. No, he replied. Why should they? No reason, other than they've been on the news a lot and in the papers, local and national. I don't watch television, Keller answered truthfully. Ever read the papers? Not really, another truthful answer. Then you probably don't know that we've already found 2 of the women, both dead, both slaughtered just like the animals on this farm used to be. He waited for a reaction, but Keller was blank. It's very sad. I'm sorry for their families. Sorry for their families? Sean probed. It's the women I'm sorry for. I'm sorry for Karen Green, and I'm sorry for Louise Russell, and unless I find her soon, I'm going to be sorry for Deborah Thompson. It's strange you're not. That's not what I meant, Keller stammered. Listen, I'm very sorry, but I can't help you, and I'm really busy, so if you don't mind... Sean ignored him. What happened to your face? He asked. Keller's hand involuntarily reached for the deep gouges Deborah Thompson's nails had made. Cut yourself walking in the woods round here? Sean knew the marks had not been left by a tree, but he didn't want to panic his prey. Not yet. Me too, he continued, pointing to the cut on his own cheek, left by the branch of a tree at the scene of Louise Russell's body drop. Something like that, Keller answered. Who would have thought walking in the woods could be so dangerous? Sean asked. Keller said nothing. I think my uniformed colleagues were a little worried they hadn't searched your land properly, checked inside the other buildings and maybe the woods that seem to surround you here. Why would they want to do that? Said Keller, his eyes blinking fast. I don't know. I suppose they thought you got a decent amount of land and plenty of outbuildings, lots of places to hide things. Like what? You tell me. Sean inched closer. Keller said nothing. Maybe we could take a look around now, together, see what we can find. Check the outbuildings together, check the cellar or bomb shelter or whatever it is. No, What did you do with the clothes and the mattress? He suddenly asked. The clothes and the mattress I saw you with? I don't know what you're talking about, Keller lied, every muscle in his body tensing, the shotgun in the cupboard behind him so close, already loaded and primed to fire. You know who I spoke to just before I came here? No. Samantha Shaw, Thomas. I spoke to Samantha Shaw. Keller nodded slowly and silently. He understood now. You do remember Samantha, don't you, Thomas? We don't forget our gods, do we? I just wanted to talk to you, alone, before the world falls on you, Thomas." "Why? Why do you want to talk to me? We have nothing to say to each other." Sean remembered his interview with Jason Lawler, the gaps in his own imagination that Lawler had been able to fill, the things he'd felt, the things he desired that Sean never could or would. "After you raped them, could you go on smelling them? Smelling their sex? Did you avoid washing your private parts for days after, so you could still smell them on you?" He watched the madman's eyes narrow and then grow wide and round, his nostrils flare as his breathing intensified. God, they smelled so good, didn't they? "Tell me, what was it like, being in their houses, their homes, taking them from the place where they felt safest of all? My God, that must have made you feel so powerful, so alive. And keeping them close so you could go to them whenever you wanted to, whenever you needed to. Was it everything you dreamed it would be? Did you feel accepted by them when you forced yourself inside them? Did you feel loved?" "No!" Keller shouted, taking a step towards him and then stopping, almost making Sean leap from his chair and spray blinding CS gas into his eyes. "No! They disgust me! I can't stand the smell of them on me!" "Then why?" Sean pushed, knowing he must be running out of time, knowing Sally would have called for assistance almost as soon as he left her, and that any moment half the Metropolitan Police would be crashing through the thin door behind him. "They made me do it," Keller answered. "They're whores, all of them. They tricked me. They made me be with them, but they disgusted me. I scrubbed myself in the shower, but still I could smell their stench. They're whores. They're nothing, and I treated them like nothing." "But what about Samantha? She wasn't a whore. She wasn't nothing." "Don't you talk about her," Keller warned him, tears welling in his eyes, spit spraying from his thin white lips. "She's not like them. They tried to make me believe they were her. The way they cut their hair, the clothes they wore, everything. They were just whores, meaningless whores." "So you killed them. You drugged them and you took them into the woods and you killed them." "No!" Keller screamed, taking another step forward. But Sean held his ground, acting as the bait to draw him further away from the tall cupboard. "And how did that feel, Thomas, killing them, when you slipped your hands around their beautiful, delicate necks and sank your thumbs deep into their throats? How did that feel?" "You don't know anything!" Keller screamed. "When the life ebbed from them, when you held them even after they were dead, when you stared into their lifeless eyes, how did that feel, Thomas?" "No! No! No!" Sean's fist hit the table hard, making the myriad items littering its surface jump and scatter. "Damn you! Tell me how it felt!" Hatred poured from Keller's eyes, his face twisted and deformed, his stained teeth bared and threatening, primeval weapons readied for use, his entire body a coiled spring about to explode all over Sean. "Fuck you!" he screamed so loudly he shattered the very air in the dingy room, spinning quickly and smoothly, reaching the tall cupboard in microseconds and throwing the door open. Sean was already on his feet, his right hand pulling the CS spray from his coat, his left planted on the underside of the table, lifting it upwards and hurtling it out of his way, providing him with the shortest route to the madman, cups and plates, half-full glasses flying through the air. It seemed to happen in slow motion. But it was the shotgun Keller was reaching for that Sean saw above all else, its wooden stock and shortened black double barrels. He moved as fast as he'd ever moved in his life. But as he watched Keller's right hand wrap around the pistol grip of the stock, he knew he hadn't moved fast enough. Keller spun back towards him, the black holes of the gun barrels bearing down on him. The two men were only 3 feet from each other, simultaneously firing their weapons. The CS canister soaked Keller's face in burning liquid, instantly blinding him and arresting his respiratory system, while the outside arc of the shotgun blast pounded into Sean's left shoulder, knocking him backwards through the air and throwing him to the ground. Dozens of red-hot lead pellets, feeling first like a punch, then like the feet of 100 crawling insects, before turning to the searing pain of 1,000 wasp stings. He looked up at the madman, thrashing and wailing, clawing at his own eyes with one hand, unwittingly pushing the caustic liquid deeper into them, salivating uncontrollably, sweeping the shotgun back and forth across the room, trying to see Sean through blinded eyes, listening for him, finger wrapped around the trigger. It wouldn't be long before Keller's eyes began to clear, leaving him a sitting duck, lying on the floor with only one good arm, The CS he'd been holding long since dropped and lost amongst the wreckage from the table he'd upturned. He grabbed the first thing of a size he could reach, a small saucepan, and threw it across the room, sending it crashing into the cupboard next to the sink. Keller spun towards the noise, pointing the shotgun at the place he thought Sean had to be, his finger squeezing the trigger, but then easing off, some animal instinct to survive telling him to save his last shot until he was sure. Sean groaned inside as he realized his plan had failed, and now he was on the floor and at least 8 feet from Keller. He swallowed the searing pain in his shoulder and managed to hold his useless arm across his chest while crouching into the starting position of a sprinter, bursting into a full charge, keeping low as he saw the shotgun sweeping in his direction. Keller's watering eyes growing wide as they tried to focus on the dark shape covering the short distance between them. Sean powered his right shoulder hard into Keller's midriff, carrying him backwards with him until they smashed into the tall cupboard. The shotgun blast exploded above Sean's head as they fell to the floor, the cupboard falling on top of them and catching Sean a glancing blow on his temple, knocking him temporarily senseless. It was all he could do to hold on to Keller as they wrestled on the filthy floor. But the blow to the head, the blood loss, and the shock of being shot were beginning to tell, beginning to overwhelm his instinct to survive. Suddenly, Keller was on top of him, overpowering him, his face fading away to be replaced by the face of his father, sneering and lascivious, before it faded back to Keller's. A hand grabbed him around the throat and began to squeeze, the thumb pressing hard on his trachea and making him cough and gag for air. The fingers of his good arm desperately trying to pull the hand away from his neck, loosening it just enough so he could breathe as the madman stared down at him, eyes wild with hatred, his teeth stained with blood from a cut somewhere inside his mouth, making him appear demonic. Sean was powerless to act as he watched Keller pull his right fist back and then ram it into his injured, bleeding shoulder. Sean screamed out in pain and anger. Keller drew back for a moment, then once more smashed his fist into Sean's wounded shoulder, then repeated the action, again and again, as the blows raining down on him added to his blood loss and accelerated the effects of shock. Sean's vision began to fail, the man above him little more than a silhouette. Finally the blows stopped, and Keller leaned close and whispered in his ear, "Time to die." He felt the same long, bony, strong fingers that had strangled Karen Green and Louise Russell closing around his throat. 2 hands now, squeezing the life from him. But just as he felt he was on the verge of blacking out, the hands released him and the silhouette seemed to rear backwards, a pathetic scream of pain leaking from his mouth, closely followed by a whimper as the madman toppled off him and lay next to him on the floor, clutching at the back of his head. Sean coughed and gulped for air, the oxygen partially restoring his vision as he blinked his eyes clear enough to see Sally pulling her handcuffs out and bending over the stricken Keller. She set her ASP baton on the floor next to Sean while she rolled Keller onto his front and pulled his hands behind his back, inflicting as much pain as she could in the process. She clicked one of the cuffs around his wrist, then dragged him a few feet to a thick metal radiator pipe running along the length of the wall just above floor height. She fed the cuffs around the back of the pipe and secured his other wrist, then recovered her ASP from the floor and knelt beside Sean. Through his shock and confusion, Sean was able to piece together what had happened. The dark hairs, sticky with fresh blood stuck to Sally's ASP, told their own story. He felt his head being lifted as Sally placed her rolled-up coat under it. "Don't try and talk," she told him. "You've been shot." "You don't say," he answered, laughing in spite of the pain, at the absurdity of her observation. Sally smiled and shook her head. "Get me up," he ordered. "You shouldn't try to move," she argued. "I'm fine," he lied. "Prop me up against the wall, where I can watch him from." "You don't have to worry about him," she said. "I'll watch him till backup arrives. I'll call you an ambulance." "No," Sean insisted. "You're going to get Deborah Thompson out of that fucking dungeon." He fumbled for his jacket pocket with his one good hand and retrieved his phone. "I'll call my own ambulance. You get her." "Christ," she complained as she helped him crawl to the wall, propping him up limply where he could see the sobbing Keller slumped against the adjacent wall. "The door to the cellar's locked," he reminded her. "You need to search him for the key. I think he still has it on him." "Okay," she nodded, cautiously approaching Keller, her ASP in hand. "Try anything, and I'll cave your fucking head in," she warned him, and meant it. She patted the outsides of his trouser pockets until she felt what she was searching for, carefully slipping her hand inside his tracksuit and recovering 2 keys. She turned and showed them to Sean. "I've got them," she announced gleefully. "Good," he answered. "You know what to do." She recovered her coat from the floor and placed it over his wounded shoulder. "Try and keep this pressed against the wound. It'll help stem the bleeding. The coat's ruined anyway," she added, making him smile through the increasing nausea and drowsiness. "No, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Take the keys and go." "Okay," she said, and was halfway out of the door when Sean stopped her. "Hey!" he called as loudly as he could. "I thought I told you to wait outside until backup arrived." "You did," she agreed, "but I got bored." He managed one last faint smile and waved her away. As soon as she left the building, his eyes flickered and his head fell forward. A few seconds later, the darkness came. Sally picked her way across the forecourt of Keller's dilapidated collection of old brick buildings with their rusty corrugated iron roofs, the smell of CS gas from the kitchen still clinging to her clothes and making her eyes sting and water. She held them as wide open as she could to let the mixture of sunlight and spring breeze clear the gas in the safest and quickest way. Several times she almost tripped on the debris that littered her route towards the small building Sean was convinced was the entrance to Keller's private dungeon and torture house. Coughing CS gas from her lungs, its taste acrid and caustic on her tongue, she paused to peer into an old oil drum with burn marks around its rim. The smell of lighter fuel and petrol rose from inside the drum, causing her to examine it closer. She could make out the remnants of burnt clothes at the bottom, the occasional fragment of colour. "This is not good," she muttered. Reminding herself that Keller was cuffed and secured under Sean's watchful gaze, she forced herself to approach the door of the brick outbuilding. Taking a deep breath, she studied the keys in the palm of her hand, and then the padlock. The first key she tried didn't fit. A strange sense of relief washed over her, brought on by the possibility that she wouldn't have to descend into the monster's subterranean labyrinth, into the darkness that held nothing but fear for her. She sighed as she tucked the failed key into her jacket pocket, looking at the next one, willing it not to fit. But it slid into the slot smoothly, turning easily and popping the padlock open. Sally's throat suddenly constricted. She tried to swallow, but couldn't. The time had arrived when she would have to either walk through that wall of paralyzing fear or risk never again being the person she once was. She wriggled the lock free and placed it carefully on the ground, aware that it would eventually play its part in forming the chain of evidence that would convict Keller of the murders and abductions. The metal door felt as heavy as it looked once she started to pull it open, the terrible metallic scraping noise catching her by surprise and making her release the door and jump back, clutching her chest. "Fuck!" she cursed loudly, feeling better for it. "This is not good," she said again, and took hold of the door, vowing not to let go, no matter what happened. She pulled hard and kept pulling until the door was fully open, revealing the darkness inside and the stone steps that led down deeper into the well of her fears and nightmares. Her immediate reaction was to recoil from the darkness, retreating a few steps, but she managed to stop herself. "Shit," she cursed herself again. "This is fucking great." She paused, listening for the sound of approaching sirens, but there were none. "Bloody sticks," she complained. "I hate it out in the sticks." Most cops did. The inner cities might be dangerous, but assistance was never more than a couple of minutes away. Out here, you could be on your own fighting for your life for 10 to 15 minutes before anyone got to you. "Come on, girl, get a grip," she told herself, drawing her ASP, more for comfort than in the belief she would need to use it. It was stained with Keller's blood, a fact that somehow made her feel better, bolder. After several deep breaths to control her breathing and heart rate, she moved into the doorway and began her descent, squinting in the gloom, moving as silently as she could, cursing every scratch and scrape her shoes made on the hard stairs, her hands stretched out in front of her, feeling her way, ready to push aside any dangers, until at last her eyes adjusted to the gloom. Only another dozen or so steps, and she would be at the end of her descent. But the further she went, the more she left the fresh air behind her. Now she was breathing in the sickening stench of unwashed humanity. Urine, sweat, excrement, and semen mixed into a foul, ungodly brew. She covered her mouth to stop herself gagging, desperately fighting the urge to flee back to the clean air above, and abandon whatever creatures lay below to their fate. Halfway down, she had to stop and lean against the wall to chase away the rising panic in her chest, her head turning towards the light. But it was in the darkness below her that salvation lay, and she knew it. "Come on, come on," she urged, cursing herself for not having thought to bring a torch, afraid she would never be able to force herself down these stairs again if she returned to the house to find one. "Steady as she goes," she muttered, relieved to feel the panic fading somewhat, seizing the moment to push away from the wall and continue her descent, keeping the wall at her back. There was always the possibility that Keller had an accomplice or accomplices, or that he kept vicious, half-starved animals in the cellar. It seemed to take a lifetime, but eventually she reached the bottom stair and stepped onto the floor of the underground prison. Inching her way around the room, back pressed to the wall, she moved away from the stairs. The sound of trickling water disorientated her. It felt as if she was in a natural cavern rather than a man-made shelter. As her eyes continued to adjust, she made out a hazy, square object maybe 10 feet in front of her, but she needed to get closer to see it properly. Counting down from 10, she pushed herself off the wall and into the free space of the cellar, feeling instantly giddy, as if she was standing on the edge of a cliff. After a few seconds, the dizziness wore off, and she was able to shuffle onward, her feet not trusting the ground underneath them, convinced she would at any second feel her stomach leap into her mouth as she fell into some unseen bottomless pit. But the feeling of falling never came. As she drew closer and closer to the square object, she began to realize what it was. A cage, maybe 4 foot wide and high, 6 feet long. Worse, the door to the cage was open. Her breathing became instantly short and laboured, like a panting dog, as she convinced herself she was trapped in the cellar with some escaped wild beast that was now circling her in the gloom, clinging to the edges of the room where it couldn't be seen, preparing to pounce as soon as she ran for the stairs. Then she heard it, a noise away to her right, something moving, the animal positioning itself to attack, the terror of her situation freezing her rigid. But eventually she forced her head to twist towards the sound, at least enough so she could see out of the corner of her right eye. Another large box silhouetted in the gloom, a shape huddled in one corner, an unthreatening shape, something that feared her more than she feared it. She turned fully and headed towards the box until she could see it was an identical cage to the first one. Only this one's door was shut, and there was something inside, something alive, cowering. Sally shuffled slowly forward, her ASP gripped tightly at her side, moving endlessly towards the cage before suddenly freezing again, and looking from the empty cage to the cage with a thing inside. The image of Keller coming from the door above carrying a mattress and clothes flashed in her memory, the fear lifting and allowing her to think, the realization of where she was and what she was seeing flooding over her. The true awfulness of what must have happened down here suddenly dawned on her as she covered her mouth with her free hand to try and disguise her words. "Oh, my dear God," she said louder than a whisper. "Oh, my dear God." She almost ran the last few feet to the cage and kneeled by its side, peering through the wire at the wild-eyed creature trapped within it as she simultaneously fumbled for the key she knew would fit the lock. "I'm a police officer," she told the filthy, terrified woman, trying to hide in the corner of the cage. She fished her warrant card from her pocket and pressed it against the wire mesh. "You're Deborah Thompson, yes? I've come to get you out of here." The woman didn't reply, her eyes full of mistrust and fear. Sally moved quickly around to the cage door and wrestled to free the lock, struggling to find the slot for the key in the dim light. Finally, it popped open, and she was able to pull the door free and swing it ajar. "I think it's time to get out of here, don't you?" she said. The woman remained where she was, cowering virtually naked in a corner of the cage. "It's over," Sally reassured her. "He can't hurt you any more. It's over." The woman's blooded lips finally cracked open. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice hoarse and barely audible. My name's Sally." She stretched out her arm, offering Deborah Thompson her hand. "Detective Sergeant Sally Jones." Kate sat tiredly in the staff room, hidden in the corner of Guy's Hospital Emergency Department, watching some hideous Sunday afternoon cooking programme and drinking instant coffee, her 6th of the day. She'd had to dump the kids on her mum again, thanks to Sean's unscripted absence. No doubt he wouldn't be home until well after she'd picked the kids up, taken them home, fed them, and put them to bed. She was beginning to feel like she was doing 2 full-time jobs without a whole lot of support, and she was having to try harder and harder not to resent it. It wasn't as if Sean was being paid a fortune as a detective inspector. Worst thing he ever did was take promotion. At least as sergeant he got paid overtime, some compensation for never being around. Now he seemed to work more hours for less money. Hearing the staff room door open, she looked up and saw Mary Greer, the A&E manager, enter. Ignoring the other people slumped around the room, she made a beeline in Kate's direction. Kate smiled, but Mary didn't smile back. Her own smile faded as she recognized the expression on the other woman's face. It was an expression that said she was the bearer of bad news. Personal bad news. Kate's first thought was that it was one of the girls, the fear almost stopping her heart. But if it was the children, surely Sean would have come. No matter what was going on at work, he would have dropped everything to be here. In that second, she realized she'd solved the puzzle. Her hand covered her mouth as tears pooled in her eyes and her throat swelled almost shut. Mary crossed the room quickly and held her gently by the shoulders. "I'm sorry," she told her. "It's Sean. He's on his way in. He's been shot." Mostly, it was darkness. Silent darkness. But the nightmares found their way through. The orange blast of a gun pointing towards him, faces too close to his own. His father's, sneering and leering. Thomas Keller's, his red teeth gritted in hatred, eyes blazing with evil intention. Sebastian Gibran mocking him with laughter. Sally lying in the hospital with tubes snaking down her throat. Kate crying and pleading with him not to leave her. The faces of Louise Russell and Karen Green, their dead eyes staring at him, their lifeless blue lips parting to whisper to him, "Why didn't you save us? Why didn't you save us? Why didn't you save us?" Their faces slowly changing, growing younger and younger until they became the faces of his own daughters. Their eyes also the eyes of the lifeless, their lips as pale blue as the lips of the dead women who'd spoken to him from beyond the grave as they lay broken in the woods. "Why didn't you save us? Why didn't you save us? Why didn't you save us?" Then the darkness came and brought him peace. Peace like he'd never known before. Peace like he'd never had since being forced from his mother's womb. 3 days later. He heard sounds, though he couldn't see anything other than light. Sounds in the distance, surreal and difficult to make out. A few seconds later, his eyes flickered and opened, and he remembered where he was. Kate was sitting by his bedside, dressed in her hospital uniform, loose blue cotton trousers and shapeless blue top. Her name tag clipped to her breast pocket. "You fell asleep again," she told him. The sun shone brightly through the window of his private room. He'd only escaped intensive care the night before. "Sorry," he murmured, his mouth painfully dry. "Don't be," she assured him. "It's the painkillers. You'll be dopey for a few days yet." She lifted his covered water beaker and eased the straw between his lips. "You're still pretty dehydrated. You need to try and drink." He nodded, he understood, sipped the water and looked around the room. Even in his present state, able to process the information his eyes were passing to his brain. Since he'd recovered from his initial surgery, he'd been waking for brief periods, and nearly every time she'd been there, waiting for him. Snatched conversations before he drifted away, emotional and tearful at first, but increasingly calm as the gut-wrenching fear faded somewhat. "A private room?" he asked, the straw still in his mouth. "Press got wind of your heroics," she said. "They were sniffing around all over the place, dressed as everything from surgeons to porters. We thought we'd better ferret you away somewhere out of sight." "Thanks," he said, pushing the straw from his mouth with his tongue and relaxing back into his pillow. The movement making him wince with pain, and turned to look at his shoulder wrapped in heavily layered white bandages with a thin tube disappearing under them. It's a self-administering morphine feed. If you're feeling any pain, just press this switch. She pointed at a grey box close to his right hand. It's regulated, she added, so you can't overdose. He nodded, he understood. He'd only been awake a couple of minutes, but already felt exhausted. His eyes were beginning to roll back into their sockets when Kate's voice cut through the morphine and other opioids, the fear in her voice acting like smelling salts. "Sean?" He forced his eyes to open and focus, like a drunk trying to stay awake on a train. He could see the tears she wouldn't allow to escape in her eyes. "That was too close, Sean. Way too close. When they told me you'd been shot and you were being brought in, my heart, Sean, the pain in my—" She couldn't finish. He gave her a few seconds to compose herself. "I've been checking out the New Zealand immigration website. I'd have no problem getting a job there, and neither would you. You could even transfer over as a DI. Listen, Sean. London, this job you're doing, it's too much. We have to think of the girls, a new life, a better life for us all. Maybe." A knock at the open door saved him. Sally appeared, smiling in the doorway. Kate took it as her cue to leave and stood bending over him and kissing him on the forehead. "Promise me you'll think about it," she pleaded, and headed for the door, brushing past Sally on the way out. "How you doing?" Sally asked. "I'm fine, thank you," Kate replied with a forced smile, before hurrying away along the sterile corridor. Sally shrugged her shoulders and crossed the room to Sean, slumping into the chair Kate had just vacated. "You look well," she told him with a wry smile. He shook his head and grinned as much as he could. "She's hardly left your side, you know. When they first brought you in, they tried to keep her away, but she wouldn't have it." "Did you tell her what happened?" "I told her you're a bloody idiot." "And what about everybody else?" "I told them you went to the front of the house while I covered the back, that we didn't think he was at home, which is how he managed to get the drop on you. There were a few awkward questions about why we didn't wait for backup, etc. And I said that we believed Deborah Thompson was in a clear and imminent danger, so we had no choice but to go straight in and get her out. Anyone buy your story?" Sally gave a shrug. "Keller didn't contradict my account of events." "You interviewed him?" "Yeah." "With Dave?" "No. With Anna." "Anna? Jesus. She asked some good questions. She was useful." "And Keller, what did he say?" "I'm guessing you already know." He nodded. "He said nothing." "He said less than nothing. He's gone catatonic on us. Wouldn't even say his name. Another future guest for Broadmoor, courtesy of our good selves." "Our best place for him," Sean pointed out, his voice beginning to fade. "Maybe Anna can interview him again as a patient." Sensing his distrust, Sally said, "She's okay. Anna and I are becoming something like friends." Sean raised his eyebrows. "She's been helping me, you know, with things." "You fixed yourself," he told her. "It's what we do, remember?" "I'm seeing her privately. No one at work knows about it. I'd like to keep it that way." "Fair enough," he agreed, wilting under the influence of the medication that kept the pain at bay. Sally saw him drifting and stood to leave, her last words sounding warped and dreamlike in his head. "You and I both sailed too close to the wind these past 9 months," she whispered. "The physical stuff heals, Sean, but we're not the same after. We'll never be the same people we were. But then again, maybe that's not such a bad thing." He blinked slowly twice. Then the darkness came. Epilogue. Detective Superintendent Featherstone sat in his office at Shooters Hill Police Station, poring over the reports generated by the investigation and arrest of Thomas Keller. With Corrigan still cooped up in hospital, he'd inherited a lot more paperwork than he cared for. Waste of time, he told himself. The shrinks would say Keller was barking mad, and the courts would agree. There'd be no trial, just a plea of not guilty on the grounds of diminished responsibility that the CPS would accept. Then Keller would be marched off to Broadmoor for the rest of his natural. Waste of everybody's time and money. The phone ringing on his desk made him look up from Sally's written account of Keller's arrest and Deborah Thompson's rescue. an account that had caused him to raise his eyebrows on more than one occasion. He snatched at the phone. "Detective Superintendent Featherstone speaking." He never tired of using his full rank on the phone, or anywhere else for that matter. "Alan, it's Assistant Commissioner Addis here." Featherstone rolled his eyes and sank deep into his chair. "You need to know a lot of people are asking a lot of questions." "About what exactly?" "D.I. Corrigan," Addis answered. "Such as?" "Such as, will he ever be fit to return to duty?" "He'll need another operation to repair his shoulder, but I'm led to believe he'll make a full recovery." "Good. How soon?" "I don't know. A few months, maybe less." "Let's make it less, shall we?" "I don't understand," said Featherstone. "What's the rush?" "Maximising the use of assets, Alan," Addis explained. "I want him in place and ready for the next time. Special cases only. Understood?" "Yes, sir." Featherstone listened to the line go dead, Addis's words playing in his mind. The next time. The next time. You've been listening to The Keeper by Luke Delaney, read by Robin Bowerman for Harper Audio.